Hey YouTube, how is it going? I hope all is well on this wonderful Sunday. It's now technically afternoon for me. For most of you, it's probably into the next day, if not well deep into the afternoon. So we got quite a bit done last night. We worked until about 12:30-ish, thereabouts. Never mind the washing machine behind me. I have got to get things done yet still. So I didn't really do anything after I got off the stream with you guys last night. I did change this guy out though. I don't know what I was thinking. Yesterday we had 100K in there and I was just like, wait a minute, I got this extra 56K sitting around. I thought it was for something else and I was thinking and thinking and thinking. I was like, no, I know exactly what that's for. That other 100K I think was meant to be like this 82 or this 56 that I put there. So grid stoppers, I don't know if we're gonna need those or not, to be honest, but we got to come up with some sort of a plan. There's still some off-board stuff here to do. You know, we got to put in the screen grid resistors and stuff like that, but we just kind of got to come up with a plan. So it's not going to be exactly fast today, but it's not going to be slow either. There is still kind of an order in which I have to do things, and it's looking like the bias here is going to be probably one of the last things to get done. So we're just going to kind of keep on keeping on, and hopefully we'll come to some sort of a conclusion. Steven, thank you for coming in. Riley, thank you for coming in. All of you, thank you for coming in. There seems to be 5 of you at the moment, so that's cool. Let me get some statistics up here. It just helps me keep track of things so I know where I'm at. Objectively, the idea is to get some sound out of this thing today, but some of there's like one thing I kind of realized. I thought I had all my small parts in. I don't have the screws for this thing. I don't know what the hell. I bought 2 sets of screws, but I bought the sets of screws for that down there, not thinking about this guy here so much. So I may need to make a run to Home Depot later to go get those if they're even available. We'll see about that. That's not going to stop us from being able to make noise. It just means it'll just be sitting in there as opposed to being actually put in, because I don't think I have any more of the parts. I have a set of screws here, but I don't see the nuts for them, and without the nuts, those screws really don't, you know what I mean? They don't do much for you. So in either case, you get it. So I did also kind of do some double checking just to make sure that things were connected proper. Obviously these 2 here are jumped at this point, and these 2 here are jumped at that point. This guy jumps over, so this here is our first node, if you will, for our bias supply. So it comes in from here, shoots that way, gets decoupled with this guy, jumps through this dropping resistor there, and then gets decoupled again by this other guy there. We're talking a very low current screen. That bias node is going to be super stable. So that's going to be very, very nice. But first and foremost, let's see here. What do we got? Oh shoot, my buddy Brian. Brian, thank you for joining us. He's working his butt off this weekend. He drew the short stick again, or the short straw again. So we both work together, and he's the smart one in the group. So he gets to do all the fun stuff that I don't have to deal with necessarily. So he is unfortunately working away. We were going to hang out this weekend, but in either case, here we are. It is an M3, and I like the stainless steel variant with a lock nut. They do carry them there at Home Depot, but I don't need it to be very long, probably 12 mil, ½ inch. That's really, you know, the length I need. I like these. So this is me talking to everyone else, not so much Brian here, but for the power entry modules or for the IEC jacks or whatever, I like using slightly longer screws. So on all these other ones, you'll notice like I get it so it just pokes proud of the plastic lock nut portion of it, right? So it just pokes proud of it. I like that. It looks like fit and finish, that whole thing, right? It looks like it's appropriate. Oh, okay, gotcha. It's gotta be stainless. So there's Brian. He actually popped his head in. So M3, that's the size I set up for this thing. For whatever reason, the PIM, that's what fits in the head there. But I like making these ones longer to buy time. If it does come loose for any reason, invariably nobody ever seems to go in there and tighten it up, right? It's loose, it hasn't fallen out yet, so they just keep letting it dangle around until, you know, whatever. And then finally one day they get in there after it literally falls out. I try not to let it get that far. Wrong account, yeah. I was gonna say. But in either case, cheers to that first. It's time for some Ready Bull. So I like making them a little bit longer just to buy some time in case somebody's lazy and doesn't get in there right away to fix it. Although I never expect it to come loose. This is plastic, and you know, there's no telling if the lock nut is ever going to stay truly a lock nut. So let's kind of come up with a plan with what we're going to do here. So there's a couple things that have to happen, and it kind of has to happen in an order. So unfortunately, like this guy here, this is the ground for my effects loop. That needs to run underneath and get down into this guy here. So it needs to go down into there. So I need to take all this stuff off, but I put it up so that we could bend all the parts. This guy here, this red guy, does attach right there, so this will end up kind of going on a little bit later, but as you can see, it's got a voltage thing that's going to stick right over the top of that. So this one will have to go on before I put my little loom in there, right? That kind of thing. Now this board here has a couple connections. One of them comes from here and goes over to this guy, and then it goes from there down, right? So there's a connection that's going to go down to here, and then this guy here is going to jump down and go to that point down there. So this one's not incidental, but there are certain things that come off of this board that have to be done after it's installed. But it might be easier if we do some of these other connections first. Maybe, I don't know. So talk about short. This turret right here literally drops down to right there, and I can tell you, like, from the component to the thing, it's about 3/4 of an inch, thereabouts. So this will be a very, very short wire. So there's not a whole lot of working room on this thing, so I'm in debates on whether or not I want to peel this out first and do all these board connections that go this direction first, and then come back, put this in, and then do the other board connections that go off of that. So we have to kind of figure out what order. I'm going to worry about the input last, because there's not much to that, to be honest, but there's just a couple things we got to figure out what we're going to do first before we get too crazy. So let's just kind of get rolling here. I'm going to peel some of these things off and start getting prepared. Now, do keep in mind, I can't put this thing together and then put it back in later. So if I solder those things on there now, that thing has to work as one unit, and I don't think I can do that. So we're just gonna try to not, you know what I mean? Try to not lock ourselves into something that's gonna be troublesome later on. At least that's the plan, is to not. So I think let's get this ground taken care of. It's got to run straight up, do the middle, and get to that. This guy here we'll deal with later. Not too worried about him. But I also think it's going to behoove me to leave this guy out, get all these runs that come off of the main board, and ow, pinched my freaking hair in between the thing and pressed in and pulled up at the same time. Freaking pulled my arm hairs. All right, I'll put that there for now. Let's go ahead and take this one out. Now, I do have to remember the order in which I built these things, because it is importante. And if you wouldn't mind. All right. And I'll just leave it on the outside so we'll know. All right, so yeah, this guy here is gonna just kind of meander through like that, come underneath this guy, and it'll land, if you wouldn't mind, right in there. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Should make sense. So let's go ahead and fire up the iron. And I'm going to get this guy. Let's figure out where we're going to cut it. Do I want to go over the top? It could be an Uberdick. It could be an Uberdick. It doesn't seem to like it that way. Doesn't seem to like it that way either, though. I think what I'm going to do is move that. There it is. Just a little bit further. There it is. Still not moved far enough. Hold on. We got some space still. What are we working with here? Hold on. Working out some space things here. There we go. Now are you lined up where you want to be? Yeah, that'll work. I think that'll work. Okay. So that's gonna kind of just shoot on over to there. We're just gonna have to cut it. Or do I want to be a jerk? So there's a couple different ways I can do this. I'm trying to find the one that's going to be the most pleasing to look at. Part of me just kind of wants to do it with that one, because then I can zip tie them together. I think that's what I'm going to do, actually. You can't really see what's going on in on there anyway, so it's non-incidental. I kind of want some of this back, though. I think it stole some. No, we're good. All right, sorry. I'm working out logistics in real time. There it is. So let's go ahead and get a zippy tie. Zip tie that in place. I told you this is not going to be fast, and I'm sorry my fat fucking head's in the way too. Ha ha! You get to see the backside of my brain with my slowly balding hair and all that jazz. Okay, so what do I want to do here? That one's sucked down pretty good, to be honest. And there it is. And if you wouldn't mind, thank you. Jeez. You know, if it can, it will. It's like one of those weird little things where if it can, it will. And click. As I mentioned, I do like my zippy ties. There's a reason for that. Because you're so freaking awesome. I think I am going to put another zip tie right down there, but I'm going to include this one with that bunch, that little bundle. So this one is going to go like so. All right, is that right? Yeah, that's right. The most fun you can possibly have on a Sunday. Sunday. Okay. I want a little more oomph on that. There it goes. I got that extra click. All about that extra click on the zip ties. And then this guy will come up and land right in there somewheres. And then what we'll do is we'll ziggy-zag this thing over to get to that. So let's cut that to the length we need it to. I'm going to say right in there. How about that? How's that? What was that movie? 28 Days Later. How's that? Or 28 years later, or whatever the heck it was. How's that? All right, we got some heat come up on the thing there. Let's get this guy. Let's see if we can pull this off here. Ugh, I did it. God, this stuff is a pain in the butt, man. All right, that did pull my other cables, though, unfortunately. That wasn't good. I don't like that. I'm gonna give it back. Give it back. All right. I think I want a little bit more this way, though. Oh, wait. What is that doing? I don't think that was the one I was supposed to cut for that. Let's double check what we got going on here. Now that I'm seeing things here. It makes sense. So I think this one was for my bias supply, maybe is what it was. So hopefully I didn't cut that one too prematurely or too short. Let's find out. Sorry. I know it goes to ground, but then that means that this goes to ground. I think this one was actually for my bias supply, which is fine because that means it goes up here still. But how do I want to do that? Let's work this out. I might have jumped too far ahead here. So hold on here. I'm like looking at stuff to make sure I'm not crazy. I might be crazy. All right, so my bias supply, that is this one. Okay, so I didn't mess up. I didn't mess up. It does not need to go there. How did I want to do this though? Let me see how I wanted to do this. Working stuff out in real time. Yay, yay. Sorry. I'm just getting to some of my notes and stuff like that. Negative. I'm not DC elevating this time. Dan, good to see you, my man. How you been? So let's see here. My node 1 is going to be just that. It's going to be my center taps and my first cap. That is that. My second node is the busy one, which is this one here. And it's going to have my second screen node. It's going to have my power tube cathodes, which is these guys here, which that is what that is. And then it's going to have the bias and my speaker, and also, well, this one here, since it's getting powered from the screen node, is also going to there. So this one is for my bias supply. That one will go top board. So I may not need that guy after all, the one that I put here. I will leave those other ones there though. My apologies. Premature zip tying action. Premature zip tie action. We don't need to run anything underneath there. How lucky, actually. I kind of am happy with that, to be honest. So we jumped the gun there. I was looking to do things. This guy, that is our B+, that'll go there. That's cool. All right, so that worked out well enough then. No harm, no foul in that regard. So, okay. Let's get some of these dingleberries out. Well then, that means we get to keep moving on. Apparently I need this Red Bull. No, I am not elevating the heaters. For the 5th freaking time, I don't elevate heaters. I don't know where that idea came about. I only elevated the heaters ever in the Cerberus. Now the Cerberus, I elevated the heaters because when I first got it, not knowing that I didn't have the dropping resistors that were supposed to be there, again, keep in mind, I got it in some level of a disarray, right? So I had to kind of reverse engineer it. Well, I like working from the output section back towards the input, right? So I like getting this side of the things done and then working towards the front. If your power section isn't right, trying to figure out what's going on in the preamp doesn't do you any good. So I didn't know that those 2 red wires that went across it were supposed to have dropping resistors there, right? So I'm measuring voltages and I'm doing cathode, I'm trying to figure out why I got noise, right? So one of those things to noise, and it's a problem with cathode followers, another one of those reasons I do not like cathode followers, is that the heater to cathode voltage has a range that is acceptable. Once you get over about 70 volts, you're kind of getting into the danger zone. Well, I was measuring 140 volts difference, okay? That's on the Cerberus, not any other build I've done here. Now, in 99% of the time, or cases, that's okay, because most tubes, and the way they're set up, they're not, going over that 70 volts that they, request. I think it's like 90 volts or something like that is the absolute limit or something like that. But I had 140 volts difference. So I was like, okay, well, let's elevate the heaters then, because it doesn't hurt to elevate the heaters, right? That's not dangerous. It's not bad. Elevating the heaters is nice because it actually keeps the noise from the heaters out of the, from inducing themselves into the tubes. So in either case, I did that on that amp. I left it that way because it didn't hurt anything. It wasn't hurting anything. It sounded fine. It was clean, yada, yada, yada. No 120 hertz, no this, that, the other. Like, I made that power supply in that amp, like, hyper stable. It's got a voltage doubling circuit for the bias supply. And it's, you know, like this one here, it's very well filtered, et cetera, et cetera. Super stable in that regard. Same for the, you know, the elevation. It's elevated. I think I elevated it by 70 volts. So even if it didn't need it, it's certainly not hurting the amp. It's, you know, it's safer for it that way. The heater to cathode voltage needs to be adhered to because you have to think about it. The cathode is generally like a tube, like a circular, like a tube. And in between it, you got the heating elements, right? Well, the only thing that's separating them is the insulation. And it's not a whole lot of insulation. I don't think it's like a dielectric or anything like that, but they're close enough that if they, you know, and we're talking about a cathode that's, you know, whatever. And then you got the heaters themselves, which are very high current, right? Well, if you exceed that voltage, it will arc across. And when your cathode jumps to the heaters, that is jumping to a completely different portion of your power supply, which means you're going to have nothing but hell to pay for it. It's not a good thing. So you want to not, you want to make sure that you adhere to at least that rule. So yeah, that's it. That's the only time I've ever elevated the heaters. I know of it. It is a good practice, but it's not a practice that I do. I hope that clarifies things. Dale, what's going on, dude? Okay, so where was I? I was here. Okay, I think we're just going to start working on our board runs that jump down. So this one's going to be the busiest one, and it's also the one we're going to start with first. So I think I used all my short white wire, didn't I? No, it was 20 gauge, not 22. All right, so these are not going to be, makes sense, yeah. So with no cathode follower, you don't really need it, but even with a normal setup, there we go. I know that feeling. I need to get in my backyard too, but it's been raining, so it's not fun to mow the lawn in the rain, or in a wet lawn anyway. Elevating the heaters in and of itself is actually a good idea. You don't necessarily have to go by, 70 volts or something like that. You can elevate by, say, 10 or 20 volts. Within reason, right? I think 20 volts is kind of considered good. So when you elevate the heaters, you will reduce the noise. It's kind of the same principle as going to DC heaters, right? And I don't do DC heaters either, or haven't yet. One of these days I'll try it in my preamp pedal, that one that I built. That one does have DC heaters in it, or had. I had it in there. It didn't make a difference to me, but I don't know, whatever. It's a real show now. All right. Let me get my little thing out here, my little cheat sheet, so we don't mess anything up, because I've already almost messed a few things up, so. All right, so this guy here is going to, I believe, this center one there, because that is our grid, and that is the case. So this one's going to kind of go up, over, and then shoot down. So I want to make it long enough to do that. I think what I'm going to do is just cut it a little bit longer than I need to, and we'll figure out the rest. I am going to turn on that, bring the heat down just a little bit. All right. So the way I do these ones is I usually go off the bottom. It's just a little bit easier to go off the bottom, but I'm kind of debating on whether or not I want to come off the top. The reason I like going off the top is it gets a little bit of height off the board, which means it's not laying next to anything that's underneath the board. But I got to decide how the hell I want to do that. So I'll get there in a second once I go through the battles in my brain. Flabbergasted. I'm an electrical guru, but too much of a good thing is still too much. Now, what I do with these guys here, if you bend it right now without being tinned, it will like get all weird. and it's really hard to kind of shape it into form. So what I do is I get just the tip and then I fold that around, and that makes it a little bit easier to work on, especially when you're just trying to make like a little arc on it. Sorry, I know I'm off camera here, but I'm just, you know, there it is. All right, so you just get just the tip of it kind of done up, and then what you do is you take your I usually use these, or I take this because this circular thing here is about the size of that, and I just kind of do this number here where I just literally tweak it around. But you can see, because it's stiff, it holds tight like that. So what's kind of cool is when you get it on there, right, you can apply the heat to the backside here, and that kind of helps force it around. But another thing that you can do is just kind of do this, because we do want it to kind of stay put. So that you can kind of see it kind of rounded it over. So I'm just gonna continue that job. So you end up with like a little hook, right? I don't know, can you see that? You end up with a little hook. And then you got to decide what direction you want to go with it. Do you want to go off the outside like that, or do you want to go off the inside like that? Now I like trying to make it so they all come off the same side. So I think in my case here, it's going to behoove me to come off of this side. And then when we get over to here, we'll switch around and come off the other side. So over here, we'll go this way with that hook. And over here, we'll come that way with the hook, if that makes sense. Part of me also wonders if I should get these ones done first. This one is technically going over the top, whereas this one there, this one here is my grid. It comes up and over the top, whereas this one here is my anode and it shoots across. So I think we're going to slow down there a little bit, and we're going to try to get these difficult ones done first. Those ones are less fun to try to put in. So I know that you've been getting crap, Dale, about producing a video of some sorts. Everybody wants to know. Everybody wants to know. I want to know. So I'm not give you any pressure though. I did see Riley's video earlier today in support of that, and I know that you hit me up about some of the videography stuff. Whenever you're ready, dude, let me know, and we will work something out so you can get the video that you want for that thing. Honest to God, I'll tell you right now, just get, if you want to do like an edited video, get DaVinci. It's free. It's not hyper heavy on your machinery. When I say machinery, I mean your computer. But DaVinci is pretty dang good. It's free. And with DaVinci, you can take your iPhone, stuff and edit it, and then make it seem like a more produced video. You can also mix your audio as well. It's got a pretty good audio mixer like portion in there too. So it's worth it if you want to go that route. OBS is kind of, I'm not going to tell you that it's the best. It's a thing. OBS, just the only reason I really use it is it's the only way you can do what I've been doing in real time. That's it. It's the only real reason that I use it, is it's the only thing that allows me to do what I'm currently doing in real time. So that is that. So if you're into that, that's cool. So let's see here. How do we want to go about that? I think I'm going to go off the tops for these. I think I'm going to end up going off the tops for all of them, to be honest. The only thing that's going to be different is when we get over to like this guy here, right there. That one there is actually our negative feedback. I think I'll come off the bottom. And the reason I'll come off the bottom is that this board here is about 1/8 of an inch, I believe, taller than these boards are. So they don't sit at the same height. And it works out that the bottom of this turret here is about level with the top of this turret here. Thereabouts. So maybe it's a 1/4 inch. Yeah, about a 1/4 inch difference or something like that. So on those ones, I'll come off the bottom. But for the remainder of them, we'll go off the top. So I'm trying to just make sure that I'm going to do this appropriately here. I couldn't use DaVinci. Oh, the VSDC. Okay. So, hey, how's it going there? There are some things, I mean, you do kind of need to have a semi-beefy computer. I know not everybody has that. I mean, if you don't, like, I mean, like, Clipchamp is even probably good enough for most people, to be honest. I'm gonna, not try to fudge anything up. I need to get some solder out first, though. And what we're gonna do is just get some heat in there. So what I try to do on these guys here is just allow some heat to build. And I like feeding it in from the opposite side so that the solder flows back to where we want it to go to. All right. So by that I mean, if I put the iron over here and I apply the solder from here, the solder is going to go from here and want to flow around over to the soldering iron, where I happen to have the wire at as well. And then I'm just inspecting now to make sure that I've got enough solder on there. I do feel like I need a little bit more over on this section, on this side over here. So then what I'll do is this kind of number here. Again, you're going to want to make sure you hold that thing in place. There it goes. And maybe. These are not always fun to deal with. And you don't want it to break off. I want to make sure that it is soldered. And I do see that we got solder. It is on there. All right. So you can kind of see that is very short. I mean, it's just up to my knuckle. So, I mean, what is that? Inch and a half, something like that. So then this guy is going to shoot down and go to this guy there in the front. But I need to get this one in the back there first, probably. And that one is coming from this one. So let's go ahead and get that one now. And that one's going to be a real short little turd. Like really short. I don't think this is going to be fun to wire up, to be honest. Mainly because everything's just so freaking tight. Andy thinks his amp was small. There's a lot going on, a little bit of space on this guy. Do I want to go a little bit deeper? Nah, we'll leave it there. This is going to be fine. Okay. I haven't seen from Brian in a while. I hope to God he's not trying to run to freaking Home Depot right now. I wasn't trying to get him to run anywhere for me. I've got plenty of time, and it's not going to hold me up. All right, so the question is, do I want to go that way? I'm going to go this way with this one because I want it to kind of shoot down, because remember, it's coming from here and going to there. So it's making this little jump almost. So let's get that guy going. So again, I'll put this stuff on that side, hold it in place, apply some of that, and I'll try to get it to come around from the back side. Try to. There it goes. I think, oh, that got it good. I got it good. All right, so I should probably get that one now while I'm thinking about it. That one is the one that I made over here, I believe. No, I did that wrong. This one is the one that goes straight down. This is the one I made for that guy. Whatever, that one's just gonna be too long. Sorry, didn't mean to hit the microphone. But so this guy here is going, it's needed to be about that length there. So it doesn't matter how long I make these things, to be honest. I just need to make them. But oh, okay, hold on here. Hello. I recently watched all of your, whoa, okay. Finally got the courage to build an amp. Ooh, all right. I'm glad I could help and inspire there, man. I appreciate your feedback. I hope, yeah, do tell us some more, man. Do tell some more. Definitely interested in seeing what you got going on. I want you guys to know too, like, what I say isn't necessarily gospel. Like, I have a pretty good idea of what's right, what's wrong. No. As with anything, there's always a bit of caveat emptor, right? What I think is best isn't necessarily best for everyone. So do kind of realize that when I say I do things this way, it's not necessarily because it's the best way. It's a way to do it, but whether or not it's the best is debatable, I guess. But there we go. See what I did there? Use those tools. So I'm glad that I can inspire and, you know, get people to take that jump. That's really what this channel is really all about, to be honest. So, and if you wouldn't mind, it's kind of trying to fight me here. Come on, get that heat in there. If you wouldn't mind, and you would get some heat in there. I gotta get some more heat up here, I guess. And is it just not gonna play for me? There it goes. Golly. Now, did we get it? I don't think we got it. We got some, but not all of it. Yes. Now we're... No. We still didn't get what I wanted. It's trying to fight me. It's all about that heat. It is now sort of on there. So this is probably one of those situations where that 63, you know, that whatever it is, that eutectic stuff might be helpful. Yeah, this one is fighting me. It's not the solder itself, it's the turret. It's just not holding, like I need the flux to flux is what I'm getting at. There it is. Finally got it. We'll end up, like I say, we're going to probably end up going over a lot of this stuff to retouch it up anyway, but that's all. All right, let's go ahead and just get them all kind of put on there. We're just going to keep on keeping on here. I'm just going to do it. We're just going to do this here. Come on, baby. Melt. There it goes. Okay, I like that. And we'll come back over the top here in a bit and clean up what's sucked down in there. But that one actually did pretty well. So this is not first time messing with guitar amps. Okay, one from schematic. Hell yeah, dude! I'm glad I could help out. So awesome. Thank you for stopping in. What is up, Lex? What's going on, man? Good to see you. All right, so this is my cathode. So this one's going to be another longer one. I'm just going to cut it long and be done. What is going on? I got the UK crew in the house right now. I totally missed it. So this jacket on this 22 gauge wire is just thin enough to not be right or something like that. There we go, this will work. All right, come on around here. I'm just gonna go about it with this way. Seems to work quite well for me. give it a little touch like that, and it's all good. All is good in the neighborhood. I apologize. I'm trying to keep my head out of the shot here. Come on, baby. I might need to just jump the heat up a little bit. There it goes. Which I'm going to bump it just a little tad there. So that one didn't really do what I was hoping it was going to do. It's on there, but it's not on there. If you know what I mean. There it goes. Perfect. Perfect. You can kind of bend these where you want them, which is also kind of cool. So you can kind of get the angle of the dangle that you're looking for. And we can do all kinds of fun stuff like make crissy-crossy patterns and stuff. All right, one more to go here for that particular segment, and then we can get the bottom sides there. It's going to be the less fun part. Hell yeah. All right, so let's see here. That other cathode is the one that goes like literally straight down. So this one doesn't have to be exorbitantly long, but we want to make sure we don't go too short though either. So we're going to go right click there. Come on. All right. Should I put that music back on that I had yesterday? Something to like, you know, make noise. Should I? I don't know. I'm going to do some laundry real quick here. I'm noticing silence. And the silence is not... silence is violence, all right? And I like towels. I like clean towels when I take showers. All right. Oop, missed one. Get in there. Get in there. All right. There we go. Actually, there we go. All right. Ta-da! Done. Time me. Okie dokie. One more. I thought I cut it already. Did I not? Yeah, I did. I set it right there. And then this one, I'm also going to come off this side. There it is. All right, let's see here. Keeping on here. Come on, give me the heat. There it is. Did I get what I was looking for? For the most part, there's a little spot here in the back. It didn't quite get it. There it is. That's another really wonderful thing about this particular Teflex stuff. Again, I apologize, my head's in the shot. But this Teflex stuff, just, you cannot melt it. It's freaking amazeballs. You try to do that with the freaking, that other wire, and it just bleh, just melts. I'm still not happy with that one, so I'm going to get back in there now that I've turned the heat up a little bit and see if we can get just a little bit more locked in on that. It just isn't doing what I want it to do. ended up with quite the blob on there too, but that's not that bad actually. It doesn't look unsightly, it doesn't look sightly either. Alright, so we're ready to start doing these things. I'm going to go ahead and move some of these out of the way here. And we'll come back to... So I want to get the ones that are buried down in there first. So let's get the backside kind of done up here. So the first one I'm going to want to get done is perhaps this one. So let's go ahead and get these guys up and out. So this guy is our anode on this side. It literally shoots almost straight down. This one is what I'm looking for. Like almost literally straight freaking down. Kind of like that. So I need to just kind of pick a length on it and cut it. I'm going to cut it right there. Is that going to work? It's probably too long. It's still, too long is good. We're looking for too long, which is better than too short. Haha, ba-dum-tsh. Alright. Haha. Ooh, that was almost too short that I just cut it right there. It will work. It will work. Almost blew it though. I can get a little more length out of it later if I need to, but we're not going to worry about that now. I know that it'll function where we got it. There it is. And on this, what I am going to do is tin that. Where did it go? There it is. Probably don't need the amount of heat that I currently have, but it seems to be working well, so I'm going to leave it with that. And then this guy here, we want it to bend in like that. So we want it to go into the hole that we created. There it is. So I'm going to cheat this a little bit, pulling it in just a skirsh, and I need this to go, I need to wrap around a little deeper. I want it to kind of hook in there, I guess is what I'm saying. It is a little on the short side, but it is going to function. Malfunction junction. What's your function? Malfunction junction. There it is. It's in there. There it is. It will go through. It's like just a little on the short side. Hold on a second here. I have powers. Special powers. There it is. Ta-da! Now it just went right on in there like a dream. Now it's just a matter of getting it to bend back far enough to stay there. Sorry, I know it's like watching a freaking... If it were easy, everybody would be freaking doing it, right? There's a reason I have these OCDs. Believe you me, there it is. It is poked through on the other side, and that's what we want. I'm going to turn that down just a little bit. Poked through on the other side. That's what we were looking for. Bada bing, bada boom. That is a short freaking run, I tell you what. Alright, next we got the grid. The grid is this guy here. So this one needs to go in there. We're not going to cut this one as short. Ask me why. But we're going to get in there. I think we're going to cut it right here for now. I'm going to cut a little bit more off. That was too much again. technically it was. It's not the end of the world though. Damn. Gonna get that. Why do I have the propensity to cut them too short lately? I mean, short is good and all, but we don't need them to be that short. So what I'm doing is just allowing the wire to relax so I can bring it around a little bit, that's all. So it gives us the length that we need to get it in there. No. I have a better idea. You know how you done it right? You've done it twice. We're not gonna fudge with that. We're gonna just do it right. I cut too much off. That's all there is to it. Mistakes were made. Oh, thank you, Eldon. I appreciate that. I'm trying to get stuff done. Apparently, going a little too fast still. I will work it out. I work it out. Oh, you would. I can just stay there. Alright. Alright. Let's try this again here. And this one we were going to come around this side. There we are. Okay. I want it to hold tight for just a second. And we're going to do this. Something there? Or is it just, yeah, it is just that. Okay. Alright, let's try not to cut this one too short this time. Yeah, I know it's still too long. Okay. Yes. And yes. Just yes and yes. Lots of yeses right now. Okay, I do need to go a little bit shorter, but not too short. I want to cut off like that much. Now I'm just going to go straight for the kill. Alright. So I found one thing that really kind of works with this this stuff here is to try to get it into a different location on the same spot and give it another little whatchamacallit. That generally will allow it to cut this stuff a little bit better. But sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, we are going to tin that. We are going to give it a little bend so it kicks in, like so. Oh yeah. And in it is, well, sort of. I want to do two things here. I bend this in just a little bit. It's not trying to bury itself underneath the turret board there. And then I want this to kind of hold a shape, like a little bend shape to it. So that way when we push this thing down in there, it will taco into the thing. Come on, baby. Boy, I thought this was going to be easier than it really is. It's going to make me fight. Alright, that's in the hole. It's not in the hole though. So we're gonna see if we can do this without melting anything over there. Ooh, that actually went rather well. Alright, that is in the hole. Here we are. Now we can do this kind of stuff here where we tweak it around, get it where we want it. Okay. Ta-da. I like that. I like that a lot. All right, let's get that last one down there, the cathode. So the cathode is the next logical one. So that is this one. And we're going to not freaking cut it too short again. So I'm going to go like right here. It's too short. Just kidding. It's not too short this time. Still a little on the long side, just a little bit. Not much though. I didn't like literally just an RCH. We're gonna take off. I think. I'm gonna do that. Let's just go with that. Okie-dokie. Oh, are we lagging over here? Ruh-roh. Try doing a refresh, because on my end it's looking pretty good, but let me see. Let me do some reconnaissance here. Looks like we're doing alright. Looks like we're doing alright. Alright, so where was I? I was here. Try doing a refresh if you can hear me. I mean, I guess. Alright. And then we're going to take this and give it the bend. And in we go. Yes. And we're going to give it the bend there as well. Oh yeah. That one I made like exactly the right length. Okay. I like it. I like it a lot. Aha, not anymore. It's all right now. Good, 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 good. Clean the tip often. When you start seeing it develop like brown and orange and all kinds of weird colors and stuff, it's probably time to clean your tip. Obviously. But all right. Okay, so we got one half done. Now let's get the other side. So what do we want to do? So this one is technically the one that's going to go underneath those other ones. So I'm going to go ahead and get this one shot in there first. Now this side should be a lot easier to do because I'm not trying to tuck things like literally straight down and under. And I know you can't really see what's going on, but those things, that wire is only about yay long, which, you know, inch. They're about an inch long, thereabouts. And it's a pain in the butt to get them sized just so without making them ridiculously long. You know what I mean? So these ones are going to be a much easier to guesstimate the length on and stuff like that because obvious reasons. Yep. Now these ones we got to be careful because we don't want them sticking out too far because this thing here literally like butts right up to it. So we got to make sure we get them nice and tight like. And if we do shoot them down in there and they do poke out, we want them to be down towards the bottom of the base of the socket. Just saying. So these ones we're going to have to be just a little more careful with. There it is. Okay, I'm going to... I should be doing this with like a little smoke thing, extractor that is. I have one, but it's really noisy, and I mean it's freaking noisy. It's like a jet fan, just about. There it is. And I'm gonna suck that in just a little bit. I don't mind getting these ones pretty tight here, but I want them to shoot in there. Like so. Okay. I probably should also then therefore just take like a fan. There we go. All right, like a fan, and just have it blow on me. It's a proven fact that the solder, the smoke from it, is always going to go towards your head. It's just, it is what it is. It makes no sense, but it does. Okay, I am happy with that, and then we'll go back a little bit later after we get all these things done up and, you know, beautify. So now we're gonna twack this one where we want it. That one's gonna go up over the top. Now I am gonna leave a little bit of air on these. So this is the cathode, this is the first one coming in, so we don't want them like sucked right up into them. I know, again, it's tough for you guys to see, but you want to think three-dimensional space, right? So if this is the socket here, right, you want to have like one kind of poke down at an angle, and then another one kind of, I guess you would say like that, right? But you've got space in the other dimension. You want to have space. That's what I'm getting at. So you don't want it to be sucked up tight to everything just because. So I'm going to attempt to build myself like kind of like this little bit of air, if you will, without being like super egregious with it. I think we're just going to roll with that. I think that's going to give me enough air, if you will. God, I wish I could go faster. I want to go faster, but I know if I go too fast, I'm going to get into trouble. Anyway. So, I don't know if you can tell, but on this one here, it kind of just flows over and then it shoots down. And what we can do is kind of tighten up the angles once we get it soldered into place. But right now, it's looking pretty dang good. It fell pretty much right where I would like it to be. So we're going to just solder it in place. And I want to get some on the back side there too. There it is. Yes, very much yes. And then what we can do is take this, and what we'll do when we are done is we'll get the a heat gun, and we'll apply some heat to these things, and with that heat we will get these things kind of worked into the angle of the dangle that we want. So I'm just trying to get this thing to kind of flow where I want it to flow, hit the nice pretty angles and all that jazz. Now this is a grid wire here, and that is HT. So you don't want that thing like, you know, hugging up right on it and stuff like that. So that's another reason why this is kind of challenging. It's a bold move doing what I've done with that one there, more or less. I think I can get away with it right there. I'm gonna go a little on the long side. I don't want this one to be too short compared to the other one, because I want those to both kind of carry the same kind of flow into the tube. It has to look good too. Let's go. All right. Okay. All right. That looks like it will probably be a little too long. Let's see what we can do here. Let's see what kind of flow we can get with this thing here. It's a little long, a little on the long side, so I'm gonna just shorten it up just ever so slightly. I think what I'm gonna do is just basically cut off what I've done already, and then we'll shave off a little bit more. Darn it. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. There it is. Sort of. What has happened was, there it is. Is that the length that we want it to be now? That is looking a lot better at this point. I think it's a more, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're going with it. All right. So now I want to get that in there, like so. Clean the tip. And let's get the back side there. There it is. Cool. Now what we can do is try to make these things look like they're going on the same plane here. Kind of like that. Yeah. Cuckoo. Koshire. There they go. And they just boop right into the top there. Stage done. Holy cow. We've only got 4 more to go. Oh my god, it's gonna take forever. We're not doing too bad. We've only been at it for an hour right now, so I mean, it doesn't seem like we've done much, but we've done a bit. These are the tough ones. These are the tough ones. So let's just keep on keeping on. So this one here, this one's easy because it's only got 3. So that's gonna help quite a bit. So I don't know how I want to do this one, because this one's gonna be a little less than fun. So that one there, this guy here, is gonna go to there. So we've got to like do this little jump thing here. It's gonna be fun. So I'm just gonna get this thing cut to a length. It's gonna be too long, and we're just gonna get the wire in there. Be nice if Sailor Effects channel came over. Just hit him up. Lives by. Oh, hell yeah. There's a few things he does that I noticed are kind of par for the course. But he does know his stuff. He's a smart feller. He's a fart smeller. I'm kidding. No, he's a cool cat. And he does clean wiring. I've seen his pedals. He's definitely up there. Upper echelon, if you will. I don't know what's going on in the UK. Like right now, you guys are kind of on a little tear with the boutique thing, it seems. Pedals. I mean, maybe since Martin Kidd is kind of retired or something like that, maybe that's what it is. I mean, he's not really retired, but you know, Cornford's basically not a thing anymore. And I'm pretty sure he's got a pretty cush thing going on with Victory amps. I'm guessing. Alright, so let's see. Oh, of course. I know he's more into the pedal scene and whatnot. I kind of was hoping that he would get more into the oh, you dirty little amp making. And I know he built an amp recently. He did something at least recently that's kind of amp or built related. Come on, flow this direction. I kind of did actually. I did kind of flow the direction I was hoping it would. Okay. There it is. I think. No, I'm not happy with that. I don't have the heat up as much as I had the last time. We're in that spot again where it will melt, but the heat isn't there to do the true damage that I need it to do. Ah, it's gonna make me work today. I don't want to touch that guy, so I want to be very careful. Being very careful. it's just gonna fight me, I think. It's on there, it's not gonna go nowhere, but there's like this one little spot on the backside there I'm not happy with. This is like one of those things where that whole physical connection thing maybe has some little bit of argument value, but I kind of go by the there, that did it. I kind of live by the rule of at least 180, but not more than 270. He's a covered cab and okay. You know, I want to get into the fabric side of things, but like like Morgan and the whole Morgan amps and even Dr. Z, like being who they are, they can work these kind of deals out. So Morgan Amplification, just so you know, used to use this Tolex covering. It wasn't Tolex, it was actually a fabric, but it's called Chili Witch. I believe is the name, the industry name for it. Well, Chili Wick or whatever the hell it's called is a brand name. Like that is a high-end, like top of the line, like wallpaper type covering. They do stuff for like tables and flooring and walls, all that fun stuff. But somehow or another, he finagled a way to get a hold of this stuff, but he wasn't allowed to. He got in some big trouble with that, and he had to switch off from using this stuff for a while. Well, guess what he's got back again ever since going to BAD. So there's definitely some industry handshaking going on in order to make it so that, you know, somebody like him can go back to using a product that technically he wasn't supposed to ever have to begin with. Little things, you know what I mean? So this one's going to be challenging because the next one comes from up here. And that goes to that center one. Now, I don't have to do it. Ooh, you know, it's not going to matter either way, but let's just get the wires ran. I'll deal with it in a minute. I'll show you what I'm fighting against here, and it'll make more sense in a minute. But we got to come from up here and get all the way down to the grid down there. So we're going to make that just a little extra long because we want to make sure we're going to get there. So there's some stuff going on. Now, I would love to get a hold of that Chili Witch stuff, but that stuff you have to buy from a dealer, and you can only get it in basically like rolls, like a whole roll. Now, I'm not running enough product to, you know, justify buying a whole roll of that shit as much as I'd love to, and it's like $500 a freaking roll. Now, sure, $500 isn't that bad or big a deal when you're like building 100 of these things or something like that, but it's a big deal for me when I'm not really doing amps that way. So I want this one to come off that way, so I'm gonna stick this one in there like this, and then we're gonna hook it on there like that, and we're gonna get this thing kind of in there. Bloop, there it is. All right, let's see what we can do here. Clean the tip. But that Chili Witch fabric is pretty cool. And then there's a freaking what is it? A grill cloth that Dr. Z is using. He says it's proprietary. What he means is that it's kind of from a company like Chili Witch or whatever the hell it is, where it is a, you know, it's meant to be for industry only. You know, interior designers and like certified interior designers and stuff like that, or companies that deal specifically with interior design or stuff like that, right? That's what it's meant for. And he's worked out some sort of deal with them, with that provider, where they will only provide him with that product and not to Joe Blows like me. So no, so the maybe I already answered it and I'm just now seeing it pop up. So he was using it because he was buying it from somebody or sourcing it from somebody that wasn't supposed to be supplying it to him, and he got in trouble for using this product. Either he lied to Chili Witch, the whatever that company is to begin with, in order to get a hold of it, or somehow or another he was finagling the industry to be able to work out purchase of it. So I don't know the full details of it, but there was a period of time where he was not able to use that, and that was the reason why. All right, what do I want to go to next? I'm pretty sure it's that one there. Oh, and matter of fact, I know it's that one there. So that one's not got to go too far. So we're going to go there. And that stuff it's really cool fabric. I like the way it looks. I want to find like an old, like, you remember the upholstery from like old like 50s and 60s vehicles? Like some of those fabrics are just freaking amazeballs. And it's really hard to even find that stuff readily available. And then of course, affordable. Most of the time it's not affordable, because again, it's not really meant for you and me. It's meant for, you know, a major corporation to come in and buy it in bulk, and then you know, bang out a bunch of seats and stuff like that, seat covers and like the door covers and stuff like that. So I used to, well, I still own a Corvair, and I would just love to get the freaking back seat material that they used to have for that, because I remember it was like that, a white and a gray, like a stone gray. It was kind of like a tricolor kind of thing, but it was a really cool freaking material. I would just love to get that. Okay, that's not going to stay put, obviously, so we're going to just have to do this here. And if you wouldn't mind getting in there, holding steady. There you go. And heating up. Heating. Come on, heat up. There it goes. So this one's going to be kind of a similar deal as that other one. I need just a skosh more heat, apparently, because it's fighting. Okay, I think that was it. Maybe not. Holy hell, this is going to make me work today. We're going to have to suck a little bit off of this one, but I think we might have gotten it though. Nope. See how that popped right off? That is something that a physical connection will not frickin' repair. Like, a physical connection will not stop what just happened from happening. So that's why I say I don't rely on physical connections, because it'll hold tight, it'll stay put for you, but that does not mean that it's actually doing what it's supposed to be doing. So we're gonna suck some of this other solder off here, and we're gonna do this right. So the only way I would have known that wasn't going to hold was being able to just pull it off like that. So that's why I don't like physical connections. I do not rely on physical connections. Now let's see if we can get this thing to freaking stick this time. Appears to be sticking this time. We may need to come back to it in a little bit too and give the flux some time to eat up the freaking material. It's not sticking at the moment. So this turret board, for whatever, that turret for whatever reason, is just giving me hell. So yay. I don't know why, there's something on there. I need it to just not showing up. It's not Tolex. It is not Tolex. It's a fabric, and it's all one word. It's like Chili Witch. I think it's like CHILIWHICH or something like that. Chili Witch. It's something along those lines. It's like a wall covering. It's actually a wall covering. Now, if you wouldn't mind. Oh, you dirty little fuck. It's gonna make me work. It's gonna make me work. Did that get it this time? Yes, finally. Holy freaking holy. Okay. Sorry, that was brutal. Alright, so let's see here. How do we want to do this? Honestly, it would be easiest for me if I did it with everything going into the front side. So what I mean by that is, I've got these wires here that I'll jump across. It'd be nice to put all the connections over there, but I don't know that we're going to be able to pull that off. Because then you got to taco it back in, and it's got to fit in with that wire. It might work. At least with the cathode, I think I can pull it off. Let's see if I can pull it off with the cathode. It's just got to like do the perfect little swoop right in. That's the hard part. It's got to be like the perfect swoop. And I think it actually will work quite well. We're going to run with it. I'm going to make this happen. Some way, somehow, I'm going to make it happen. Yeah, why not? So that's probably a little on the long side currently. So I'm going to give it just a little shave. We're going to run with that. Okay. It's probably long enough, but let's go with it. Okay. All right. Now this one, we want it to like just cruise right on in there, but you can see, oh yeah, that's perfect. But you can see now trying to get another one that points straight in there is going to be next to impossible. So I'm not even going to try that. I think we'll just have to put it on the front side here. This one here will have to go on this front side, and then I think what I'll do is for this. For that one, I'll come in at an angle and shoot it in kind of like that. I think. No, I can get that one to shoot down there too. I think I can. Yeah, I'm going to turn this down a little bit though. Just Google. Okay, so you still. Let me know if you find it. It's some pretty cool fabric. I'm telling you right now. It's like it's some cool shit. There it is. There it is. Okay. Freaking hell, dude. All right. Well, we'll have to beautify that later, but for now, I'm not gonna sweat it. All right. So this one here is gonna make sense to go. Let's see here. I did mention I was gonna have to go back and redo that one down there. So let's go ahead and do that now. There it is. And then let's get this one. Do I maybe? It might kind of be cool to get that to shoot back down there. You know? I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to try to shoot that back down in there because I think it'd be kind of cool myself. It is working. And I'm going to shoot it right. I'm going to cut it like right there. It's a little long. Just a little long. Not much. Just a little bit. Wow, there's actually 11 of you watching this shit? I'm kind of shocked. Not gonna lie. A little shocked. Just a little bit shocked. Okay. So this we want out of the way. This one there, we're gonna have to figure out how to get in there. Oh! Just kind of went like it should. Now, is it too long? That was the question, though. No, that'll work. We're gonna go with that. That'll do, pig. Okay. Now this one's gonna be a little less than fun because now I gotta get back into a hole that I already had soldered. Ooh. Is it gonna go? Is it gonna play for me? Generally, it gets a little more difficult when you go backwards. There it is. Got it. Nailed it! Alright, so now what we're gonna do is get these things kind of out and about here. So we're gonna do this kind of number here. So I want that to shoot down the middle. And he's rolling over right now. He's like, hey, fucking idiot, why are you doing that? Because I can. That's why. I kind of like it. Not gonna lie. Although, I kind of feel like I could have made that a little bit shorter. But, let's see here. And then I think what I'll do is I'll fire this one all the way over to here. Maybe I do need to make that one a little bit shorter. Either that or try to find a way to eat more space out of it. Guess I wasn't expecting it to work as well as it did. I should make it a little bit shorter. Well, you know what? If I got it once, let's get it again. I think I can pull this off. Ooh, I got it. Alright. I got it in there once. I can get it in there again. Alright, so we're going to shorten this a little bit. We're going to make this work. We're going to make this work. I'm just going to go ahead and do it right there. And actually right there. Come on now. And melt. And in. It went in. I don't know how, but it did. Oh, that is much better. Okay, cool. Now we just got to get this one back in again. A third time. Third time's a charm, right? And let's see here. Are we going to be able to do it, though? Oh my god, yes. So much yes. Okay. There's that. Sitting all nice like and whatnot in there. Okay. There's that. Okay, and then this one here, we got to kind of do a similar thing. I want it to look all pretty like. Something like that. Not too bad. Alright. And then this one here, I'm going to shoot over the top. There's no point in trying to wrap it and loop it in there. Although it could be done. Can it be done? I don't know. Here, let's see if... You know? I'm not taking those other ones out if I do that. What do you think? Should we go over the top, or we should loop it down there like that? Ooh. I think I'm gonna loop it down there like that. I did the other two that way. I've gotten lucky each of those times. So I think I can get it again. Let's just keep pressing my luck here. And I don't want to go too long, and I think right here, that is actually going to work. My god. Oh my god. Morgan can't use it, but I can. See, I told you, it's an interesting story. It's just what's going on, I don't know, but I swear his newer amps are still using it. I don't know if maybe they're breaking the law again or something, or what, but hey, I'm just a freaking dude. I don't know diddly. I'm just a dude. I'm just a girl in the world. I hope you understand. I'm just a girl, little old me. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna torture you guys. I'm gonna switch up to my left hand, everybody. Is he left-handed? That is the question. I am left-handed. I'm also very shaky today. Maybe I got the DTs. I want that to go in deeper though. Yeah, I think that came out. Oh, what are you doing? Get out of there. I've had it up to here. Whoa. There it is. Now, how are we looking there? Oh, yes. Okay, good. So I'm looking at the back side again, a side that you can't see. We have some stick out down there, which is good because that means that the other little thing's done what it's supposed to do. So that means I need to tighten up this side here because all those are done. So let's go ahead and do that, meow. So I already did that one. That one's done. So now we're just gonna lock this one in. There it is. She's permanent. Permanent. All right, so now we want to make these all kind of look good. Freaking nose is pissing me off now. There it is. They all kind of do like this little swoopy thing. I'm just a girl in the world. You know, it's not the best I've ever seen, but it looks pretty obscene. When it comes down to it, that's pretty freaking obscene. Alright, I like it. So now we gotta get just these last two there. So let's do a little bit of tidying up here. It's time to have another sip of my Ready Bowl. Mod Podge glue supposedly? No. I'm telling you right now, just get the DAP, like the, what do they call it? The Weldwood. Do I have it? Do I have it readily available? No, of course I don't. Hold on. I gotta show you because it's important. This is actually something nice to know. I have it in the house, so just give me a second here. Boy, oh boy. I needed to get these in here anyway. This stuff. It's the DAP Weldwood. This stuff. Whatever that is, get that. Okay? contact cement, the original. This stuff will get you high. It will get you high. Definitely don't do it inside the house with the wife and the children. They will get upset, your wife especially. That stuff there, it's permanent. Like, that is the stuff that you want. Follow the directions. You want it to be tacky. Like, you should be able to lay your hand on it for a second and then pull it away and it won't stick. Like, when you can do that, you don't want it to go completely dry. It's like 15 or 20 minutes of air drying or whatever, depending on how dry your area is. Maybe in England, you'll probably have to wait, you know, the full 15 to 30 minutes or something. But if you can slap your hand on it and then pull it away and nothing sticks, boing, you're good. All right, so what do we got here? All these things here are getting a connection of some sort, so we might as well just plan on doing them all. But that one is a cathode. That cathode goes down to there, so we're just gonna start cutting these things. We're just gonna make it happen. But that stuff is no joke. For fabric, even the same for fabric, it'll work quite well, I think. I mean, I haven't tested it, but that stuff is pretty dang good. Even for fabric, I think. But I do need to do some testing, but as best as I can tell with that stuff, it's pretty solid either way. So yeah, for fabric. And wrap around here. This one I made a little on the short side. Whatever. Okay. How do I want to do this here? How do I want to do this? I guess we're just going to go for it. I need a little more heat there. And I'm going to get this on there. So this one I need to be a little more careful with, because I don't want to melt anything. Melting is bad, okay? So this one's going to be a little more of a challenge. So I'm going to save this for something else, actually. I kind of already biffed it. I'm not happy with what I'm working with right now. So is this one going to be long enough even if I do that? Yes, it is. Whew. Okay. Alright. There we go. Now I got a loop. Maybe it'll make it easier to get this thing to get on there and stay on there. I just don't want to fight with it like I did the last ones, even though I know I'm going to end up fighting with it. But let's see what we can do here. Tone Priest, what's going on, my man? I guess, yeah, that is a good question. What kind of fabric? Come on, melt, mofo. No, I said melt. Oh boy, almost blew it there. See, this one went pretty well. I'm actually kind of impressed, to be honest. Still a little light over here on this side, but that one, I think we got it. Yeah. All right. So this one, same thing. We're gonna just kind of loop it in, and because it needs to be one of the no, I need to get the anode done first. That one's a challenge though, because this anode that's there, that's the one that goes from my master volume. So I have to make a decision on that, whether or not I want to come from underneath or come from over top. Now, the reason I want to come from over the top is that one is probably going to end up being a shielded wire. For covering cabinet, bold choice. Lacquering it afterwards? I don't know. I mean, I guess lacquering... I mean, you could just use the lacquer to glue it on there then, I guess, realistically. You just lay a layer of lacquer down, get it on there, and then put another layer of lacquer over the top, too, but I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. Let's see here. I'm gonna cut this there. Is there one that comes off of that? There is. This one's gonna be a challenge here. I am gonna cut it there. Part of me wonders if I should just... I think I am. I'll be right back. BRB. We're gonna move some stuff here real quick. Alright. Are you the good stuff? You are the good stuff. So this is some pretty nice stuff that I got here. This is going to be my wire that comes from my master volume over to here. And I want it to be this kind of wire here because I think we're going to need to go shielded for it. So I'm going to turn that off. No, I'm just going to turn it down. Alright, so we're going to shoot down over the top here and then go over to here, but we need it to be a little long. So I'm going to make it probably longer than I needed to make it, but we don't really want to mess this stuff up if we can help it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get that one in there now. We're just gonna get it over with so we can work around it. Yeah. Get the right depth here. There it is. Of course, we cut into all of the little wires there, because why wouldn't we have? Alright. Sorry, I'm just literally getting frayed wire out of the way here. I'm not doing much without you here. I know you can't see what I'm doing, but there's not much. You're not missing anything. Trust me. But do talk amongst yourselves. I'm not going to say that I know for a fact. I just know that stuff, that DAP Weldwood stuff, works really, really well. If you're ever worried about something sticking or not, you don't have to worry with that stuff. It sticks. Every time it sticks. All right. Yep, there's got a little hair sticking out there. We don't want that, now do we? Sorry, trying to get all the little hairs out of this. All right. Now we're going to get some small and like really small. I don't want that. How small? It's too big. It's too big. I need to find my small black here. There it is. This stuff here. So we're going to cut a little length of this. I'm going to go, how long do I want it to be? That's probably good enough, to be honest. It's good. It's a nice round length right there. Alright, so let's see here. This is probably going to make the lights flicker. But we're going to do it anyway. Come on, baby, shrink without burning my fingers off first. Yo! There it is. And the lights didn't flicker. There it is. So what you can see is the glue. See how the glue schmooed out? I love that. That's how you know that thing ain't going nowhere. The dense backing, it should be just fine. Morgan stopped using chili witch because customer returns on glue showing through. And still using the chili witch. Okay. I think it was something else. I think that's what he says. But I read a news article many years ago, and it specifically stated that he got in trouble. Maybe because the glue was coming off, and then Chili Witch found out about the fact that he was using this stuff. It could be what it is. I don't know. I'm just a dude. I don't know. At this point, it is hearsay, though, so don't, like I say, don't take anything I say as gospel. Alright, so we're going to do this. Okay, now we got that all nice and tinned there. I guess you can't really tell, but it's all nice and tinned. This part's dangerous because I want to get down in there and put this in, but as you can imagine, it is a little bit tight. So what I'm going to do is get the joint kind of done and ready. That's gonna, I think that's gonna do. And then this guy here, oh man, like freaking gravity, you know what I mean? Gravity. There it is. Okay. Boop. So now what I want to do is kind of get this thing through a hole or something for now. Just keep it kind of tamed. It'll actually line up over here, not there, but for now, that's what we're going to do. Now, I did not tin that yet, so I'm going to go ahead and tin that. And then, do I want to just go ahead and get the other side done? That is a question mark. Now, the other side, I have a challenge. So with this one here, it was coming in at a nice swoopy angle. This one here, I've got that resistor in the way, but it does have to go to this guy there, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that's where it's got to go. So this guy's got to go basically straight down and get in there. And, oh man, that's tight. It's like literally that long. Literally. Cover their amps in alligator skin. Not just any alligator skin too. It's one that you had to catch. You had to go out into the Everglades or into the swampy swamps of freaking Australia outback, and you had to manhandle that little turd out of the water. El Manuel-y. Right? Alright. Alright. I'm kind of failing at my game though. My Red Bull is done. Which means it's time for another drink. But I want to get this tube socket done, and then I'll go get my Dr. Pepper. We're not drinking today. Sorry, folks. I do got to work tomorrow. Alright, I kind of want to see if I can get this thing bent around this. Ooh, almost dropped that in there. That would have sucked. If you wouldn't mind. Crunch. Ooh, that'll work. I'll take it. I will take it. And then I will also come around a bit. Alright. I made this like extra freaking long, but this particular one is going to be sucky to do. So I think what I'm going to have to do is get the wire started this way and then rotate it around to where I want it. I think that's what we're going to have to do. Spandex for the 80. Yeah, right? Look, I'm not kidding. Look up the like car, like the stuff that they use for cars. Whatever that, you know, like the door skin material and the freaking the seat cover material and stuff like that for old, like classic cars. I think that stuff has some potential in our field. Did that do it? Holy sh! That did it! See, if they all went that freaking smooth, this would be just like, there's no reason why I have to work so hard sometimes. There's no reason. All right, let's see if we can do this. I've got to get this thing to like coil on in there and literally shoot past the lead and then into the thing while maintaining some sort of distance away from that guy. Oh, it's going to be so fun. God loves me. This I know, for the Bible tells me so. All right. Should have been at church today, maybe. Let's go like that. Okay. I don't need as much heat as I currently have on this thing right now, so we're going to turn it down. Alright, just a little touch. Alright, so let's see here if we can get this thing to fly for me here. Fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. Do 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 do. Technically, that is in the hole right now. The problem that I have is that it's a little on the long side. It's a little long. I am going to cut that a little bit shorter. This is dangerous what I'm about to do because I might cut it too short. And everything that I was saying about my luck so far, it's going to go out the freaking window. But I'm willing. I'm willing. Oops. Somewhere in there is a strip of whatchamacallit. I know I saw it. Oh, well, we'll deal with that in a minute here. So, there it is. Okay. Are you still gonna play? Oh, yes it is. It went in. It's in the hole. Oh my God. It's in the hole. Is it in the hole? No, I missed. So close though. No, maybe it is in the hole. Just doesn't look like it. No, that is so in the hole. That is in the hole. Oh my gosh. It does work a little bit better when I manipulate it though with my implements. It doesn't want to stay in the hole right now is the problem. Because, you know, like angle of the dangles and all that jazz. I need just a little more arcing. Oh, that popped right in there. And in it is. So I'm going to get that going while the going is getting good. And I'm going to have to go left-handed again, I think. Give it the good old stranger here. And if you wouldn't mind. If you wouldn't mind. Oh, it popped out, you little... The heat caused it to relax. And as soon as it relaxed, it popped out. Why, you little... This might be a little bit of a brat here for me. It might be. It's in the hole again. I just got to do it and not freaking bump it out, or hoped that I can get it to solder up before it unrelaxes itself entirely. One way or the other. This thing doesn't know it yet, but it's going in there. Alright, so there's that. And it popped right out again, of course, because why wouldn't it? It's in there. Maybe with that heat it'll stay there, but I don't have enough solder on there yet to lock it into place, I don't think. So we're going to just try to get in there at an angle of the dangle here. And then I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to hold this guy. Oh, you dirty mother. There it is. Alright, that is in there. It's not pretty. But for what we're working with here, that's actually going to work quite well. Alright, let me cut off the excess, because I do have some excess, that is. Click. The good news is that is very just shot right down in there like it should be. Boop. Just goes boop. We got to do that one more time there. Let me double check here where that other grid goes to. This one is less than fun still because it goes even deeper in there. It comes off of that joint right freaking here. So that's really not going to be freaking fun to do. So let's go ahead and get going on that. That one I'm going for gusto. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me, though. I appreciate that. I know this isn't exactly the most exciting thing in the world to be doing on a Sunday. Andy was kind of talking about it earlier today. He was like, yeah, freaking Luke's boring, makes me fall asleep. And I know some of you have teased before that you fell asleep while watching this. I don't know how else you can make doing this exciting. You know what I mean? Like, this is live, so there's, you're watching this live. Most of the time when you see these things, it's done in a video that has been edited, right? And it's a lot easier to make something a little more exciting and poignant and all that jazz when it's done that way, because you can edit all out of the bull crap. Oh yeah, shouldn't need to be asking. Did he ask? I don't know that Hispanics. Oh, okay, whatever. Don't just yell at me. Why don't you? There you go. Tone Priest, you have privileges now. Don't you feel special? How do I want this one to go? That is the question. So this one is going to this grid here, which means I need it to shoot out the middle that way. So I think I'm going to put it this direction. Or do I want it to go this way? Or that way? I kind of feel like I need it to go this way. You can't really see what I'm talking about, but there's two different ways I can put this thing. I'm kind of trying to I think I'm going to go this way. Period. That's it. Click. And that worked pretty well. I need a little more heat. Right in there. We learned patience. Yeah, no, that's true. Very, very true. You need patience for this. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't feel like I'm the slowest builder on the planet. Like, I'm trying to explain stuff as I go along here. When I'm doing this by myself, I'm not like thinking 5 different things at the same time. It's just what's in front of me. It's like, I got a wire and I'm going to weld that wire to this turret board here and not try to explain a damn thing to anybody, because I don't have to. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the challenge of some of it, I guess. Come on. I'm trying to get some heat in on that turret there. And I don't know that it's getting enough heat. I don't think it is, because I'm not getting turbulent flow over here. And it's just, that's all I mean, is like, it's really difficult to be like interesting for something that's really not that interesting. Come on. There it went. I felt it that time. Yes, that did it. So, you know what I mean? How do you make this interesting? I haven't quite figured it out. When I do, I'll be sure to let you know. That's, I guess, another big part of it too, is like, you can be a little too playful at times doing this. I mean, some of this is a little bit of brain power. I mean, it is fun in games, and I do have the rule. It's like, it's got to be fun, you know, but it can't always be ridiculously fun. And I'm not happy with what I got right there. I'm still not getting what I want out of that. I think that'll do it. Did that burn it? No, it didn't. That's just flux that got locked in on there. Okay, did you... I think that is pretty well on there. It's ugly as sin, but it is on there, technically speaking. see if we can get this to beautify just a little bit. It is on there, and that is a fact. It's just ugly. We'll go back and clean that up later. It's fixable. I'm being persnickety, trying to make it look pretty. So see how I kind of shot that kind of there? I'm trying to aim it that way just a little bit, so I need to just peel that and push it there. This one here, although it looks kind of cool just swooping down in there, we kind of want it to shoot down like this one did. So we're going to kind of do something like that again, right? So it kind of points down. Again, you can't see the other angles of the dangle, but just know there are other angles of the dangle. So is that going to function for me, or did I cut it too? It is a little long still. I'm going to give it just a little bit shorter of a little nip there. And then we're going to go like this. And we're going to go like that. We're going to go like these. I don't need the heat anymore. So the heat that I'm changing, I keep talking about I don't need that much heat, or I want a little more heat. I'm literally changing it like 20 degrees. Whatever setting I have, I'm just adjusting it up or down like 20 degrees. I haven't ever really calibrated my iron, so I have no idea if it's accurate or not. For me, it says it's 720 degrees Fahrenheit right now, and I know everybody's like, oh my god, that's like 3 times hotter than you need it to be. That seems to be where this stuff melts correctly for me. Now, I don't know if that's right or not. I don't know. I've never checked it to be sure. So it may be completely wrong, but I don't think it really matters. When I got that eutectic stuff, because I do have that eutectic stuff now, it seemed to be that right around 680 was the minimum temperature that it took to get it to start to flow. So I know that that's hotter than 385. Okay, let's get this guy in the hole down there. So, you know, that stuff's supposed to melt at like 385 degrees or something like that. So I don't know. I don't honestly know. But just find the heat that works for your setting or your gun and run with it. And okay, are you going to go in your home? Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Last one for this particular thing here. You're not supposed to blow, by the way. There we go. So that's going to shoot right up the middle there. And interestingly enough, it's not, it kind of looks like it's going to shoot out at an odd angle, but it's honestly going to kind of follow that curve there because it's going to shoot to that point there. So it's going to kind of, and again, it'll be up and over the top of everything. So it'll just kind of shoot down right in the middle of all that mess there. But I am going to try to get this thing to suck over a little bit there. And just a little bit. Give it the length I want to go up. There it is. And this, we'll do that with a little bit. That's looking pretty good. Pretty good. Is good. And then, let's see here if we can get that to make me a little more space. There it is. So that'll just kind of flow with everything in that direction. Okay. Oh my gosh, we're down to the last one over here. And on this one here, we've only got 2 that we have to connect to this side because the other 2 connections go in from the other side. So this guy here is one of those connections for us. So, and I think I have one more jumper that I need to put in there. I need to go over the top with a jumper. So this connection here gets a jumper that goes over the top, but I am going to go over the top of that 1 megger. So I'm actually going to use that wire that I threw away. Yay, found a use for it. Okay. And it's a little bit on the long side, but that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You dirty little... Get over here. Alright. I'm going to tin this entirely. I'm going to cut off what I don't need. Just a little, just the tip. Just the tip. And then I'm going to create a little jumper that goes up and over here. So it's going to jump over the top of that guy and in. So I want to find a length that will allow me to do that. I'm going to go to here. Yes, I'll make it a little bit longer than I need it to. Looks straight and very well made. Damn straight. I think it's going to be super well made. I need to do some touch up on a bunch of things, but we're going to have to go back and touch them all anyway, because anywhere that I put a wire, like you can kind of, maybe you can't really see, but the solder joint sucks in further into the thing. So I end up having to go over everything at least one more time to kind of just make sure everything is kosher. Woo! Got stuffed in there somehow. All right. Get in there. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to tin that one there. I got to make a connection. I like this one here, how it literally dropped straight down and went into that one there with the resistor. That one is an even tighter jump. It's got to go around that resistor and then straight into right there. Let me confirm that craziness. I'm almost positive it is though, but let me look at my little cheat sheet over here. Yes, it literally comes right off the pin, which has a 1 meg to it. That is correct. Correct. All right, so let's go ahead and do that first then, because that connection is gonna soak, but it will not be in the way. And then this connection here and this connection here will come off of this board over here. And then that is those are the only 2 connections from this board that go that direction. So those will have to get put in last. It's going to be tight. This one, not so bad, or this one, not so bad to get to and do. This one's going to suck, I think, because the board literally lands like right there where my finger's at. So getting it down in there and soldering it's going to be a brat and a half, but we'll figure it out. It'll work. We know it will work. I'm going to make this a little longer than I need to. Alrighty. I wish we could go a little bit faster because we still got all these connections over there to make. Now this side's not as bad because there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's like 6, 7, like 10 or 12 connections. About the same as this side here. But, I don't know. I just want to... We're, what, 2 hours into this now? 2 hours, 11 minutes? Yeah. So we got a little ways to go. And we still got some other ass end connections to make. My hope was to get this done today and make noise. I'm not going to say that I have to make noise. But, man, it would sure be nice to get some noise out of this thing. Now, because of the way this one's going to fall down, I want it to come off of this side here. So we're going to go the opposite direction because I want it to try to land as close to in line with that as I can. So I am going to turn my temperature back up again. And do I want to pre-tin this one? I think I want to try to pre-tin it. So I'm going to see if I can get this one to play nice with me ahead of time. I don't want to fight this one because those are some very short leads on the on that cap there. So I don't want to freaking burn in. I don't want it to burn in, you know what I mean? And if you wouldn't mind, okay, I got some solidification there. Yeah, see this turret is fighting with me. It's just starting to pull in some heat. We're gonna work a little slowly on that one. I don't want to. It's an expensive cap. We don't want to burn it up, right? So we're gonna let the flux kind of do its thing a little bit there, because it sure seemingly wants to fight. And I have some flux paste. It might be beneficial to give it a shot, but I don't know. Let's see if we can get this to play this time. There it is. Now we've got some. I was going to come off that side though. It's going to make it difficult for me here. So I'm going to have to hook this thing around somehow. So I'm going to have to come from this wide angle over here probably. After it's freaking wet. It's going to make me work. There it is. And then I'm going to have to twist it around like that. There it is. That actually went kind of well. As good as one can hope it would go. And then I'm going to get just a little bit more in there. There. Without melting my cap. Yeah, not so bad. We got a little bit of heat in there, but not too bad. Okay. So now I got to do the same thing as all those other ones. Oh joy. Yep, okay. So I'm trying to visualize where I'm going to cut it at. And then I'm going to cut it a little north of that. See how long that is? Like, that's nothing. That's like the width of my finger. It is very, very short runs inside of this guy. And did I cut it too short? Technically, I cut it too short. You know what? You know, it was going so well until it wasn't. Now, will that work though? I do have some length I can get out of this. So let's cheat it a little bit here. I don't need much length. Just an RCH. There it is. You know why it's an RCH? Because it's the finest of the hairs. Yes. That, I believe, will function for me. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to give this a whirl. And going to tin that, turn down our heat. Okay. Give it the bend of all bends. And yeah, it's still a little tight, but we can do this. We can still work this out here. So what I'm going to do is cheat it just a little bit more. Yeah, turning that heat down just that little bit made all the difference. Now it's too cold. There it is. I just wanted to relax it so it would fall down straighter. That's all. It's really, really freaking close is what it is. It's just not quite where I want it. But I think we're in a spot now where we can get this to work. Come on now. Ow, that's hot. There it is. There it is. That is magical. That is magical. And I've also got smooth areas. Okay. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is work my other way around there. Okay. Do-do-do, 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 ch-ch. If you wouldn't mind. There it is. Okay. So this one here, we're going to go up and over. Ow. It's hot. It's really freaking hot. All right. So now we're going to go up. And then we're going to go down into that cathode there. There it is. And then what we'll do is so right now there's like too much of an air gap over the two. So I'll move the other side down a little bit so that way we can get it closer. Oop, no, not quite that close, but I wanted a little bit of air, but not that much. Not too little air, I should say. And of course it's going to make me work. Because why wouldn't it? It's going to make me work. It's going to make me work. There it is. So I just moved it down a little bit so that way I can get this side to sit where I want it. And then we will adjust this wire, make it look pretty. Oh, so pretty. There it is. Okay. So I want to bend that back just a skosh. Give it to me there. Yes. Then this one will hit like halfway up. Somewhere in there. I think that'll work. Is there anything else that needs to go to that? The answer is no. The answer is no. Okay, let's freaking burn this thing in there then. There it is. Ta-da! Okay. So now I'm just going to try to flatten this thing out a little bit here to get it to set over the top of this thing like I'd like. Okay. There is that. Now, we've got nothing left on this one except for the one back there and the one back in there. I think we're ready to move forward a little bit. Let's take a little bit of a break. We have now gotten all of the turret board sides of things kind of done. I'll go back and touch all this other stuff up later. Let's see here. What do we got? Amazon, go suck an egg. I just want to clean things up a little bit here. Try to clean things up anyway. All right. Get this guy. It's probably a little premature for this, to be honest, but just want to try to get it cleaned up a little bit so we can see how we're looking here. It's looking pretty dang good. If I do say so myself. Man, we got a long way to go yet still. All right. I guess something we could work on and get done is these guys over here. I'm not ready quite yet to put the pots in, but I still gotta kind of come up with an idea or a plan on what I'm gonna do with these boards here. Let me go get my Dr. Pepper, and I'll explain a little bit more what I mean about that in just a second. You may or may not hear me as I roam through the house, but it's time for Dr. Pepper. It smells good. Pizza. Oh boy. It's beautiful out today. It's nice and cool. Here I am in kind of a stuffy garage. It smells like solder. Okay. Yeah, we got more people than when I started. All right. Okay. Where are we? This thing is now permanent. It cannot come back out anymore. So I hope to gosh I didn't screw anything up. I will tell you this. I did do a little bit of checks off camera just to confirm things. You know, make sure everything was right. It is right. I'm going to save this. I don't want to put that away yet. So what we've done, we've done a lot of little things here. I'm kind of in debate about how I want that to come off of there. I like that. I like that better. Golly, that's pretty freaking cool if you ask me, what we've got going on there. All right, so now we need to figure out how we're going to continue to move on. One of the things we can do is get these caps in. I don't think they're going to be in the way too much. It's not going to hold up anything. The power section is technically done. So I was trying to, I wonder, no, they're not going to be in the way. So the boards here, like I said, one of the last things that are going to go in. The absolute last thing to go in will be the bias pots, and the effects loop. So let's see here. Let's go ahead and do a thing here. I need to get some screws for that, so let's figure out which of those I'm going to go with. I believe I'm going to need 5/16, something like that. Maybe that will work. Maybe not. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, 5/16 is cutting it. We're going to go with 1/2 inch then. How's that? So that was 3/8, excuse me. So let's go with 1/2 inch screws there. I got the little thing here. I am not going to use washers, I think. I don't know that I need to for this. Maybe I do. It's probably smart to use washers. I like using washers. I know some people don't care for it. I don't know if it's going to hinder or hurt me though, because it does eat up some width. And we do need a little bit of width. And hopefully I'm not jumping ahead by getting this in there. I don't think it's going to affect anything I got going on. I already know that anything I do in this area here is going to be a freaking shit show for me. It's not going to be fun. So, yay. I do want these to face upwards. Oh, see, that one went in there all nice like. So since this one went in there so nice, I'm going to put this one over here because this one's the Titan. This one's the toit one. And I want those to be nice and level. I think that's pretty good right in there, to be honest. Pretty. No, I need it to come right in there. I like it. We'll do that. Okay. Now the question is, are these going to be long enough? Or did I shoot myself in the foot and get the wrong... Like, do I need to get longer ones? See how that barely makes it through? I might need to get some longer ones. And I don't know that I have any that are much longer. I just got some, actually. Who am I kidding? I literally ordered a butt ton of 3/4 inch. Right here. I was like looking right at them. Now, these ones are pretty dang long. They're a little bit longer, I should say, because they're 3/4 inch. So it's an extra 1/4 inch long. We're going to have to go with these ones, I think. And then the other ones I got are even longer still than that. They're the 7/8 or something like that. So let's put these ones back. But it's like right in between what I actually need it to be. I need it to be more like a 5/8 than what it is. But whatever. We're going to just do this. Now the other question is, am I better off going the other direction? Oh, you would. I think we're going to have to go this way. You! Damn it. I want it to come in from the side if I can get it to. But I'm fighting with the screw on the other side here. Yeah, it's just a little long. If I went with a slightly shorter screw, I think I would have been able to pull this off. Which hopefully that isn't going to screw me later. Oh no, really? Damn you all to hell. I think somebody's mad at me right now because I need to go with a slightly shorter thing there, but I don't have any other styles of that. So that means I kind of have to make it work this other direction here. So hell or high water, this thing is going in there. It doesn't know it yet, but it is going in there. Darn it. One way or another, it's going to fit. It has to. It has to. I know it can do it. It's going to fight, though, the whole way. Did you see that? It just said, okay, I'll go. I only got to do that one more freaking time. Only. And I got to get a washer on there somehow, too. That's really going to make me freaking work. Let me see. I set it right here is what I did. Let me see here if I can do this with my hands. This might make me want to kill myself. It's already making me want to kill myself. Let's see here. Gravity? Don't you screw with me right now. You just stay put right there. Oh my goodness! Yay! I think I got it. I did. I freaking got it. Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't think you guys realize that is a brat and a half. This is exciting for me. When something just works, oh my gosh. Like, what more can you ask for? All right. I don't know that I'm going to be able to use the wrench over here. Of course not. I don't know that I have a short version of that either. I don't know that ooh. Yeah, but it's in the wrong. We're just going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. This is going to suck, but we're going to just do it the old-fashioned way. That way. Because this is freaking fun. But it also works. Where does the LED box connect? Well, right now, it's not connecting to anything. So I just tucked the wires in there to get them out of the way. But I will need to make sure that they are out and about, because if I were to turn this thing on, those would have sparked and made a hell of a show. Now, those will go to a little magnetic... let's see if I have it here. I do. So I have these magnetic connectors here. These little guys. So that is magnetic. All right, these little pogo pin style things. So, boop. It will go to that. One of these is going to go inside of the chassis, and then this will just sit there, and then when it's time to put the chassis in, you just get it in there, and it'll go dook, and suck itself up. And then you got power. Yay! Okay, we don't need to get too much tighter here, but it is still needing a little more tightness. Some people like crush the ever-living hell out of these things. You don't really need to, but we still do need to go a little bit tighter yet still. I mean, you got to think about what you're doing with that thing. It's literally just holding a cap in there. And right now, I think that is going to do it. It's not going anywhere. Now the question is, did I get it level? It is a little bit off. It should rotate around just a little bit more. Like that. Ooh, maybe that was it. Oh, now I moved it back to where it was. I got the Vantage. I'm looking at it like down the thing this way so I can kind of see. It's pretty dang close. I don't think I got to really worry about it. It's tight. But you can kind of see what I was going for there. That wire that's underneath there, it's gone now. Like, you can't tell that it was even there anymore. So, oh, let's get the other one in. Yay. I think, what did I do with that other washer, though? I think I left it on that other screw, but I don't remember what I did with it. Or maybe I dropped it. Maybe I did. I don't know. I know I had one at one point. Oh, there it is. I did drop it. I got ZZ Top on my mind right now. Gravity is a bitch. Gravity is a bitch. It's not fair. It's not fair. Because gravity is a witch. Oh boy, don't you just... Come on now. Oh, there we are. Now. Ah! Damn you. Haha! Hopefully I didn't bend that in too much. And then this guy will go right there, just like that. Just like that. And this one needs to rotate around like so, I think. Yeah, that's thereabouts. Now, can we get lucky not once, but twice? That is the Q mark. Now, the reason I got this to fly for me the first time was that I was able to rotate that to suck the washer up. I think. Yeah, that's what it was. I was able to suck the washer up. And then I was able to get this in there with my fat frickin' finger, like so. Then you rotate it the opposite way until it falls into the thing, and whew, Bob's your frickin' uncle. And just when you didn't think that Bob was your uncle, he is now. Oh yeah, this is a nice tight lock washer. I like that. I like tight lock washers. Oh yeah. Come on. Get tight, mother trucker. Start to fight with me. He likes it this way better? Yeah, it does. There it is. Okay. It's starting to get tight like a toiger. I like that. Let me see if I can verify its levelness. Ooh. 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 Perfect. Don't move. And that one's good and tight. So this one's a little bit loose still. That one's definitely starting to give it the crunch. I think I'm happy with that. So here's a nice little quick test that we can do to make sure we did somewhat good. But I'm almost positive we're going to be all right. Oh God, yeah, we're going to be fine. So this guy here goes down at the bottom there, but it's going to go pretty much like that. So yeah, we're going to have air. Yay! Get to go to the movies. Okay, there's that. So remember, the black ones are not the hots in this case here. Those are the grounds, technically. So the red is our run that goes to the this guy here. That's our screens. And this white one is our center tap. Now, there's a couple different spots I could have done it. I thought it would make more sense to put it on the actual cap itself as opposed to trying to run it to the board. But I still have to have a run that comes off of here that goes to the other board that comes in. Now, it would have been freaking amazeballs had I moved the board a little bit. So the center of this cap, I was talking about playing 4D chess. Now you really just try to, you know, work everything out so it lines like appropriately or like perfectly. And you can get it pretty freaking close, but you're working really hard. But you can see there, the middle of this pretty much aligns like right down the thing with that. It's off by a smidge. It's not exactly, but it's really, really freaking close. Considering that I basically just centered these two on the thing. So I could have fudged it, I guess, a little either way, but whatever. In either case, I'll have to have one that runs from here over to there. That's it. So that HT run, keep in mind, this guy here is going to go over here like this to this side. And then we go through the diodes. Those two are jumped together. And then from there, it's going to go to this first reservoir cap. This is our reservoir cap, our main reservoir cap. That run right there, that itty bitty jump. Ooh, we did it good. Talk about tight lines, baby. Okay, so the other challenge we got here, see if I can get these kind of out of the way a little bit here, is this guy here is wider than our distance is there. And it does have to go pretty much like that. Now, there's a couple different ways I could put this thing in there. I could put it up high so it floats above everything and then shoots down on the outsides. So I end up with these nice long runs and stuff like that, right? I could do that, or I can keep it in the middle here like that. And I'll make it so you can see the value. It'll be ohmite 200. And just float it right in the middle. And you know that I want to try to make it float right in the middle because I'm that kind of jerk. But I need it to kind of stay tight back because I need to get to those grounds. Those grounds have to go around these guys here. So I've got some challenges. It would probably be smartest, honestly, to just set it on the bottom and go up. And I might actually just do that. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll hang it so it's just below. And we'll go up from there. I think that's what we're going to do. That makes a little more sense, to be honest. All right, so now I got to center this thing. I think that's pretty close right there. And I think that's pretty close. But I got to go in the opposite direction. I want to go up with the wire. I think that's going to do... I want it to go up. This is nerve-wracking. Because anytime I bend this thing, you're going to see it. Alright, so that's going to go like that. And it'll hang down just a little bit. But now I got to get this other side to do the same. Maybe what I'll do is I'll do this. That's in its hole there. That helps a little bit. So now when I bend this, I want to bend down when I grab it. I think that's where we're going to go, is right there. And then we're going to give this the bend down. Down. That looks pretty square. You see how the leads are pretty much the same length, and I still got this about the same lead every way on the other sides. So this will go like that. Now the question is how much of that ohmite do I want to see? So if this is hanging straight down, what do I want to see? I like you to see the value. So I'm going to bend it just a little bit like that. And then we're going to do the other side, except we're going to bend this one so it matches that side. So I think that's what we're going to do there. And then what I'm going to do is, oh yeah, see how well that went? So I want it to hang kind of like right there, I think. I'm just going to pick a level, but I want to kick it. Oh, I bent it. I want to kick it out. So wherever I bend it to go out, I'm just going to pick it and I'm going to duplicate that. So I just have to decide what thickness that's going to be. And I think the way I'm going to do this is I have a mark on here from something or other. And I'll just put it on that mark. I think that'll work. And I'm just going to give it a nice soft ziggy zag out. Something like that, right? Does that make sense? And then we'll do any kind of tightening up that we need to do. We're gonna burp. And we're gonna go like this, and we can get that. Now we got a nice little ziggy zag there. It's pretty straight, right? So now this will sit. Now is that where we want that ziggy zag to be? Is that enough or not enough? That is gonna be perfect. I will accept those terms. Okay. Cool. All right, so let's do that one more time. One more time. Okay. Out. This way. Yeah, like that ish. One more time. Ish, right? See what's going on there? Got this, looks like a bullhorn now. Taking the bulls by the horn, baby. And that's looking pretty dang good. All right, what do we got? What if you made a spring shape at both ends to absorb shock? I don't really, yeah, right, on the leads. I don't know that I really need to make the spring. I mean, it's kind of already a spring, if you will. So it's gonna just sit there, kind of like that, right? So there's enough wire, there's enough lead length there that I don't think I really got to worry about it too much. The only question I really have to ask myself is, do I want to come up literally around it from the bottom up, or do I want to go inside of it? And I know you can't really see what I'm talking about, but see if I can make it so you can. So I can have the ground so it comes around the outside, or do I want it to come on the inside? What I am going to do is create a little hook on this thing. So I'm going to pick a distance here, I think. I'm just going to give it something like that, I guess. And it's just going to tweak over. Ooh, that wasn't tight enough. Something like that, right? So it'll just sit over the top. I'm just so shaky today. I don't know what the hell my deal is. Yeah, I needed to go tighter than that. So we're going to undo that a little bit. It's almost going to need to hook over like hot off the thing. So I'm just going to get my thing in there and just do it like that. Yes. One more time. Dun, 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 dun. Something like that, right? So that'll just sit there. If I did everything right, nothing will have moved. It did not. And I still need to go a little bit tighter than that. But that will technically sit in there. Damn. It's kind of cool that it needs to be even tighter still. I don't know if I can get it much tighter. Let's see if that's going to be too much. Yeah, see, now it's too much. Actually, that'll work quite well. We did it. We did it. All right. And then what I'll do is I'll cut that off like right here. Ish. Click. So that'll just sit there. So it rests on the top. Makes sense? I hope that makes sense. Seems to make sense. Makes sense to me. So now I just got to do the same thing over here. Got to make it as tight as a little tweak as I can. Something like that, right? Probably not quite tight enough yet still, but we're going to freaking figure it out. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Haha. And all right, if I did everything well, this thing will still sit in there and not be, oh yeah, it fit like a glove. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. I will accept those terms. I will accept those terms. So what this will do is give me plenty of bite there to get some solder to... what's your opinion on the volume knobs that have multiple resistors to change the volume instead of linear volume knobs? They work the same realistically. I mean, to me, they work the same. So you got to think about what it is. Like, what is a volume pot? I mean, it is quite literally just a variable resistor. What makes a volume pot work the way that it does is that you're taking the... So let's say the signal's coming in from this direction here. This is ground here, and then this is your grid over here, right? So signal comes in, and you have a resistor here, and you have a resistor here, right? So you have two resistors. They make a T almost, or an L, but it's an upside down L. So you got a resistance this way, and you got a resistance this way, and then out of the middle, out of this point right here, that corner, it goes on down the road. All you're doing with the variable resistor pot is changing this value and changing this value simultaneously. All right. So when you turn it all the way up, all you've done is make this as high as it can possibly be and this as low as it can possibly be. So this essentially turns into nothing, and then this turns into your grid leak that's a really high value, more volume. Conversely, the other way, what you're doing is when you turn the volume down, you're making this your highest value and this your lowest value, right? So this almost becomes zero. It essentially does become zero, and this becomes whatever the value of the pot is. So if it's a 500K pot, this is 500K, this turns into zero. That's all you've done. So now let's say you had a 1 meg pot and you wanted to split the volume in half, right? 500K, 500K, right? That makes sense? So that's why they put a 470 and 470 there. That's what kills half the volume. But it doesn't matter what you do. You can put a 250 and a 250, and it's kind of the same. But the lower that value is, the lower those two values are, the lower the gain is. Now, the nice thing about doing it with fixed is that you can change whatever the two are to whatever you need them to be. So when you click it to position 1, it's doing X combination. You click it to position 2, it's doing X combination, etc., etc. You can kind of treat it, if you will, as like a half, or full or 3/4 type of thing. I wouldn't say that's typical though. It's not a very common way to do it, but it is a way to do it. And there's no right or wrong, really, when it comes down to it. You do have to be aware though that generally speaking, the lower you go in pot value or, your dropper values, so if you go 250, 250, you're going to have less bass because it works on the corner frequency of the coupling cap for that, previous node there. So if this is your coupling cap here and then you got your resistor network here, the lower these values are, generally the less bass you're going to have fly through it. So you kind of got to play with that a little bit. Keep that in mind. There is a correlation. It creates a corner frequency, if you will. But you can also play with that. Let's say you want X amount of gain. There is a way to mathematically calculate that you need, let's say, 470K here and a 1 meg there, right? Well, essentially your grid leak resistance is 470, but this 1 meg is doing something else. Now you lose a little more volume still, but then you have a lot more inline resistance. So inline resistance equals Johnson noise equals hiss. So fixed change of resistance sometimes feel like a higher jump than intended. Yes, exactly, because it is. It's literally going from one set of values to another extreme. So it can seem a little extreme. let's do this. Let's get these grounds kind of dealt with here. I'm gonna put this aside for the second. Sorry, I didn't mean to pop right in your guys' ears. I'm sure that was loud. I'm gonna say I want that to be a little bit cleaner. Let's see here. Yeah. I'm trying to straighten the wire is what I'm trying to do. But it's probably one of those things I'm just going to have to do it after the fact. But I also want this thing to kind of clean up down there a little bit. Not so worried about the distance here. I want it to be pushed down. And then this is going to go, I think, right to there. And we're going to do the same here. Again, we're not really super duper worried about all the other crap down there. I just want it to come up nice and straight and have a nice, yeah, that will have to do, pig. That will have to do, and it's going to come to the right. Yeah, we'll go there. There. Okay, those are the length they need to be. Now, these ones here, I have to decide where I'm going to do them. I think it's going to be smart for me to go to the opposite side. No. I'm not going to put silicone all over the place. As you can see, I spend a lot of time making it so all the values are pointing straight up. I am not trying to hide anything. There's no secrets in here. It would be nice to say that there's some secrets in there, but realistically, there's no secrets. I'm not hiding anything. What am I looking at here that I don't like? Thank you. Sorry, I'm kind of slowing down a little bit here. Just thinking. Just getting my faculties about me. I'm also going to get my nose cleaned up just a little bit here. Yeah, sorry. My apologies. Okay, I know. It's all good. It's all good. So I went to the outsides. Let's go ahead and get those things stripped back a little bit. This is gonna suck. I hate doing this part. Yes. Darn it. It's so freaking... This stuff is gnar, man. God dang it. Is it gonna play at all? No. It's not 22, I know that, but... Thank you, Lord. This Teflex stuff, man, I tell you, it's really nice stuff, but you can see I've done pulled out like half the freaking wire that I don't need. So now I gotta freaking find a way to pull it back. And, oh, darn it. Alright. There we go. Alright, so this thing also needs to get over a little bit to get up the center there. I want it to be up the middle. That's pretty dang close, to be honest. Okay, let's see here. So that's going to go more or less like that right there. And I know you guys can't see what I'm looking at here. Don't feel bad. You're not really missing anything. I kind of want that to be bent up a little bit. No, that's where it wants to be. All right. Well, then. Now, do I lay it over? It probably should be laid over, to be honest. I hate doing that, to be honest. I don't like wrapping wires. It's kind of like a... I don't like wrapping wires. But with this, because there's like literally nothing, it's probably smart to do that. There. There. I'm going to do that. That's what we're going with. I'm being brave. I don't know that I should do that yet. And when I say I don't know that I should be doing that yet, I mean I don't know if it's worth it for me to have done that yet. But we're going to do it anyway. I'm going to let the iron come up to temp here. I'm going to need to make some jumpers that go across for each of these. We will use this stuff here. I got 713. Let's go there. There we go. All right. Where do I go with you? Here we go. Hot iron coming in. Pinched my arm here again. There it is. Yeah. Okay. Now that's in there nice and tight like. That means I can kind of go back in there and straighten up my wire the way I want. There it is. Now this is going to make putting that other part in there a little less than fun. But now this guy's got to fit around that. I believe it's going to go just like that. Yes. So we are going to go to the inside with our ground wires. Maybe. I can go to the outside too. I guess I can go either way. Let's see what it's like to go to the outside. I'm debating which direction I want to go. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Part of me wants to go to the inside. I think we're going to keep it to the inside. It's a little bit easier to manage that way, I think. Little bit easier. There it is. Ha ha! It's trying to fight with me. You don't fight with me. You go where I tell you. Yes. All right. Only got to do that one more time. What temperature do you prefer to keep my soldering rig at? I was talking about that a little bit ago, actually. There's not really like a magic temperature. I was saying that mine, like, it doesn't make sense because mine is set to like 720 currently. But that is obviously much, much hotter than it's supposed to be. And son of a mother freaking gun. We're going to end up doing this crap again. But, right, so it's hotter than it needs to be. So you just kind of got to, unless you have a way to calibrate them and know for a fact like what temperature it is, then you just kind of got to just go with it. What feels right. I would say the easy way to kind of figure that out is to start cold. And what I mean literally by that is to start cold. So go to a temperature that you know is like way the hell down there and then come up from there. So, you know, if it doesn't melt at X temperature, then keep raising it up until it does melt. But you want to try to not go too hot either. Thank you. So there, it's like I say, it's not a magic setting. It's just you gotta pick one and go with it type thing. There it is. All right. I think that's what we're gonna go with. Except for then I go and push it up. I gotta keep it pulled down. This is gonna be so much easier once I get this part fingered out. All right. Okay, so now I gotta figure out how to eat up all that extra length that got sucked up somehow. Freaking hell. Freaking hell. All right. There it is. I knew it was sucked down in there somewhere. There's a thing down in there. Yes. Yes. There it is. All right, that's going straight down. Okay, so J. All right. So this one will come around and go like so. Boop, like that. I gotta wait on that. I think, so what I gotta do is get a jumper that goes across. Now the jumper, I guess I got some options. I can do the jumper from the outsides or the insides. So there's enough room. That's not the problem. It's just, how do I want to do it? How do I want to do it? I guess one of the things I could have done was just, instead of looping that over on the end there, I could have made it so it come back around. That would have really made it 300 to 350. So 300, and I think it's 360 to 380 degrees is technically where this stuff is supposed to melt at, something like that. Now, mine, I believe, is in Fahrenheit. I can't remember what it actually is in Fahrenheit that it needs to be. But in either case, there is some temperature that it will melt at. If you shoot low and it doesn't melt, like, or it takes a really long time to melt, obviously the iron's too cold and it's just not going to do anything. Another way to tell is, like, if you're putting your iron on the turret and you've already got a blob of solder on it, let's say, and you put it there and it just never freaking melts, you don't have enough heat. You need to have quite a fair amount of heat to get the turret to get hot and the solder to get to the point where it will melt. But you want it to do it fast enough that you're not sitting there for an hour with the iron on there, letting it burn, but also not so hot that the second that you touch it, it tries to vaporize everything either. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where you kind of just gotta use your gut feeling a little bit. Like, how does it feel when you're soldering? I know not all of you have like a soldering station like this where you can kind of dial it in on a degree basis, but let's say you have a 30-watt soldering gun. A 30-watt soldering gun is probably hot enough to do everything in here. Some of them even have, my first amp was built using one of these guys. This is an old Radio Shack unit here, right? Look at that fucking ugly ass tip on there. Like, this thing is ugly. But it's got adjustable temperature, 20 watt, 30 watt, 40 watt. I believe this is a 50 watt, right? Another one that I did, another one of my amps I built, this is again before I had a station. This is a 25 watt iron. And again, you can see that tip has had some use on it. It works great. There's nothing wrong with these. A 25 watt iron, this iron here, this 25 watter, I think it's fine. It's perfect for 99% of the stuff out there. I would dare say that that's really all you need is about a 25 watt iron. But these days, it's really hard to not be able to get a nice soldering station. I got a Yihua like 939D. I want to say it's only a $80 unit. It's sub $100. It's not that expensive. Certainly not exorbitantly expensive. So, I mean, if you're going to get into this as a hobby, you know, the $5 soldering irons, right? Is it 600 degrees Fahrenheit? Mine, I can tell you it takes about 680 degrees before it will melt the 6040. So mine is off by quite a bit. So again, like I say, it doesn't really matter what it says on the meter. This does have a calibration, so I can calibrate it. I just never bothered. I'm so used to the 25 watt iron because that's what I used for 20 years to solder stuff. Like, I know how it's supposed to feel when it goes on, so I just go by feel. And it just happens to be that on my machine, right around 700 degrees is the happy spot. If I go any hotter, it's just, you know, convenience, just get it in there and melt it away. So right now, like I said, I'm running at 720. But if I'm using it on the turrets, I generally have to go up to about 740 or thereabouts, 735, 740. And then down here on these guys here, where there's, you know, a lot of heat sink going on, I'll crank it up to, you know, 760 plus. But yes, lower temp on the pots and stuff like that is extremely important. You want to try to go with as low a temperature as you can get away with, generally speaking. So let's try to figure out how I'm going to do these jumpers. I am going to use 22 gauge because we are not pulling the amount of current that it seems that we are, but we're not pulling that kind of current. So I am going to make little jumpers. My apologies. We got the Dr. Pepper burps, everybody. We know it is a real show. I wouldn't say... I'll be honest in saying I kind of like soldering with the tubes in the socket. Kind of helps pull some of the heat out, if you know what I mean. It acts like a heat sink, or what do they call those little things that you... those little thermal dumps that they make. I can't remember what they call them. Stints? Not stints. Whatever those little clips that you put on there. It kind of does that sort of thing for it, and I think that kind of helps, to be honest. All right, so I'm going to I'm going to put that there, and I'm going to have to shorten that. And yes, okay. So this is going to get a nice little nip. And then where do we want that to come in at? So what I'm going to do is hold that right in there. And we're going to go to right here. Click. All right. $300 to 350 Celsius. Okay. So you got to clarify. I'm in the Americas. I don't think about Celsius. That's centigrade crap. What the hell is that? That don't mean nothing to me. That don't mean nothing to me. Not a damn thing. Ish. Okay, did we do good? This is what we're gonna find out now, is if I did good. Ooh, it's a little long. All right, that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. I did bend that a little shallow, so let's bend it a little tighter. Same with this side. Did kind of a similar deal. Okay, I'm gonna give that just a little trimmy trim. All right, let's see if that fits any better. Oh, what do you know? Fits like a dream now. Oh man, imagine. Okay, so that's gonna fit there like so. And then I got one more wire on each one I'm gonna have to fit in there somehow. So this is actually gonna end up with like a little bit of a, ooh, don't you dare. Don't you dare. You play nice, you get in there. So I want to kind of put like a little bit of a bow in this so I can kind of clear around that, whatchamacallit there. Let's see, I kind of want that to fit in that little spot there. So now we got to do the same thing for this guy, trim it. And I think I'm just going to put it there. That's where I think I want to put it. And then I'll do the same with this one here. It'll kind of just go on the outside over here. I think, methinks. Yeah. Yeah, that's where it's going to do it. That's what we're going to do. What we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Kind of wish I put that on the other side now, but it is what it is, yo. This one I am gonna push down in there like so. So it'll come up and in all nice like. So we're gonna cut it like right there. There. We'll use this one as the jumper for the other side. Or is this the 20 gauge? I think this is 20 gauge. Feels heavy. Feels heavy. It is. All right. Never mind, I lied. What do we got? Dark art to soldering. It's really, I don't know. Like, there's really not much of a dark art to it, though. Really, is there? Do you think? Like, I guess a lot of people just don't realize like the heat aspect of it. Like, again, because most people don't have stations. They have, you know, freaking 25 watts, so it's fixed. So they just don't know. The solder goes on there, but as soon as they touch some things, like it vaporizes. And that doesn't do anybody any good. So when it vaporizes, then they get disheartened because they've now just ruined their freaking pot, or they ruined whatever it is they freaking just touched. So I can understand. It seems like a black art, but really it's just about having the right kind of tools. If you have the right tools, it's definitely a lot easier. And I'm going to say right there. There. Would you agree with that, Riley? It's not a dark art. It's just having the right tools. You got to have the right tools. If you don't have the right tools, then it turns into a pain in the ass. After that, everything else is relative. That, I think, is going to work. I'm going to take just another little hair off of this one. I'm not the best at it. Even, I don't feel like I have pretty good luck with it. I don't usually ruin anything. That's any consolation, I guess. But I don't follow all the rules. Like you saw, I haven't cleaned my soldering gun in a while, and then you can't see it, but then you drop like a little pool of stuff on there. You know, little things like that, you know what I mean? So, and that's how you ruin your mats. So all those different little spots that you can see on my mat are from the solder, and it sticks pretty good. There it is, nice little hole in my mat again. So, yeah, I just tore up my mat a little bit. See that little spot right there? That'll never go away. I've had this mat for quite some time, though. I think I'm going on 2 years now with this, so I've gotten some pretty good life out of it. Out of my mat. Okay, I think this is going to work dandy. Except for these are too long. I was expecting about a year of life out of it. So the fact that I've gone close to 2 years, I'm pretty smitten with that, to be honest. So I'll take it. I will take it. Alright, so that one's going to go there. Ooh, this one's actually a little on the toit side. It's not the end of the world. I can untighten it a little bit here. Fighting with things. Let's see here. And you go there, and then you bend over. Haha, bend over. Okay. Let's get in your home. Yeah, now it's a little too long, but that's okay. I don't mind it being too long. So the plan is, here's my plan, is that this red wire there that's going across is going to be used to try to keep the black wire from running into my other one that I just knocked off. So if you wouldn't mind, thank you. All right, so that's good. We got some action going on here. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. The other ones are going to come from the outside. Again, that's cool too. Let's see here. Let's get this to stay back there a little bit. There. Okay, so the inside one is the one that's going to hold. Dang it. Maybe I should just use this tool. This is actually the one for the other side, but we're going to use it here. There, that clicked in there right nice. Oh, you dirty little. So this is the only time I would say that having, there it is. What's the word I'm searching for? Like a mechanical connection would be somewhat kind of cool, but I'm not really worried about it. That whole mechanical connection thing is bullshit. I call it bullshit. A mechanical connection does not make a solder joint work, period. I don't care. We've seen it before. You saw me bust one of those things off. If it looks soldered, you're going to walk away because it didn't come off right away, and then you're going to think, oh, it's a mechanical joint, right? It's got to be good. No, if it isn't fucking soldered, there is no joint. So I don't like doing the mechanical thing because it just makes it so much easier to know that it actually freaking stuck, because you can sit there, you can see there's solder all the way around it. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. There's no stress on anything. And Lederman's in the house. He can argue with me all he wants, and I can ignore him. You do not need to wrap the freaking leads around 10 freaking times. That's what I'm getting at. Oh, it's going to make me work though. I'm going to get it just so it holds for a moment. Kind of like that. And then we're going to put it in the other side. I'm right. I know I'm right. That's all there is to it. It's a difference of opinion. Everybody's allowed to have one. Like an asshole. Everybody's got one. Mine just stinks more. I shit bigger than you. I'm kidding. I'm just talking out of my ass, literally. There. Okay. There's that. So now what we're going to do is get this other side to come back and around here. There it is. Ta-da. There it is. Mo better. We'll come back and touch all that up later. Let's get this side. What are we going to? This amp does not look familiar. There's not one familiar thing about this, to be honest. You know how I know? Because I'm doing a lot of different things. I have broke out of every little shell I've got. I don't like effects loops, but I knew that if I was going to build a 50-watt amp, people were going to want effects loops. So what did I do? I put an effects loop in it just for you guys. Just for you guys, not for me. Because this amp isn't for me. This amp is for you guys. So, you can say whatever you want, but them's the ropes. All right, so that one I already cut. So now I need to strip it. Strip it real good. Now, are we going to be able to do this? Oh, man, it's just going to make me freaking work. I hate it when it makes me work. Hold on, let's see if I can do it with this thing here. I'm going to fuck something up though, watch. Ah! Mother trucker. This Teflex stuff is amazeballs in that regard. But now I've got to figure out how to suck that red wire back in there a little more. Yeah. Come on, baby. There it goes. Ha ha ha. Suck it up. Suck it up. Whoop, woo. Suck it up. I want to get just the tip of this thing done up here because I want to see if I can maybe bend it over. I don't know. Okay. I need to think about. All my other builds are completely like this one. 100% totally like this build. No ifs, ands, or buts. Mine are all just like this one. The only thing that's different is the way I did some things. Now, what I didn't do on this build that I normally do was the headphone trick. And I did do it on all my other previous builds too. But the reason I didn't do it on this one is because real estate wise, there's only one place I can put the frickin' transformer. So there's no point in even bothering with the headphone trick. And I know you want to see me do it. And I do have a video where I've done it. There we go. Now I just need to put some solder on it. They're out there. I have videos. I think there's at least 2 videos I have where I do it. If I'm not mistaken. Alright. That's enough to hold it there for now. Alright. We're going to come back and tighten that up here in a second. I want to get this one done now, because we're going to do kind of a similar thing here. And come in, and I want it to be nice and low, and then we're going to cut it right. Yeah, that'll work. There. Fuck it. Bug it. What do we got? The long capacitor. Let's see here. Let's get these things out of my way for a moment. Alright. I'm pretty sure that is larger gauge stuff here. What is going on over here? Getting a bunch of email notifications. Bull crap. Don't need it. Alright. I'm pretty sure this is the 20 gauge here, because this is the speaker center tap or whatever. I did bend that, didn't I? I was afraid of that. Alright, let's do this. Alright, now let's see if I can do this without borking anything here. Nope, not gonna let me. It's not gonna let me. Dang it. It's making me work. Okay. Dang it. Let's see if I can get it this direction. Maybe. Oh man, I don't want to. I don't want to hurt anything. We haven't managed to fork anything up yet, except for that. Hold on. You dirty little. Get in there. And then you. I can see it's like right freaking close there. It's ready to peel. It's just, you know, if it was easy, everybody was freaking doing it. There it is. I think that we can get it off now. I think we have it. Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. I can see the 2 freaking halves, man. Like, it's split. Just come on. There it goes. Thank you, Lord. I'm trying not to, like, bend anything and break anything and, like, furk everything up. Trying not to. Let's see here. Alright. Now I want that to go in the right order here. Like so. Yes. Okay. Get in there. There it is. Sort of. It's in there. Let's just get in there like so. Okay. Got that. Watch how I'm going to do this here. This is going to be kind of wicked. There it is. That'll hold for now. That's all I need it to do is hold for now. Okay, so now we can go in there and actually finish this all up. Oh my gosh. All right, that was brutal, but we're there. We're in the hole now. All right, so now what we can do is like serial. And I knew that was going to do that. I was hoping it wasn't going to do it like right then, but you know, if it were going to freaking do it. God freaking damn it. Okay. I need a little more solder in there though. So this is the part that's going to suck because I got to get more in there while still holding that guy on. There it is. If you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Okay, let's get the other side now. Okay. There's that. Now we're going to get this side. Get in there. There we are. Okay. Now this side here, we got to just get the rest of it, which is going to be a little more challenging than it seems because everything. There it goes. It did exactly what I thought it was going to do, which is pop up. And now we got to figure out how to get it back in there. And if you don't mind, there it is. Okay. That makes sense. I think it makes sense. Get that pushed in just a little bit more here. There. There, yeah, there. Cool. All right. Let's turn that off. Let's clean up our mess a little bit here. We got a bunch of like little things going on here. Let's see. Bent that again. Let's. All right. Now, that is very solid. Is that cool there? I think we're going to get just a little more action on that guy. I'm going to up the heat a little bit. It was fighting me a little bit. What do we got? What do we got? Have fun with Amber there, my man. Have fun. We're doing good. We're doing good. I'm happy with it. It's starting to come together now. One of the things I'm fighting with is needing a little more heat and keeping this thing in. All right. If you wouldn't mind, there it goes. There. There it is. There it is. Okay, I want that to line up right there. That is nice and solid. All right, now I want these to point to the back a little bit more. I want just a little bit of clearance. And get back in there. Yeah, haha. Okay, and this we're gonna bend out just a little bit. Same with this one. We're gonna bend out just a little bit. That's actually good. And then these straight out, straight down. Yes, and that one is good the way it is. Okay, I think we're in a good spot there. Now we have that side of things done. Let's get some more cleanup done while we're in that general vicinity. This is never going to be super clean because there's literally going to be fingerprints all over the place in here now, but there's that. All right, power supply technically is completely done for the most part. Sorry, that was rude, but all right, let's turn this off. What do we got going on here? Where are we at? We're at the 3 hour 30. Yeah, we're still making pretty reasonable time here. I think we are at a point now where we can, I need to get that run down to there. So I need to have a ground that falls from there down to there. I have a wire that's going to come from here. I did not solder that yet. I think we can at this point now. I have another decision to make on this guy here, and I don't know how I want to do it yet. So this guy here, you can't see it, so let's make it so you can. I'm gonna show you guys all the secrets right here. Display capture, that's the one. All right, so you're looking here, right? So you can kind of see, this is my cheat sheet that I was talking about. So this is what I'm referring to when I was looking at all those different parts. All right, so this guy right here, you can see how it runs over to there, right? I kind of want to do that, all right? But how do I do that if I can't install these in one piece? Okay, so I can't install these two boards in one piece, which means this wire has to get added after the fact. And you can see it's kind of got to be a custom length. It would be very, very nice to do it from the bottom, except for I can't do it from the bottom because I can't get to it once I install it. So do I do it from the top? That is a Q mark, right? Do I just do it from the top? So what I could do is run the wire from here, and then it'll run in between the two capacitors, and then I just have to shoot it around from the outside and put it there. I could do that. Now I would prefer to make it red so that we know for a fact that it's a hot, you know, you're not supposed to be messing with it. But I kind of want to make it black so it hides a little bit better and, you know, it just is not seen as much. But, you know, little things like that, right? So that is one of the challenges that I have right now. That is actually the only challenge that I have at the moment. This little jumper right there, that's easy enough. We already did this underboard connection that comes from here, right? So that's done. All the underboard connections are done with the exception of that one wire there. So I have to decide how I want to do that. Now, the other way I could do it is forego it all together and just jump it over the top and come around over there. I don't like that idea. I kind of would prefer to have it hidden underneath. So I'm gonna, sorry, I didn't mean to bump the mic. I think what I'm gonna do, is try to make it so it can be hidden a little bit. And I'll show you what I mean. So you can kind of see what's going on. Let me get this out of the way here so you can see what I'm talking about here. So you can kind of see what's going on here, right? So we got this wire here that goes around the one side. These are the grid wires here. So I want to, you know, the way it's going to fall is pretty nice because it's going to fall like that, which means I can get in from anything over on this side and it's going to stay away. But I think what I'll do is everything's kind of hidden down in there. So if I make this wire there long enough that I can get it up and over, it needs to connect to it would be 10, 8, 9, 7. So it needs to connect to this guy. So we're going to jump from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to come from here, go down underneath, and then up and over here. And I think what I'll do is I'll just cheat it around. I don't like using holes in these things, but I could probably get away with just putting a small little hole right here too, and then just popping it in. But you'd still see it because this whole aisle, this whole lane right here is open up, or is open. So I don't think there's much choice, or there's not much into it in terms of trying to hide it. You cannot hide it. So I'm not going to use red. I am going to use black, I think. But what I will do is make it so it's a 1, 2, 3, 4. It is number 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, number 5. So this number 5 right here, I'm going to add a black wire to it and solder that in, in hopes that we can make it look good on the other side. Notice I said the word hope. I have a lot of hope. A lot of hope. So let's get a length of black wire that I know is going to be long enough. And we're going to say, I'm going to make it longer than I need it to be. I'm in the make it too long spirit. Instead of the resistor coming off the pots, put them on the square turret. I could, or on the spare turret. Yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm looking to do. So I still have one more wire that's got to come off of here. It's probably going to come off of that point there. And it's going to go onto this board here. So I kind of jumped the gun a little bit by doing this, but it's non-incidental. It's probably going to come off of this point right here. This side is done. So this side is all complete. So this one here, just to feed the rest of the circuit going that way. So what is happening is, this is where the power is going to come in. And it'd probably be best to do it there. There's just not enough room on that turret anymore for it. So it's going to have to come in here. It's going to make that jump across there. It's going to go through this ginormous resistor. And then this circuit will be fed. That's its ground, which goes to there. Etc., etc. So with any luck, we won't have any problems. All right, that's up to temperature now. I don't need this out. Close that up. I'm just gonna do this. That's what I'm gonna try to do, is just make it come off that spare turret. That's the plan, Stan. That is the plan, Stan. Oh man, Riley, you're freaking on point today with me, man. Like, do you ever sleep? Curiosity? Like, it's got to be like middle of the night over there for you or something, isn't it? I haven't even seen Grant pop in yet, and it's like 3:30. So it's like right about now is when I usually hear from Grant. So this goes this way, so this actually needs to go out that direction. So when we do this, we need to make sure it points that way. I get just a little more heat. And I might even, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to pre-tin this here. There it is. And now we're going to heat that up. There it is. And there, I like that. Perfect. Yes. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, that is correct. So underneath this right here, right over the top of that will be a capacitor. So you won't really see the wire. The only place it's going to be like problematica is on the other side where we got to get it to come up and around. I haven't decided how I want to do that yet. I might just have it come up the inside and shoot on over. I don't know. That's going to have to get dealt with when the time comes. But for now, we're going to leave that as it is. Where do we want to go to now? I think now is a good time to get some of these other offboard parts kind of dealt with. So the that being these guys here, my screen grids. No, I am your social life. I feel like you're my #1 fan. No, I appreciate you coming in, because I know there are so many other things that you could be doing at this time of day other than being here. So thank you. I am using 1Ks. I don't know if they use a different value in the actual amps. Let's see here. I have it set for 1Ks, but I don't know that it shows me on the thing over here. Where is it? Come on, back. There it is. Let me look at the output section. Output stage. Let's see what they say. They use 1K. Cool. All right. So High Watt does use 1K. Imagine that. I wasn't quite certain, to be honest. So I'm going to use 1K as well. I kind of think 1K is like the magic number. It's safe for all tubes out there, right? So a lot of amps you see 470s or even 100 ohms. 100 ohms is too low. I can tell you that right now. 1K is probably on the verge of a little bit too high, perhaps, but this is the one that's doing all of the safety work. This is the one that's tamping down the current flow in the screen grids of your tubes. It's not this guy. You would think that's part of the whole circuit. It is, but this one here doesn't do nearly as much work as this guy does. So I am pushing my luck. This is a 200 ohm. I don't know that I have a 220 ohm. And in fact, I think that's what I intended to use, was a 220. But I don't know that I have one. I'm looking through my stash for my thing here to see if I jump the gun or not. So there's a 470. There's a 250 or a 200. And I do have a 220, but it's one of these styles here, but it's also a 5 watt. So I'm gonna try with a 200. I want to say in the original, let me see here. In the original they used, what did they use? That doesn't show me. See here, where's the other thing? Power supply. What do they use? They use 100 ohm for theirs. So I feel 100 ohms a little low. I know why they went with 100 ohm. The 100 ohm is just closer to that of a choke. So most chokes have pretty low DCR. So that's what they were just trying to do, is make it more like a choke. But 100 ohm doesn't have much drop, if any at all. I like having the screens about 10 to 15 volts lower than the plates, at least. 25 to 30 I kind of feel is kind of the end of the line if you want more of a conventional amp kind of feel and sound. But anything less than 5 volts of drop between the plates and the screens is not enough. These guys really don't drop all that much current at idle. Once you actually start getting the amp to do some work, these ones are doing the work. That's why we are going with 5 watts in this case. And I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. There's a couple different ways. I could do, I want to go over the top, but I don't want to put it there. I kind of want to split that. And this is going to be less than freaking fun. I can tell you right now, it's going to be less than freaking fun. So what I'm going to do is use these guys. And I'm going to go like that. And what I'm going to try to do is create like a little U shape out of this. There we go. So it'll sit above it. So I got to decide what height I want to go with. This seems to just have a nice little mark on it that's pretty convenient to me. So I will use that mark. And then I'll shoot it back in. Right, so we'll end up with a little U shape like that. And what happened was, let's make sure this is lining up the way I want it to. It is not, so we're going to make it so it does. I want my 1 pointing straight up. Okay. And then we're gonna untwack that a little bit. That's looking good, right? So it's got to go into that hole there, and then the other one's got to go over here. All right, so now what we've got is this little sort of situation here, and then I can put it where I need to, and then yada yada yada, Bob's your uncle, that all that fun kind of crap. So I like that. I got enough area underneath to work it. I like to move it. Now what we got to do is decide if I want to go over first and then down, or down and then over. I'm kind of voting for down and then over. So I'm going to do kind of the same little thing here. I got to figure out where I need to go down at. Step by step. How many volts for my power supply? So I have... That kind of worked out, didn't it? I'm only shooting for about 400 volts on my HT. It's not that much, to be honest, but it's lower than is typical, I should say. Most are right around 450, I want to say. Right around 450. But I don't need that kind of voltage, so did I bork this, though? No, that will actually work. So now, see where this one comes in? That's why I didn't cut it yet. That's where we need to go over. So now we're going to go that way. But now I need to make it land like right on that guy. So see what we got now? This little angular freaking dangle. The angle dangle. So then we go over like that and shoot it in. And what we end up with is something that will float right up the middle like that. So, yay. Now, it's a matter of just squaring some things up. I made that a little bit too sharp of a bend there. Now it's not sharp enough. Not that it matters, I can bend it once it's in there, but whatever. So now you can kind of understand why I wasn't too keen about making these yesterday, because there's a lot of activity still going on. So this would have gotten beaten up by today for sure. And we don't want it to get beat up. We want it to be nice, like. All right, I think that's going to work quite well. I still need to figure out where I'm going to cut them. So let's see here if I put that in there. I'm so shaky today. It's not like me to be that shaky, but I'm going to go right there. And the other one, I guess I don't really have to cut it, but we're going to cut it like right there. Let's get that little piece out of there before it causes any problems. So I only got to do that one more freaking time. Yay. So, ooh, I almost cut that one too short. Almost cut that one too short. This will work though. It'll work. It could also be that. No, it's not that. It's perfect. What it is that this one here is either bent out more or in more or something like that. There's something about it where it's just not the same over there as it is here. So whatever. We'll make this one for that one then. So since I already kind of know how this thing needs to bend, just go ahead and get her done. Whoa, whoa. Man down. All right. That's actually pretty good. I will accept that. And then we want this to go like so. Like that. So I have this mark that exists inside of here. I don't know what happened. I don't know if you can even see it. It's like right there. It looks like a little pencil mark or something. It's because something else I was doing at one point in time put a mark there. Well, it just happens to be that mark works really well for me. Anyway, I made a rhyme because I'm funny like that. All right, 1K. Let's get this guy here to do a similar little bend. Sorry again, I'm kind of off shot here. Yeah, right. All right, and then we want that to go more or less at the same angle of the dangle. Yeah, I would say that looks pretty dang good. All right, so now what we can do is figure out where we're going to cut this thing. If it's even going to work. It's landing right on the middle of the one. I like that. And so I'm going to cut this one like right there. And the other one, I don't think we're going to, I'm going to cut like literally just an RCH off of it. Not much. Okay. Toodly do. Part of me wants to wait on those, to be honest, so I think maybe I will. Which means I kind of want to just finish that up then. I didn't really solidify it because this wire is just going to try to pull out right away, but let's just lock this one in down there. I think that was it. Maybe. No, I want to get a little more on this backside here. There it is. Haha. What do you know? What do you know? That's Momo better. Yes, Momo better. Much better. Sorry again, you've seen the top of my head there. Let's get that little wire out of there. Causing any problems. Oh boy, where are we at? Coming up on frickin' 4 hours. And we may not get sound out of this today. I was kind of hoping we would, but I'm starting to get beat up. Too much thinking. There's no point in being in a hurry anyway. That, I got you guys to watch me for another 5 hours. Thank you. Thank you there, Mr. Slandy Dubbinks. Whoa. A land I am not gonna even try. Thank you. I appreciate that. I am trying to be very, very clean. That is the name of my game. And a lot of this, like I say, will kind of get hidden anyway. So, like this coily cable is going to probably go away once I can confirm this is the direction it goes. Let's see here. Where are we now? Where are we now? What do we want to do? I guess we're ready to start putting that board in. I think we'll start with this side here, and that'll be that. I think it might behoove me to put this jump in first and then solidify that guy. So just jump the heat up a little bit. We are going to solder this one. Come on, baby. You can do this. Oh, boy. There it is. Ta-da. Starts off ugly, and it's like a swan. Like the ugly duckling. You know, it wasn't so pretty when it first started life. But then it grows into this beautiful swan, and it goes bloop. It's funny, it's like, oh, this ain't gonna work, this ain't gonna work, and all of a sudden it just goes, it's like, and then it goes bloop, and it's just like, oh, that's gorgeous, I love it. Alright, so this one here, we're gonna use a black wire, like this one here, and we're gonna come off the bottom of the turret, because all these other ones are gonna come off the bottom of the turret. What do we got here? I do not know who you are. Oh, that is my eye doctor's appointment. I apparently need that person. So we're going to go from there, drop down to the bottom. So I use whites for everything. Okay, so all of my signal wires, I use white. Now, some people use different colors. I like using a single color. Now, the only thing I do different is I use black for grounds. And if I know that I have something that's special, I'll use red, right? So like I'll use red to jump off the edge there, etc., etc. But I don't use red for the plates on these. Everything at this point from here on out that you see is either black, or white. And then you notice like you got this guy here, which is red. So I'll use red for that. Like the things that you need to watch out for, those ones I try to make very clear. But there's kind of a reason that I do that. The reason is I don't want you to feel uber confident when you're in there. All right. Like I want you to think about what it is that you're doing if you happen to need to open one of these up, or you're just curious, right? Like you need to know what's going on before you start probing around. So if I try to make it obvious, like, making the anodes red and stuff like that, I kind of feel like it might give you this false sense of security. So that is kind of like my little safety thing. It's like, oh man, there's a white wire that goes everywhere. What does it do? So you're kind of forced to think about it for a minute. The things that I know that you need to know, the red stuff, and keep your hands off of those. Those are the angry pixies. You don't want to mess with those. All right, there's that. Let's see if we can get this thing kind of wrapped around there and I'll pretty it up a little bit. And if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, we're going to come off the bottom on this one though. So all these ones here were coming off the bottom. So I am going to pre-tin that though, because I think it's going to make me fight, to be honest. So I'm going to go, I don't want 770. 740 be nice. Ooh, excuse me. All right. Come on, melt. There it goes. Melt more. Okay, that actually worked pretty well. Went better than I thought it was going to. And then we're going to take this guy, bring it in. Like so. And I think we'll just need to touch one more time off the backside there. Very carefully not to touch anything we don't want to touch. There it is. And we just hold it there for a second while we wait for, and I did that on the right side. Yes, I did. I didn't even think about it there. So I could have gone on that side of it, or I could have gone on this side of it. I went on that side of it. So that hook I was talking about, all right, I went off that side, and that is the side I did want to go off. So I got lucky in that regard. Let's get some of the splatters off here. Wow, let me take care of my nose again real quick. Sorry. Apologies. Running away for a moment. I promise I'm not doing lines and little bumps over there. What's up? Woo! Let's go! Alright, so now we want to come out and kind of shoot straight down. We only have one that goes over there. How many volts is the main filter cap? So this is a 500 volt, but my HT is only going to be about 400. I'm shooting for right about 400. That's the low end. 405 to 409 I'd be happy with. I may end up with a little bit more. I don't know. Now, here at my house, it is generally a little bit lower voltage. I don't have like a full 120 here at my place. I have like 118. And sometimes, I want to go just a little bit longer than that. Sometimes that can mess up like how the voltage kind of plays out. Generally, if the transformer says it's a freaking, 400 or 300, I usually end up with exactly what it says. So if it's 300, 0, 300, I usually get exactly 300, 0, 300. So even, well, I think it's because they actually build these transformers based off 115 volts, not 120. But I could be wrong. I don't know. So I feel, I guess I get lucky. I don't know. There it is, just like that. It's going to go right down in there, and that is holding quite nice. I'm going to actually lift it up just a skosh. There it is. I'm going to bring the heat up just a skosh so I don't have to have it sit there for too long. I'm almost positive I don't have to deal with anything else down there, so I'm just going to go for it here. Come on, baby. There we go. Yeah, all the heat just got sucked out. Give it a second here. Give it just a little more oomph. It's like fine for a moment, and then it's like once the heat starts to transfer, it's weird. Like it just kind of suddenly goes away. It's like once enough solder gets sucked off the gun, it's just done. There it is. That came out good. It's a nice little happy arc down. So now what we can do is do my little straighten up stuff here. And we're going to go up and then like that. And we're going to go It's just a little kink in the thing. There it is. I know it's kind of tough to tell from your angle to dangle, but that's a pretty nice little droop. It just kind of goes shoop. I like it. I'm pretty smitten with it. All right. Okay. I think we're running out of excuses to ignore the board now. Part of what I'm debating on is whether or not I want to put these in. I kind of want to wait because I know that I'm going to end up messing these things up. I don't want to bend those any more than I need to. So let's put the top board in, which is this guy here. And what we're about to do here is start to get some more permanence out of this. But I am at a point now where I need to use the Banyo. So do I do it now? I think I do. I'm going to put this thing in just loosely for the time being. And then I'm going to take you guys to the Banyo with me. How's that feel? I am using a Yihua 939D+. If you look, I got it from Amazon. I think at the time when I got it, it was about 80, 89 bucks or something like that. I've had it now for probably at least 4 years, possibly 5 years. It's done really, really good for me. All right, you guys, I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm going to mute this so you don't have to hear that. I'll be back in just a moment, I promise. Holy. Alrighty. I'm back. Okay, sorry. Thank you guys. To answer your question a little bit better, Yihua is spelled Y-I-H-U-A. So I guess the easiest way to find it is to just look up 939D plus soldering station, and it'll pop up. So you know. Let's get this guy over here now. This guy is looking good there. All right, so yeah, that came out really well. Click. And is that pretty straight? That is pretty straight. And click. And click. Some of the things we're about to do right here are permanent. So we kind of have to really be thoughtful, I guess you could say, about how we're going to do it. Like this guy here does go there, and that's where it will go. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut that thing literally right freaking there. Yeah, I'll cut it right there. This one's going to be less than fun to freaking deal with. I'm going to pre-tin that. This one doesn't have that much, so I'll do that. Alright, let's go. Dang you all to, come on. There it goes. Boop. It's just so cool. You can just watch it. It's just like a blob, and all of a sudden it just goes. It's so cool to see it. I need to cut this back just a skirsh. I think we're gonna cut it to right there. And I have to strip it, and as you know, this stuff here is a bitch and a half to strip, so. Can I do this without burking anything up? Really? Come on. My God. It's just not gonna let me win, is it? Damn, that thing's still freaking hot. Oh my gosh, really? Come on now. It's just not fair. I can see it split, but it just hasn't come the rest of the way yet for me. Dang it. I just hate it when it does that. It just making me work for no reason. I don't know how to beat it yet. Oh my goodness. Finally, as I pulled half the freaking wire out. There it goes. Alright, I got it back. There it is. Haha! Fucking pile. Golly. That Teflex stuff is no freaking joke. You think I'm fighting with it like a pussy, but this stuff is serious, man. It does not mess around. Period. So, just golly. Just golly, that's all I can say. Now, this one I went a little bit longer than I normally would. But I got to get it in and then pull it back, and that's why I went that way, because I knew that we were going to have some challenges with this one. So I am going to try to suck it in a little bit. Like that. There we go. So see, it's a little bit long. It's riding up on the thing. I don't like that, but what we're going to do is use that length that we got of that wire to help pull it back down a little bit. There it is. Now, if you wouldn't mind. There. Ow. It's hot. Really freaking hot. Okay. There. Get out of there. All right. We're kind of back to normal again here. All right, we'll let that solidify. So I got some freaking whatchamacallit to clean off the bottom of that there. I don't have anything off the backside here that I got to deal with. So what I want to do is just continue to make sure that everything stays nice and tidy like. We do need to be careful. This is a grid wire here, and this is a feedback loop, or negative feedback. So we want to try to maintain some distance there. I'm not that worried. I think we're going to be okay, but I'm just saying, like, it's the little things like that. When you're doing these layouts, you got to be mindful of some of these things. So I'm looking for a 10K. Here's a 10K. There it is. Then we got a 47K. No, 475 ohm, excuse me. It's going in there. And then we've got a 0.01. That's this guy here, which is going to go like this. All right, so what I want to do first is get that guy in. I just want to decide which way I want to go with it. Yeah, we'll go like that, because why not? I like it. Okay. And in this case here, we're just kind of looking to, ow, get it locked into place, kind of. I want that to be nice and centered. Golly, that gets hot. That is pretty much right up the middle. Now we're going to do the same thing on the middle one there. So we just want to try to get them up to center. That's what we're looking to do, is all. This one's going to be not as fun, because now I got to make two of them sit nice and centered like. And this one has a wire on the bottom side, which is going to suck more heat out, making it even more difficult. But that did pretty decent. So now let's get this side touched back up again. We're probably going to end up going through and touching up a lot of these things. Now what I'm looking at here that I don't like, and it's just an optical illusion. Yeah, it's an optical illusion. It's kind of weird. So when you're looking at it from the side, you can see the reflection of this guy, and it looks like it's just totally bent out of shape, like it's not square or something like that. When in actuality, I mean, like I said, these things are never exactly straight. You can see that this one is this side of the center and that one's that side of the center. Right? They're never totally straight, but it's just one of those weird things where you're just like, what the hell? Why does it feel off? And I want that to come up just a little bit. Yeah, right there. Yeah. I think that's what we're going to do. Sorry, I know my head's in the way. My apologies. My apologies. All right, I'm going to do this side here first. Come on. Boop. Now we're going to go to this side here. There they are. Nice, like, yeah, it looks much straighter now. Yay, okay. So if I did this right, what we should have is this thing here is going to go to here. Let's just confirm that. I already know this, but I'm just kind of walking you guys through the whole process here, right? As you go along, you should probably test all these things. So this one obviously goes to there. This one here goes to here. All right, beep, beep. And then this one should go to here, which it does. All right, so now we need to get one that does the same thing as that one, but goes straight down into there. That one's gonna be fun to do. So let's go ahead and get her dude. Did her do. Did her do. All right, I'm just gonna cut a length of it. This is more than enough. Way more than enough. All right, and I'm gonna turn that down just a little bit. Okay. Oh man, it's gonna be such a short jump. I love it. I love it. I like it a lot. A lot, a lot. Okay, we're gonna make this turn into a horseshoe shape here. There it goes. All right, I am gonna pre-tin that because the Wonderful Wizard of Oz, and I need a little more heat, I think. Right? Yes, this one. Mm-hmm. There it is. All right. There is a wire underneath there too, so I got to be careful. We don't want to put so much heat that the wire underneath can fall out. You know what I mean? So you do got to be mindful of that kind of stuff too. There it is. Let's see here. Let's make sure that's going to go around all nice like. Looks like it will. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, so which side do I want to go off on this one? It looks like we want to kind of carry the same thing and go off the inside. I'm going to leave that top open because I think... I don't know that we're going to need to use it, but I kind of wanted to make it a spot where you could just stick a probe in there or something like that. So, it probably doesn't matter either way. Whatever. It is what it is. I need this, though. And then we want this to go like so. Hey, what do you know? That went pretty well. Still. Okay, yeah, we got it. Okay. It was still a little hot, so when I moved... So that's what the eutectic stuff is really good about, is not, like, as soon as you remove the heat, it kind of solidifies more or less. Whereas this stuff here, the 60-40, tends to stay in its plastic state a little bit longer. I haven't really played with that eutectic 63 or whatever it is. What is it called? I have it here. It's 6337, right? Apparently all of them have that kind of thing going on for them, but yeah. Did I have this thing set for the right preset? Has this been off on the wrong preset the whole damn time, I wonder? I want it preset 2. No, it's been the right one. All right. I'm just not used to my head being chopped off in the view, but I am a little bit closer because I have this thing pushed in a little bit. Whatever, doesn't matter. Okay. So we want this to kind of come around. Now we want it to go down. We're going to have to cut a bit off, so I'm just going to be brave. Going with that amount. Ooh, that was a good amount. Because that's exactly what we needed. I will accept those terms. Off we go. All right, so we're gonna... Okay. This stuff works great when you have something that holds it in place and you just yank it. But man, oh man, if that wire doesn't have anything to be pulled against, ooh, it's going to make you work. This Teflex stuff, man. It's the good stuff. I like it. I like it a lot. All right. So this is really going to make what we're about to do very permanent. Ooh, I can go shorter even still. How much shorter? I can go basically that whole thing I cut there off. I'm going to go even shorter. And we're going to go like so. Yeah. Do that one more time. Okay. And then in you go. Oh my gosh. I love it. I love it a lot. I know you can't really see what I see, but the little thing down there is just like, it's just freaking perfect. That's all there is to it. So we're going to turn up the heat a little bit. So now I got to get some solder up in there without melting any of my wires. It's going to be fun. As fun as one can have doing this kind of stuff. And the hope is that I can get it all in there before the heat gets sucked away. I think I might have pulled it off. It is in there. Ooh. Yep, we got it. All right. And temperature back down. Okay. So we got the negative feedback loop in. We've got our grounds figured out here. Let's get this thing of solder schmoo around my thing off, because we don't want that. That looks unsightly. I'm telling you right now, what I'm doing right here is what separates the men from the boys. Most people, and when I say people, I mean companies, will not do what you just saw me do. They will not clean these things off. A lot of times they'll use this other type of solder that's called no mess or low mess or something like that. I don't know what it is about that solder. There's just something that I don't trust about it. Let's see here. Can you use a capacitor, a 100 volt? No. So you cannot. At least not for the power supply. So you have to use a capacitor that is rated for at least, I know you asked that question probably 5 or 10 minutes ago, so I apologize that I'm just now getting to it. And yes, a tube amp is definitely different than a transistor amp in many regards. But one of the major differences is that this has a higher voltage on the rail than most transistor amps do. Not all, but most. Transistor amps are fixed voltage devices, which is to say that they have a voltage rail that is constant. So the power supply is meant to make the voltage on the power supply rail a constant. And that's what the amp works off of, right? So you convert X volts into the load, all right? So you have X volts available to go into your speaker load. And that's how you get that load, or that wattage, right? If you take 100 volts and you square that and you divide that by your load, 8 ohms, 16 ohms, whatever it is, that is the amount of wattage you have, but it's fixed. So it's 100 volts regardless if it's 16 ohms, it's 100 volts if it's 8 ohms, it's still 100 volts if it's 4 ohms. Do the math on that. 100 squared divided by 4 equals larger wattage than 100 squared divided by 16. All right, it's about 16 is about 1/4 of the wattage of 4 ohms. Whereas these guys here are fixed current, which is to say that the voltage is kind of irrelevant. It produces a voltage that you will read at the output that makes it so that the wattage at 4, 8, and 16 ohms is the same. So it's a fixed current device. So this thing here has a varying voltage on the power supply that is relative to the amount of wattage that it's trying to produce. But what ends up happening is because it's going through a transformer, a power transformer or an output transformer, whatever you want to call it, it converts the available current or voltage that is supplied to it down into a current. And that current is what differentiates on each one. But it's 50 watts at 16 ohms, it's 50 watts at 8 ohms, and it's 50 watts at 4 ohms. It will still produce, tubes amps will still produce more power at the lower ohms just because the efficiency goes up. But generally speaking, tube amps have the same power regardless of the tap. They are fixed current devices though. So most tube amps though have plus 400 volts or more on the plates of the tubes. That's how they convert. It's very low milliamps, right? So we're talking maybe 200 milliamps or something out of this thing, tops, right? Maybe 250. So very low current draw, but a lot of voltage. That large amount of voltage goes into the power output transformer, excuse me, where it's converted into that current that I was talking about. So it's, I don't know how to explain it other than that. But your cap has to be rated for the voltage that you are working with in that amp. That part you cannot work around. That is the one thing that is must have. I think what I'm going to do now is get the two wires here that go down into there, because those are going to be kind of a brat. So let's go ahead and get that done. So those ones are going to be really, really short. So we're just going to cut a length and go with it. I need a little bit more than that, I think. I'm going to go right here. A booster type? I don't know how to explain it. Power supplies, they're just different for each of the topologies. It's not that they don't have higher voltages or whatnot on transistor amps. They usually have more voltage storage is what it is that they actually work with, as opposed to storage or demand, I guess you could say, is the way to put it. Because they need the power on demand. They don't need it all the time. So tube amps aren't very, what's the word for it? Efficient. The reason they're not very efficient is because most of their power is converted into heat. It's converted into heat because it's trying to produce the same amount of power all the time, whether it needs to or not, right? That's that kind of mentality, at least anyway. That's not necessarily exactly how it is, but I'm going to come off, so on this one here, I'm going to come off the top of the turrets instead of the bottom. Because it'll be easier for me to work with these things, number one. Two, I think it'll look better, but I got to decide what direction I want to go to make it line up. And it looks like I could go either way with this one. It's like so perfectly in line no matter which side I flip it to. So this turret right here is going to that lug right there. So they're almost literally straight across from each other. So I think it would just behoove me to go to the outside. So I am going to do this. Now, I don't mess with transistor amps all that much. I'm not into solid state type technologies, so I don't really know a whole hell of a lot about them. So don't quote me on anything, but I know that for the most part, I'm not wrong. Come on, baby. There it is. Okay, that's what we were looking for. Now what we can do is get this guy to freaking come in for me. Okay. I think we're gonna get just a little bit more on there. Ow. Ow. Touched the iron with my hand. We're okay. No Lukes were harmed in the making of that connection. Now, what is kind of unfortunate is I'm really kind of working at it from an angle I don't really want to work at it from, but we're going to have to, so. Yeah, it's just going to be kind of at an odd angle. Now, where do I want to cut that thing at is the next question. How much do I want to shoot it down? That kind of deal. I'm gonna just pick an imaginary point out here and see if I can get to it. I'm not gonna be able to get to it. Golly, I can almost get to it if I do this. And there it is. Yeah, that'll get me close enough. That'll get me close enough. I'm within working range here. Okay. Is that angle of the dangle gonna suit me though? I think so, to be honest. I think I can make that work. Yeah, we can make that work. Okay. Sir. What do we got here? It's only 350 watts mono. Ooh, that's a pretty serious tube amp, man. 350 watts out of any tube amp is pretty spanky. Not gonna lie. This one here will be about 50 watts. 50 watts clean anyway. I'm pretty sure it'll put out a little bit more than 50 watts. I think I'm shooting for, well, I'm shooting for 50 watts. I don't care about anything beyond that point, but I kind of get the feeling it's gonna land closer to 60, to be honest. But that's beside the point. Okay, there is that. Now I want this thing to kind of beautify a little bit here, so I'm gonna try to eke it in there all nice and pretty like. Give it a nice little arc. I think that'll work. Yeah, I like that. That'll work. Okay, let's solder in that last little bit here. Are we gonna be able to do this? Yeah, we're gonna be able to do this. Oh yeah. And while the wire's still warm, let's get that thing kind of all prettied up. It's a nice little arc. I like it. Okay, one more of those to go like that. And on this one, whoo, this one's gonna be a little bit tougher. It's a shorter run. And again, we kind of got the same thing. It's so perfectly in line that if I put the loop on this side or that side, we're going to end up on one of those things where we got like just this odd little, you know, won't be. Oh, that thing went for it. All right. Okay. And let's get a little tip going here. All right. Okay, I'm gonna try to there you go, kind of, sort of. Come on, baby, work with me. There it is, more or less. Come on, you pile. It's gonna make me work. It's gonna make me work. There it goes. Sorry. Even Luke gets frustrated. I think because I went outside on this one, I'm probably going to go outside on the other one just to kind of get some symmetry to it. So, yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. All right, I am going to pre-tin that again. Just because it seems to make sense. Just a wee bit of heat there. It's an old, oh, that makes more sense. Macintosh, yeah, okay. Definitely makes a lot of sense then. Yeah, those Macintosh amps are pretty freaking cool. The mono blocks or whatever. Ooh, I fucked up. I got some solder on the top. I didn't want to do that. Dang it. Come on. Melt. Melt. There it goes. it is. Okay, now we're gonna go on the outside. Okay. Hold still. Okay. We got some good solder adhesion, but I want better solder adhesion. Okay. Damn it. Okay, got lucky. None of the solder actually got to the top of the turret there. It was just the flux that managed to flow over. We're okay then. So now this one's just literally going to go straight down. So this one's going to be less than fun because this is short A freaking F. So I'm going to shoot a little long over here. I'm going to go right about there and see what we can do about arcing this thing down in there. Okay, so I need to go a little bit shorter still. Not much, maybe about there. I think that might actually get me where we need to be. That will work. By golly, that will freaking work. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna strip that off and I'm gonna tin it, but we're gonna arc it, we're gonna hook it out. Because I need it to go down, but I need it to go into the thing that way. So yeah. All right, and here I think is where I'll do. So you can kind of see how short that is. That's just over a ½ inch, I think, thereabouts. That's a short baby run. Short baby run. All right, we're gonna kick back the heat a little bit. I don't need quite as much as I got right now. And what I want to do is make it so that way when this thing comes around, it will arc into my little thingy. This is gonna be not fun because I gotta do it like a multi-bend thing. Oh wow, did that just kind of like do what I needed it to do? I'll take it. I will take it. Okay, I'm going to come up a little bit and give it a nice softer arc. I do have a little bit of poke out there. I could wait until after, but I'm not. I'm going to just go ahead and get it done. There. No, yeah, maybe I just need to go this direction with it. There it is. All right, so now when I put that thing in there, Burk! I don't usually do that, but whatever. So that's what happens is this stuff pulverizes. Oh, you can't even see it. It's like over here, there's a bunch of freaking flux dust now. I need to clean that up here in just a second. To be honest, it's going to get really messy really quick. So hold on just a second here. Oh man, did I get that? I think I did. I'm going to go a little bit deeper on that. There it is. Okay, I need to clean up a mess real quick here. Otherwise, it'll get, see that there? That's no good. We don't want that. So what we can do is do this. But this stuff is going to make a hell of a mess. It gets on the mat and it like really goofs things up. Okay, what do I want to use? I can already feel it on my fingers, all sticky. But see that, how the powder like is in the mat? That's not going anywhere anymore. And it leaves like a trail wherever it was. This stuff is like sticky. I can feel it on the fingers and everything already. Give me just a second here while I rinse my fingers off. All right. There we are. Sorry, we're going a little fast again is what we're doing. We're going a little too fast, I think. It's causing problems. That spot may never go away. I don't know. It's time for a new one of these things, I think. Probably. Possibly. All right, where are we at here? So, we have created two nice, freaking beautiful little arcs on over. I'm just trying to tidy things up as we kind of go along here. At this point, it's going to get tighter and tighter and tighter inside of this amp. So it's going to get more and more difficult to keep things clean in here. And that broke. I knew it would. Gosh darn it, why is that thing sticking so much today? It's twice that's happened. Anyway, I knew that was going to break, but I was hoping it wouldn't yet. So let's get that soldered in there more correct-like. There it is. Ow. I feel it on my fingers too. All right. Again, pinpointing my argument that a mechanical connection does not make a solder joint. I've had a couple of bad solder joints today. And it's just from manipulating stuff too much. Being a little rough, I guess, if you will. But the point being is that alright, let's see here. Okay. We got that. This guy here is the one that's going over. This guy here is going to our other thing. It's going to go somewhere in here probably. We don't have any more ground wires. These things, I may as well untwist them, to be honest, because they're probably not going to be able to get twisted. They're so freaking close. We'll use a little bit of heat here in a minute to get those to flow the way we want. But, okay. And then this thing, just want to make sure it's not bent. This looking good. That's in there nice and tight-like. Yes, very nice and tight-like. Alright. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm kind of slowing down just a little bit here. I'm just checking the work, making sure everything's looking good, feeling good, being good. So we have a jump that needs to go from here to there. Okay. Now on this one, I am going to go from the top of the turret pointer. So I'll go from the top, like these two here. I'll go from the top here and go into the bottom of that one. And that should line up pretty much good. We'll see. So let's go ahead and do that little jump right now. I am going to do that one with black. Even though it should be some other color. But I'm going to go with black. So that's all there is to it. So I'm just going to cut a length of this because we don't need a whole heck of a lot, to be honest. That will work. Now this jump here, that one will be red. That one I will do as red. So we'll come to that one in just a minute here. Let's go like so. So I'm just going to pick a side at the moment. 709. We're going to need a little bit more. Come on up here. All right. Gosh darn it. So what it is that this thing here doesn't fit in there very well, which isn't helping anything. It used to have a little foam pad on the bottom, but when I first bought it, the little foam pad was attached to the base of the thing. So it didn't pop out, but invariably you got to replace that thing every so often. I get about 6 months, I think, out of one. Something like that anyway. It lasts a pretty long time, honestly, but in either case, I think what I want to do is come off of this one first and then finish things going this direction. I think that'll be the easier path for me. I'm going to go off of this side this way because I want to try to buy as much space from these guys as I can, because again, these are grid wires there. So we want to make sure we keep some sort of distance there. I don't think we got enough feedback, loop gain to worry about it being that sensitive, but I guess we'll find out. You never know. Just never know. So let's get this guy going and add just a little bit of heat. Not that much. There we go. And I want to do this. We're going to come off the bottom here. Come on, baby. It's not wanting to take the juice. I'm gonna have to stop there for a second. We'll let that steam off for a moment. You can kind of see it's just, maybe you can, maybe you can't. Yeah, you can see it smoking there. There's enough heat there that we can stop for a minute. We'll need to scratch off the flux and then reapply some more, whatchamacallit. I don't really want to mess with it until it's cooled down a little bit though. God, it would have been kind of cool if I did this one a little bit different, but this one's just kind of shooting down at a slight angle. But it is at a slight angle, so I don't know. Yeah, it's all kind of gooey. Still hot is what it is. Looks like a little bit of solder got on there on the back side, but it didn't flow around to the front like I'd wanted it to. But there is a base layer in there. A little bit. It's easier to clean this stuff after it's solidified. When it's warm, it's a little gooey. And when it's gooey, it's just not as fun to work with. So, whatever. All right, what do we got here? Let's see if we can get this thing to play the game with us now. Oh yeah, I can see that we now have flux flowing and solder flowing. Maybe. It'll work. Now the question is, how do I want to get that thing on there? Ooh. Yeah, we definitely have solder on there. That's good. Okay, let's get this thing to fall in there. There it goes. Okay. That has gone on. That is good, but it is not where I want it. And that is going to be good. A little bit more solder on there than I would like. We got a little bit of a glob, but it ain't going nowhere. That is a fact, Jack. Oh yeah, that lines up really well. So it just works out that the top of this turret lines up with the base of this turret. So kind of cool. I'm going to go right here. No, right here. Yeah, right there. It's a little on the long side, so we will have to wrap it around, but never fear. So I'm going to cut off a fair amount of, whatchamacallit here. I'm going to go like so. Did that do? No, we need to go more. We need a little bit more taken off here. Did I get it? Yeah, I think I did. No, freaking slipped. My freaking eyes, man. That time it came off. There we are. So this one here, I'm just gonna kind of work it in. There's no point in trying to pre-tin and all that jazz, you know what I mean? So we're just gonna do this. There it is. I like it. All right, so come on, baby. Ooh, I think we got it. Nice like here. A little bit on the top of the turret though. Wasn't as careful as I should have been. But maybe I got lucky in this flux. It's just flux. Yeah, I think we got lucky. It's just flux. Yeah. Yay! There's that one. So that's negative feedback. And again, we can kind of confirm all that by taking our thing and making sure that this connection here is going to here. It is. And then here. And then up to here. And then to here. Yeah. All the way across. I already knew it was going to do it, but I'm just saying, like, as a general rule, if you're building your amp, you should kind of check this stuff as you're going along. You probably notice I'm not really going through like a checklist or anything like that. It's probably wise to go through a checklist of some sort. And like something to kind of help you see where the hell you're at and what you're doing. All right, so we are going to go with red on that one there. Now this one, I do have a resistor that goes over the top. So that's why I'm not really too worried about making that connection, because this resistor will go over the top. And I know you can just barely kind of see it there, but we're going to make this jump now. And we are going to do red. Imagine that. I'm going to get just a little more length than that. And I probably could have used that other piece that I had there, because incidentally, they're the same freaking length. All right, well. I'm going to use the one that doesn't have any writing on it, though. This one. The first one I made. Imagine that. All right. Yeah, we'll go with that. The hell with it. All right. Okay. Got a lot of heat in here right now, but we're just going to get a little touch-rooney on there. There we go. And I am going to... This base, I think, worked pretty well the last time, as I recall. So it might do me good this time as well. Let's see here. Come on, baby, get some heat in. Ooh, I got a glob. There we go. So this one worked pretty well. All right. And you can see it, you didn't really see it. Maybe you could, maybe you couldn't, because my freaking fat head was in the way. It had enough pressure in there that it pushed a little ball up to the top. We'll probably have to redo that. We'll have to touch it up. We're going to have to touch them all up anyway. Oh my God, there he is. What is going on? Do you have to? I don't do that. So Mullet the Guitar Guru, I don't believe in that kind of crap. Using a variac, like, my whole mantra is this: if you have done all the work right, like if you've done everything correct, you should have no fear to flip that switch, right? I can tell you right now, that whole idea or concept, if you will, that, you know, what are the words I'm searching for here? I'm gonna go to the outside this time. Or do I want to go to the inside? No, I'm gonna go to the outside. We're gonna stick to the outside. When you your television that you bought, right? They didn't bring it up on a variac, right? They did not bring it up on a variac. All right? Your laptop. They did not bring that laptop that you spent $1,000 on up on a variac. They turned it on. It was put together and it was turned on. Period. All right? So that is kind of my mindset too with this, is that if you've done all the work right, you should have no fear when you hit the switch. Now, I'm a little worried, I'm going to be honest with this one, because I've never done this world's mains voltage thing, and there's some weird things going on. Like, you know, they actually have, I'm using two sides of the transformer, if you will. So these are both the zeros, and these are both the hots over here. Let's see if you can do that. These ones and those ones. Well, in 120 volt mode, you're taking it and running it in parallel. In 230 volt mode, you're running it like that. So you're taking the 120 volt of this one and the 0 volt of this one and tying them together. I've sussed it all out a bunch of times. I'm 99.999% positive I got it right and I don't have to worry about anything, but that still doesn't keep me from sitting there going, boy, if I got it wrong, that would freaking suck. So yeah, when I turn it on, I'm probably going to grit my teeth a little bit. But to be honest, I know I've done all the work right, so I don't have anything to worry about. I'm going to strip just a little bit more off. There it is. Where you been all day, buddy? You should have seen me. I started a little bit earlier today. I know. I apologize, but you know, I had things I got to get done. We got to get this done. I still want to try to get noise out of this thing today, but it's just looking more and more like that's probably not going to happen. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. All right. I'm going to do the same thing I did on this one as the last one. I'm just going to wrap it around, and we're going to just let her rip. Tater chip. Who's that? Cletus McFarland says that? Let her rip, tater chip. I love that guy. I think he's one of the cool cats. And I've noticed that he started cursing a little bit more lately. I don't know what's going on. It's like he waited until he had a kid, and then all of a sudden he lets the freaking sailor come out. But I like him. He's a wholesome character. Funny. And kicking ass right now and taking names too. So congrats to him for that. If you don't watch Cletus McFarland, well, I suggest that you do. Okay. Let's see here. Get some heat in there. Come on, baby. Melt. Melt. Yes, there it went. It melted. Melt. Just a little bit more. There it is. All right. Yes, that looks really, really good. I like that. That came out pretty good, this one. Okay. Okay. So there's our HT. So what do we got else going on over here? I think that is all the connections that have to be made on that board. Now that board is permanent. This is when you get sound, I will go back to the forums. It's like 9 a.m. Been working out. I've been working on my fitness too. I got it from my mama. Reality is I'm probably not going to get sound today. I'm going to get really freaking close, which is going to be what frustrates me. But the reality is I'm not making enough pace fast enough unless I really, truly marathon run this thing. We're at 5 hours on the dot right now. Yeah, I don't think I got another 5 hours of work. But I'm also getting to that part or point where I don't really want to be beat up trying to fire up an amp. You know, safe and sane fireworks and all that kind of stuff. If you're not from America, you don't know what that means. Well, I'm not even in America. I live in California, but safe and sane fireworks is like a thing that they have over here, because where I live, you're not allowed to have them because, you know, of all the freaking places in the damn country, you so much as look at a freaking match over here and the whole freaking forest goes up. The whole freaking countryside just goes up in fucking flames. I honest to God, don't understand how some of the stuff is gotten away with over here the way it is. I know that some of our fires are caused by fire bugs. Like somebody's going out there and doing something they shouldn't be. But then we have situations where, and I'm not like pinpointing the blame necessarily on them, like, you know, PG&E or something like that, or SoCal Edison or whatnot. Like, I'm not saying it's their fault, but, you know, they have maintenance to do out in these forested areas, and they don't do that maintenance in a timely enough fashion. And they flip a switch out in the middle of the freaking boondocks that causes an arc, and it literally lights the entirety of the damn country on fire. And then it's just, I don't know what it is. It's just, so far, it's been okay this year. Last year was pretty bad. Could have been worse. As far as things go, it was better than it has been. But I just shit you not. Like, so what I was getting at with the whole PG&E thing is that they started a fire, and we're talking about, I'm going to, Paradise Fire, the Paradise Fire, okay? Look it up. If you don't know what it is, look it up. Like, literally an entire city was evaporated, burned off the face of the world, off the face of the map, caused by PG&E, right? To rake the... Yeah, right? Oh, no. So the problem is that we can't clean up those areas because it's forested land, right? It's forested. So all the eco-freakos, the ones that go a little too far, like, well, you can't do that because it ruins the, you know, the land and topology and all this stuff. But then it creates a fire hazard. And what the fuck happens is, you know, half the freaking country burns down, right? Or half of California anyway. So anyway, they're responsible for this fire. Well, it causes upteen millions, billions of dollars of damage. And somehow or another, our wonderful governor allows some sort of rule to pass through that allows PG&E to charge more money to us and to the people of Paradise that no longer have a home anymore because it burned them all down, right? Charge them more money in order to, whatever, run their business. It's like, how on earth did we get to a place where that was even possible? We started a fire. We burned all your houses down. Pay us more money for the same electricity that you had before so we can do it again. Because it did. It happened another freaking year later, damn near. Oh, stuff like that. It's things like that's why I can't get into politics, because it just baffles my mind. Like, it defies logic. That is illogical. Don't get me started. Dang it. You're asking too many questions. I'm teasing, but... Okay, where are we at now? I'm just trying to slow down again a little bit here. I'm just trying to slow down a little bit here. And get stuff to stay where I want it to stay. Thank you. All right. This side is done. All those connections are done. Sand's doing like the hard parts. So now So now I need to do the other board side here. So let's go ahead and see if there's any caveats to this one I need to work on. So this is that one where this black wire has to jump across and then somehow tie into that guy there. Again, once we kind of do this, it's permanence. So when this thing goes in, I am not going to have a fun time working around it, because there are connections down here. If this thing would stay freaking where I put it, it's not going to, but there it goes. So like this connection down here, I have to get that connected, but that is a very tight area to get into. I have to get it connected, and then I got to stuff it back underneath there. Somehow or another, it's got to go underneath all this and get hidden away. And I can tell you right now, it's not looking very doable. It's going to be a freaking job and a half. So working in this zone right here is going to piss me off. So I'm just kind of namaste, and I'm trying to ohm myself here. Ohm. Ohm. Let me turn the heat down a little bit here. There are some things I am running about in my mind right now, how we're going to pull this off. But first and foremost, let's get my little things here. I think we're at that point where it's just going to be what it is. We're going to put these things in there, and I think we're just kind of going to be done. Not done. I mean, not for the day, but I mean, just like, we're going to go for it, is what I mean. Okay. So from here down to there are some connections, and I was talking before about why I wanted to wait to put some of these things on, because I don't know if I want to put them on after I do those or before. Okay, so part of me wants to do it after because it will be easier. These are going to get put on after. So I have some jumps. I have 22Ks that go across So here's a 10K. I think these are all the bias things that I got here. What are you? You're 47.5K. Can't remember what I had that 47.5K out for. We need to figure that out. We have a 10K. I know that for a fact. Hold on, let me get this out of the way here. You, come here. We're going back a little bit here. I want you. What is that 47.5K for? There is a 47K in the circuit. But that is part of the bias circuit. Okay, that is part of the bias circuit. That answers that question. All right. So the two 22Ks are also for the bias circuit. So there's a 10K. There should be two 10Ks and two 22Ks. And there are. Okay. So now I need to get some other parts here. I gotta find where I put those parts. Never mind as I clack around here a little bit. So I need two 100Ks. That I do know. 100. 100. So, ooh, how the hell did you get in there? You are very clearly a 100K, but you are a 47K. So you were either in the wrong bin or the 100K was in the wrong bin. Nope, 100K was in the wrong bin. Imagine that. All right. So there's some 82s. So I'm really kind of bummed right now. And I'm kind of wondering if maybe I should just start getting them out of the way somehow or another. So I ordered some more Dale Vechés from Tube Depot or whatever the hell it is. So all the ones prior that I've gotten look like that. Well, this time they came and they look like this. And I'm like, what the frickle fruck? Like, that's completely not that. So these are completely different. So it's still the same thing. But where I'm going to be using these at, I think it's a good opportunity for me to utilize these. So I'm going to switch it up just a little bit. It's the same quality, but for what they're being used for, since it's part of the bias circuit, it's just kind of a way to get that stock kind of burned through, if you will, and not have it be weird, I guess. Like if there was 100K in the middle there somewhere, I think it'd be a little weird. Whereas where these are at, what I've noticed about these is they got thicker leads than these ones do. So I kind of like that, but they are also shorter length. The lead length is a little bit shorter. There it is. Anyway, that I don't like. I kind of like the long lead length. I am hoping that these... It sucks because I have so much stock. I've probably got almost $1,000 worth of these things now in stock of all the different values. Like I say, these things are damn near $1 a piece at the rate that I'm getting them. Damn near $1 a piece. But this is 100K. This is going back. So now I need to find a 222K. A 222K. What are you? 22. What do you know? But you know what I mean? Like I've got hundreds of these things now and all the different values. So when you start looking at them at like 65 to 75 cents a piece. If you have a tube amp, sounds good. Someone, yeah, right? Sounds good. Someone give it to you. You went to check. The wire is all spaghetti. Yeah, you know, that can happen. I'm not going to say that the wiring necessarily makes it better or worse, right? Like there's those stories that you hear about like Ken Fisher used to wire his amps in 3D and he would purposely place these wires in a certain spot because it did the thing, right? I'm not going to argue whether or not that's true. I mean, it does to some degree make a difference. Obviously, that's not the whole story, but it is part of the story. I want to say that he figured out and mastered the art of mystery. I think that's kind of his big thing, is just like some of his isms that he had. Things like, you know, the wire having to be ran a certain way, right? He would literally had some sort of juju where the wire went in a certain particular direction, because that, if it was ran in the other way, there's a problem. He talked about phase quite a bit, and I was like, based on what I've seen of his circuitry, phase was the least of his problems with a lot of this stuff. Every time you go through a tube stage, you're flipping the phase, right? So I don't know if he maybe just meant from input to output, but that's really stupid simple. Like, to swap the phase, it's literally as simple as swapping those two wires there or swapping these two wires there. It's that simple. Or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, the phase inverter and the output tubes don't really give a crap which one's which. So, I don't know. I'm just saying, I'm not saying, I'm just saying, but all right. What do we got to do here? So these guys here don't go to anything. They just sit on top of the board. All right. And then we're going to have a wire that comes off of them and goes to our bias pots. So we're not super duper worried about those at the moment, but let me get to where we got to go with that here. Okay. So the off-board part that we got are these 22Ks. And let me confirm for a fact that that is what they use, or what we will use. And it is 22Ks. So 22Ks it is. Cool. So these 22Ks are going to go from there. Yeah, I think it's from there to there. Like, literally, they're just making that little jump. So I am in debates on whether or not I want to just pop in from the top. I think that's how I want to do it, is I'll just pop in from the top. And then I'll have that thing just drop down and shoot in. I think that's what I'm going to do. But let's double check and make sure which is which. So when I say which is which, I mean which is which. So this one should be this one. It is. And this one should be this one. And it is. I was told yesterday that you can't really hear the beep on this thing. I guess one way that you can kind of tell if it's... Oh, you can't see that either. There you go. Now you can see it. Right? See how there's a number there? That number lets you know that you've got some sort of continuity, because it's going to... Right? So, like, I'm touching this and there's nothing there. Nothing happening. But if I go to this one... Oop! All of a sudden, you saw that number there for a second? It's showing you what the ohms are that it's reading at that moment in time. So these little DMMs, they actually produce like a small little voltage, and that's how it's able to relate like what that is. So that guy there and that guy there, it would have been nice if it were that one. It's not. It's this one there. So whatever. This guy here just jumps. So it's literally just jumping over. So I'm not even going to sweat that. We're just going to go ahead and get that one kind of out of the way. So I want to again make it so that you can see the values. I'm going to turn the iron off for a minute because we got a little ways to go here while we work that out. I think right here is probably a good spot. I think. Yeah, we'll call it right there. Fudge it. Fudge it. I like the stiff leads on here. I really do like that, but I just really wish they would make up their mind on what they were going to do. If they were going to just go with this on all of them or not, I don't know. I don't know that I'll get that lucky. Did I biff that or not? That is the question. So let's... Sorry, no, I can't. Pretty dang close, actually. Pretty dang close. I know it's close enough that I can cut the leads off. Okay. So if I did this right, they should land. It lands. Cool. And it's a little on the wide side, so I'm actually going to tighten it up just a little bit. It's easy enough to do. Just bloop. And do the same over here. Ta-da. I think now that will be mo better. I'm still on the fence about these. Ooh, much tighter. Much, much tighter. I like it. Now, is it centered? Yeah, it's centered enough. That 100K, the writing that it has there, see, it's not in the middle. So it's really difficult sometimes when you're looking at these because the writing itself isn't in the center of the part. So you're sitting there trying to center the part, but then you see the writing and it looks like it's a little bit off. I can tell you right now, that's the challenge of this crap sometimes, is when you're trying to make it absolutely center. And see in this one here, it's same, like the 100K is just a little off center. So you just kind of, you got to trust your gut a little bit to some degree, I guess is what I'm getting at. Trust the gut, that you know where it's at. I'm just going to eyeball this one. I'm pretty positive I can nail it. Yeah, we're going to go right there, fudge it. And, oh, I can already tell you that's going to be good. We'll have to tighten up the one side, but the question is now, how straight is that? It's actually really good. All right, close enough, close enough. And did we do good? Yes, we did. I'm going to give it just a little bit of a tighten up. As I mentioned, we knew that we were going to have to do that. And we'll do the same on this side. Just a little pinch. Oh, monitor went to sleep. It's been long enough that my monitor went to sleep. Hopefully everything's still working. Everything's broken. Everything's broken. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. We're still here. But all my windows are off now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So getting back to some of the wiring stuff I was talking about. Yeah, like, I don't think that the wiring itself is the whole of the story. All right. Like, it just doesn't look good is the thing I get that bothers me, right? And if it doesn't look good, it's not good. It's got to look good. That's all. That's all. No more, no less. All right, so this one here, how do I want to do this? I want it to be in the middle. So this one, it's literally just going to kind of bend straight down on both sides. So I want to do this. I'm going to use this guy. And I'm going to go right to there. We're going to bend it down. And we're going to go to this one. Let's see if that's going to hold true for me. Pretty close. Pretty close. I might have to extend that out a little bit, but let's just give it a whirly here. Let's see. I did a good job centering it. I'll give it myself that. Yeah, that's going to be good. And then what I want to do is kick it out that way. So now what I need to do is decide. I got to play 3D chess here. 3D chess. I'm just going to go with that. We're not going to argue with it. But that means I'm going to have more going down. So I'm going to bend it out like here. Is that going to be good enough though? Here maybe? Maybe there. All right, so we're going to have something like that. I just don't know if that's too far or not far enough to drop it down. Right now, I need to go further down. So I need to close up that gap. So I need to move that gap up. That's more or less what I was looking for. I didn't want to, what's the word for it? I didn't want to do it too short. Okay, let's get you straightened out now. Okay, pretty good. There's a lot of work for pretty much nothing. I can tell you that right now. Like, there's really not much to gain from any of this. I'm going to cut this little bit here. I know that I don't need. And let's see what we get here. Oh. Oh. I will accept those terms. I got freaking lucky right there. You can't really see from your side, but it's honestly really freaking close. It's hovering in the middle of the hole. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Sometimes you just get lucky. And considering how much this thing's been fighting me for most of the day, Yeah. Now, I wish I could make both of these the same, but unfortunately the spacing on these is a little bit different for each of them. So it's not going to be that simple. So I'm going to cut it right there. So I'm just going to leave a little mark there to let me know where I need to cut it. There we go. Click. Freaking. All right. So I think what we're going to do. Oh, I already borked it anyway. I went to that one I wanted to go to. I went to that one because that's the one I wanted to go to. I needed to go to this one where it actually needs to go to. And oh my goodness. So I need it to be at the same level that it is, but I need it to come like straight down off the thing. So we're going to have to redo it. Well, you know, I thought I was winning. Thought I was winning, but nope. Pulled a fail. But we know it can be done. We know it can be done. So what we're going to do is just kind of come straight off of that guy, straight down. And that is pretty dang good. And then we want to try to get the same angle of the dangle coming out. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I think I know where I want to be. It's like right in here somewhere. Ish. Let's see how close that is. I think that's going to be pretty dang close, to be honest. And we got to go to this guy. You mother trucker. It's going to make me work. It's not going to be my day. It's going to make me work. It's going to make me work. So what it is I need to tighten it up on the one side. So I need it to go down further, just a little bit. So let's see here how I can lengthen that bend there. Sorry, I know you can't really see it. This is the not exciting stuff here that I was talking about. It's just really difficult to make this like an exciting thing to watch. You know what I mean? Like the number of you that are in here is baffling to me as it is, you know, the 12 of you or so that I see on my thing. That part just like baffles my mind. And it's just mainly because I know that this is painful to freaking watch. Now, why does that not want to go in there? Is it because it's too tight? Yeah, it's just too tight. I got to close this side up here a little bit. I know you can't see it. I got to make this side a little bit tighter. So let's make it just a little bit tighter. There it is. Okay, let's see what that gets us. Yes. It's so tight that it pops out. Come on, baby. Yes. Oh my freaking God. This is not going to be fun. Oh. It's going to make me work. All right, so there's that. I think we're in a good spot. I think I need to make this one just a little bit tighter yet still. I need to make it bend down a little bit lower. I think I made it extend the last time, but I think we're going to go the other way now. So I'm going to figure that out. I'm going to work it. I work it out. Whatever it is, I'm going to work it out. No, I think I was right the first time. I needed to go longer. But it does seem to go. It's fitting a little bit better than it did the last time, actually. At least it's holding. But I can see that it's sloping down. So we need to go the other direction. I was right the first time. Darn it. Now I really made it mad. Sorry, everybody. I know this is not exciting, but this is Oh my God, I don't know how it does that. It, like, literally, you set it there and it goes boom. It just jumps out like spring loaded. I'm out of here. Armageddon out of here. I am going to say I kind of like it that way. I think we've come to the term where it's good. All right, so we don't need a whole hell of a lot there. So I'm going to cut this little end off over here. Click. We are going to take this guy, put it in. I'm going to solder that in at the top there. So let me turn on the soldering iron, get a little bit of heat. Oh, where are we at? 5 hour 30. How many entries are there? Oh, hey. Hey, we got some people back in the house. Holy shit. Sorry. John, your amp is done. Going live to show it off. John, pleasure. No, you gotta wait, fucker. You gotta wait until I freaking, if you're still here, Andy. You gotta wait until I'm done. Then you can make more noise. This is my live, damn it. Alright, let's see here. Come on, melt. There it is. Okay. And one little last touch here. There it is. I want it to be level. It was pointing down. Too much pressure on the one side. All right, now I have another decision to make. Do I want to put this in there and get this done first? Or do I want to do that one first? Apparently, I'm not going to be able to let it go. It's like one of those freaking torta deals. And yeah, no, that's looking really good in terms of positioning. So it's just a matter of me. I think what I'm going to do, yeah, I'm going to get that welded first. So I'm going to do one of these sort of deals here. I'm going to do this. I'm just going to do, like, literally tack it. Tack. Ticky-tacky. Okay. Ow. Freaking hot. Oh, boy. It is an odd angle of the dangle, though. But it is what it is. But let's see here. Yeah, as long as we push that down, it's not exactly where I want it, but we do got to go up a little bit. But I think we can still go up a little bit. Because I know we're not at the top of the hole. There it is. That was it. That was the one. Got it. Nailed it. All right, now let's get this side here done. Let's get in it from this angle of the dangle here. There it is. And get this side touched up. Get that a little chance to solidify. And it's too hot. Sucked it all in. Whatever. That is nice and level. I like that. That's perfecto. Now we can get that in and get that all nice and soldered up. Bada bing, bada boom. Yes. Okay. Let's do that one more freaking time. I'm going to turn that off for now. Let me dick around with this for a little bit. All right. So we know the easy way around this is to just Okay, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Okay. Did I put that in there right? Yes, I did. Okay. How many? I wish I knew how many entries there are exactly. So just to give you guys some more data, I know it's late in the game here, but sorry, hold on a second. There we go. Late in the game and all that jazz. My job for this giveaway, this is a giveaway amp, so it is going to one of you out there. My job is to build it. No more, no less. My job is to build it. I am not managing the actual giveaway portion of it per se. I have helped create the rules. So John and I kind of created the rules, and the rules are in the description. It's not that crazy. But as it is and how it pertains to the entries, I have not seen them. I have not seen a single email. I have not seen a single entry, you know, like video or whatever. Part of that is just, you know, I think it's fair. You know, my job is to, you know, create content, show you how I made this thing, and your job is to try to win it. Follow the rules, and everybody wins, right? I'm gonna take this out for a minute. Seems simple enough to me, and I think that will work. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut a little bit off here. All right, so I think I've tried to make it pretty clear before. We're not trying to see who you are. Like we're not using the content that you enter into the competition as a way to like judge you or anything like that. It's not what its intended purpose is. It's to ensure that you are a valid and willing participant in the sweepstakes. All right. So that's it. No more, no less. So the video that you used to enter into the contest has no bearing whatsoever on what, you know, your outcome will be. None whatsoever. We don't care if you're, you know, playing guitar for 3 days or, you know, XYZ. Like, that's just not what we're using that for. It's just to make sure that you can play this thing. And I've been saying it a lot in these different videos because it seems to have kind of lost some weight, I guess, if you will, like trying to understand what the purpose of this giveaway was. I'm spending a lot of time, a fair amount of money to make an awesome freaking guitar amp. So we want the individual that wins to be able to play it when they get it, right? So if you can't play the amp, it serves absolutely zero purpose to me and to you. So that is why we've kind of made the rules the way we did, because we don't want to have an instance where we get somebody that doesn't even play guitar at all. You know, we don't want to give them an amp that they can't even use, because what's the freaking purpose? We're trying to make an amp that you can play. Make sense? I hope that makes sense. So again, the thing isn't meant to judge you. It's just meant to show that you're a truly willing participant and that you have a valid entry in a way to play this thing. That's all. No more, no less. That's all. So, and this side is just going to be stubborn, I guess. And I know why it is that's being stubborn. So on this side here, there is nothing underneath it. It's just a raw connection down there. So when you try to run the solder into it, it just sucks down into the frickin' hole. There it is. Okay, that takes care of that. I need to cut that just a wee bit shorter. We don't need a mile of that sticking in there. Oh, fell down. It's down there somewhere. All right, one last little bit here. Maybe still a little long. Yeah, it's still not. It's fine. All right. Short run there, huh? I wish they were like exactly the same angle. It's pretty dang close, but this, you know, how do you just really freaking close. It's so close. All right. So now, where are we at here with things? I kind of feel like I should do these connections first. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. I kind of feel like I should do these connections first because those are going to be a pain in the ass, and then I should get that connection done. And there's this connection I'm going to have to figure out yet still. What are these guys here? So this one is also going to go to that run right there. That's this red wire here, and then this black run is our bias. So this needs to go to our bias. And I think I can do it from the pot. No, I can't do it from the pot. The bias is going to be tricky. Let me show you what I mean here. Let me call this up here. So, where are you? Display. All right, so that's that wire there, that black one that's got to run there, right? So see these here? That's where they're jumped at over here. That wire that I have is meant to go to that point there. Well, that wire also has to get up here to this guy. So at some point or another, this guy and that black wire have to touch each other. So the question is, do I make it so that black wire runs across that way and then run a wire to this? Or do I use that wire that I cut almost too short? It will work at its current length to get to the bias pot where it needs to go, and then just run another wire out. Now the problem with the bias and the grounds right now is I've got quite a few connections running back and forth that are going to make that work out. So see if I can make it so you can really see what I'm talking about here. So you can't really tell, but there are two 10K stacked right there. So the way I'm going to do this is, and the reason this is going to be a challenge, is that I got to jump from here to there with one 10K, and then I got to jump from here, or excuse me, they go from the center, each to the center lug. So this one that you see right here is actually connected to the center lug, and it goes to this ground lug there. And then there's a jump back to the actual ground point, right? But there's also another 10K resistor in there that goes from this lug all the way across over to this one, and that's that little gray. You can see there, like there's a little spot right there. Well, that other gray wire that kind of extends on is that other 10K thing. But that means I got to get 1, 2, 3, 4 wires inside of one lug. And I can tell you right now, that is not going to be easy. So I may need to think about how I want to do that a little bit. So that's why it might behoove me to just run that black wire over to here, like I was thinking about doing it, and then just having one come over here and jump with it. So essentially there would be 2 black wires that connect here. I would like it to run here and just have one that goes there, because that would be cleaner, but I don't know that I can fit 4 wires in this spot right there. So that's what I got to figure out, if I can do that or not. Another thing I could do to make it so the space works a little bit easier and cleaner is the excess wire that I cut off. I can use the thinner gauge stuff, basically the lead wire, as opposed to using the actual wire. And I don't really need the wire. It's the black, just the leads itself is fine. So that's one of the challenges that I'm looking at here. So what we have completed so far is all these connections here, all these connections here. Everything across the top there has been done with the exception of this general vicinity here. So let's go ahead and keep moving on. I think we're at a spot now where I kind of want to wait on getting these coupling caps in place there. I kind of think I want to figure out what I'm going to do with this power and both the black wire that runs over to this point here and this red wire here. I kind of want to figure those out before we move on. So let me go back. All right, that's still on. That's good. So this guy here, we're going 1. Let's see, what is it? It's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. It's going to number 6. It's going to that row right there. So this is going to go, honest to God, it could go either way. I need it to go to here. I don't know why I said it could go either way, but it can't. It needs to go to here, but I'm going to cut it back there. All right. So I want to try to make it so it comes off nice and straight like and maintains that kind of trajectory. So, golly gee whiz. That's going to be part of the challenge, is getting the bend to work the way I want it to bend at the angle of the dangle I want it to bend, while also having the right trajectory across, gall darn it, while getting that angle correct. It's gonna be less than freaking fun. I think we can make that work pretty much right there. It does need to come out a little bit longer, but I think I can get it right there, which means I need to cut it a little bit shorter. I'm being brave right now. I'm just gonna do this. And I'm gonna go right there. Is that gonna work? No, we'll split the difference. Splitting the difference. All right, so now I have the fun freaking task of peeling off a huge section without tearing that thing out. You know how it goes. So I am gonna shave off a pretty sizable chunk here. Oh, it would. It freaking just will not play nice for me. All right, there it goes. We got it. We got it. Everybody's happy. Okay. Then what we're gonna do is get it there, I think. Ish. And then we'll bend it in. Yeah, see, it ended up short. Might have to redo that one. I don't know. Let's find out, but I think that one might end up having to get redone. And I'm not happy with how it frayed out my wires at the end. What do we got here? Could go on the inside, I guess. And have it bow around the other way if I need it to. Son of a... Let's do this first. I'm gonna just get this part over with. There it is. All right, that'll keep it from fraying on me. All right, let's just see. I want to go to there, I think. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. And we'll bend it around the other way. Oh, darn it. It's going to make me work. So what I want to do is do this. So like that. And then that'll go in there like so. But I need it to kind of stay put. Stay put. But I got enough torque on it that I can pull it out. Darn it. All right, so I need to do a couple things here. I'm gonna pre-tin that. And push that up out of the way. Starting to get fried over here. It's warm. It's getting warm in the garage. I need to get my Dr. Pepper. I need a Dr. Pepper. That's what I need. Ooh, that went well. That sucked up real nice. I like that. Okay. So now we need to get this to arc in there and pull through. And then get this on there without burning or melting anything up here. Okay. It's not complete. I still need to go back in and touch it up, but what I want to do is get it kind of, I want to know if that's where it's going to go type of thing. All right, so like if I bend the wire and all that jazz, where is it going to? And it's so close. See what I mean? Like it's just kind of straight down, but when I arc it down, I get the down angle that I want, so it floats level along the bottom here. It's just a little bit off. It's really hard to do these fine little things, so I need a little more length to pull out actually to make it do what I want it to do, which isn't a bad thing because I had to go back in there and touch it up anyway. So we're gonna just get her done. So we're gonna pull a little length out. There it is. We'll hold it right there for now. Oop, that was too much. All right, there we go. Ish. I think that's gonna do good. I like that. It's pretty dang. It's going to be almost impossible to get it like totally straight, but we're going to run with that. So I need to add some solder down in there and stuff like that. So this is the part where I'm going to fuck it up because, you know, I'm trying to get super greedy and stuff. Well, we'll see. Maybe I'll nail it. Where I think I'm going to run into trouble is that I need to actually hold this thing out. There it is. What do you know? What do you know? That actually went much better than I thought it was going to go. Okay. Yay. Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. All right. So now we need to get this guy to come up and hit there. But do I run it around from the back? I think I can. It looks like it's going to just do it. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. I'm going to go like this, and I'm going to cut it. I'm going to cut it with the cutters, like the toe cutter. And I'm going to cut it right freaking here. Yeah, right there. Click. And then we're going to shave off a whole bunch. What do we got going on? All right, nothing's going on. Just a bunch of people watching some guy. Let's see here. I want to go to that point, I think. Click. Golly. All right. All right, so let's get the tip freaking soldered up there. Yeah. Okay, let's also make sure that that's the right one that I want it to go to. It is the one that is right next to it, so that is fine. That is fine. That is fine. I'm going to go ahead and just, do I? You know, that one was playing pretty good, so I think I'm just going to go ahead and wrap it around, be done with it. It was doing what it was supposed to do kind of thing, you know what I mean? So I think I can kind of get it to do what I want it to do without having to play God. Yeah, exactly that. That's exactly what I needed it to do. It's doing everything it's supposed to do. We're just going to run with it here. So I'm not going to argue with it. How's that? Oh, nope. I'm gonna feed it. Just gonna feed it. Golden. Golden. I will accept those terms. Okay. And again, you're never going to see that wire down there because we got one of these guys going right over the freaking top of it. That's right. So that goes there like so. Pretty much. Yeah. So you'll never see it. I mean, you'll see it at an angle like it's down there, but like it's not. You know what I mean? It's, yeah. That. Alright, let's get this stuff off of here. Now, I don't know if I can cut it, but there's a little bit of excess sticking out the side there. It is not going to let me to cut it. It's just shallow. Alright, let's get this thing out. I already have it out. Okay. Da, da, da. And how is this side looking? This side's actually looking pretty dang good. This one. Some of these, man, they just worked really well. Some give me some shite, and the other ones didn't. Alright. I wish this one was a little bit straighter. It's you can't win with these caps. That's the only thing that I don't like about them is that they're not like super straight. Whatever though. Okay. That takes care of that aisle there. Okay. Man, I'm starting to get a little freaked out about this section down there. It's really fucking tight. It's just so friggin' tight. Okay. Let's go ahead and get these wires. These ones are going to be super tight, so we're just going to go for it. I'm going to go, let's say right here. Right there. Right there. I didn't say Siri. Cancel. Alright. So it's kind of dangerous doing it as short as these are. I mean, these are really freaking short for what they are. Because, like, they are freaking short. I think these are 18 maybe. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, so the challenge with these ones is also that they are PVC. So the second I put any kind of heat on them, it's going to start melting back. So this one here, I am going to preload the freaking turret up, and we're just going to get it in there. So let's go ahead and just do that. Meow, and get the 3 turrets kind of just preloaded here. Come on, baby. There it is. Please do not get up in my way here. I do not want to melt you, see? Nice. I'm gonna come back to this one. All right. So I think with this one, it'd probably be best to just tin the whole thing and then bend it where I want it to go. Because this one here, we don't get much of a chance. Ow, freaking hot. By the way, they're still friggin' hot. Let's see here. I'm not really worried necessarily if these are a little on the long side, to be honest. If they end up a little long, we'll find a way to like get them to work around. Somehow or another, we're going to make this thing work. But what I do want is a nice little loop on this guy here. So that looks ugly as sin, but I think it might actually work pretty well. The heat that you can get on these things helps a lot. And beauty, 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 beauty. There it is. All right. So there it is. Oh man. Okay. So I want to try to get in there and out of there as quick as I can. I'm going to bring the heat down pretty much as low as I can. And I want to catch it while it's still cooling off. That's the plan. Oh yeah, that pulled right in. That's nice. That went really well, actually. Okay, I'm going to get just a little bit more on the front end over here. Yes. All right, so the reason I burned myself, that thing was fucking hot, man. So what we're gonna do is let that cool off a little bit. So what happens is that the freaking PVC jacket will like, it just starts to split and tries to push itself back. So you want to get the heat in there and out, like as quick as you freaking can. As quick as you freaking can. So I did good on that one, and then just worry about where it's gonna place itself after the fact. In this case here, we did good. So now I'm just waiting for the heat to kind of get away. And then I'll move it over where I want it. And then the cool thing is the way that this transformer is kind of done up, we can just kind of push the excess down in there, right? So, or we can do something like this, where we suck it down to the thing, so it just goes down and then up into it. Now, it does not really matter which of these two wires we use for what. The question is, do we bother with frickin' trying to twist them together? Now, in theory, it is good to take anything that is high voltage and twist it together with something else that has a similar thing going on. So you'll notice that I generally have twisted all of the, all this stuff together. Objectively, that is ideal. But, is it going to matter when you've only got that much of the two wires? All right, she's looking damn good, by the way. So I don't know. I don't think I'm going to twist it. I'm not going to twist it. I'm just going to get that thing in there, and we'll go from there. So I need to just get that thing. I need to choose a spot to cut. I'm going to cut a little bit long. I'm shooting for a little long. Yeah, that's going to be more than long enough. A little bit long. And you get your butt over there. And then I'm going to get this, and we're going to take off a little bit more than we probably need. Yeah, see, it's trying to pull stuff out. So that's why I was saying I'm not too worried about where it is, because this thing is, you can't really tell, but I can pull and push in like an extra ½ an inch. So whatever I don't need, I can push back into the transformer, is more or less what I was getting at. Okay, so we are going to do this again, as low as heat as we can get. There it is. And let's create a nice little loop here. See if I can try this and make it work better. I just want it to kind of curve down nicely. I know that looks stupid long, but there's a reason for that. Because I can get in there and kind of do this number with it. And that's what I'm trying to do anyway. The piece is a little flexible. I'm not trying to go crazy with the freaking length and all that jazz, but gosh darn it, it's gonna make me work. That's actually not teabag though. Okay. Let's do this. Again, we're gonna get in and out of there. That's the plan. Get in, get out. Okay. That's pretty good. I need to get some down in here though. And if you wouldn't mind, thank you. That actually did good. All right, so what we'll do is we'll stuff the excess in there that we don't need. Should be able to get, there we go, like so. And we're gonna take this, yeah, it's still a little warm. Then we're gonna go like that. And I'm going to touch off just a little bit more down there. I'm going to get a little brave. This is a little dangerous right now because it is starting to melt back on the frickin' whatchamacallit. But I think there's enough length here that I can get it to push in. Yeah, that's going to work good. Okay, and then we got one left to go, and that'll go right here. Go right there. It's going to be, again, a little long. Let's see here. Right there. Yeah, that's probably a little bit longer than I needed it, to be honest, but you know, whatever. We're doing pretty good with my luck right now, so I'll take what I can get. Wiggy diggy! What is going on, dude? You made it. I think Sloth was in here even. Sloth might have beat you today. That's pretty rare. I can't remember if he was here last night or today. I think it was yesterday. But hold on, we got some back end stuff here. Wiggy diggy, wiggy diggy, wiggy diggy, wiggy diggy. I just love that name. That's clever, dude. Sorry, not making fun of you. I'm actually having fun with you right now. All right. Come on around, come on around, come on around and down. Get around this turret and don't come undone now. Okay. There it is. Oh boy. Here we go. Couple more solder joints and then we get to go. I don't know. I'm singing stupid stuff. I'm just a dude trying to build this amp. Just a dude trying to build an amp. There it is. There it is. Cool now. Cool it now. Yeah. Yeah. like a Toyga, like a freaking exhaust system right there. Vroom, mother trucker. Oh, that looks so good. You guys don't even know. You can't really see it. I'm sorry. I know that the angle of the dangle, I don't have like those multi-view freaking things where I can bring you in with me everywhere I go, but just know it looks really good. So we're just doing some cleanup here. And all right, so God damn, that looks really good. That even looks good from this angle. It looks good from that angle. It looks good from all angles. I like it. I'm happy. Happy, 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 happy dog. Happy, 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 happy dog. All right. You either get what that is, or I put that music that I was playing the other day back on. I'm pretty sure you guys don't want that music I was playing the other day back on. That is my do not kill people music, by the way. It helps me stay calm. And I'll be honest when I say, like, it does kind of help my attention, my focus a little bit. It's mindless. It's just mindless. That's the thing about it. I'm all about that mindlessness. And I'm also all about not saying and spraying. Okay. I believe you. Dun, 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 dun. Work, 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 Sonora. Shake your body line. Work, 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 Sonora. Work it all the time. Shake, 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 Sonora. Shake your body line. Work, 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 Sonora. Work it all the time. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I believe you. Don't tell me no. Okay, so what else, other connections that are going to happen is there is a connection that's going to go, I believe, to here. No. It's to... That's where the... words. Okay, so this is where the signal comes in, right? So I think we've already talked about that and confirmed it. But on the other side there, those 100K resistors, those ones are the bias. All right, so this one should connect to here, like it does. All right, but these two are floating in the air, but they need to go to the pots that we have to put in for the bias supply that we have not yet put in yet. So I don't know if I should just do it now and be done with it, but we need to run a wire from the top there and from the top there that goes back and over and into this general vicinity here. So how to do it, I guess. How to do it. I'm going to turn this off for a second. We are now at the point where we can start laying in some componentry and stuff like that. I just kind of trying to do a little bit of cleanup here. And, you know, just make sure everything's cool and kosher. Like this wire that's down there, maybe you can see it. It's just kind of right here. We don't want things like that floating around inside of there. Thank you, sir. I try to do super hyper clean work. As best I can anyway. What's sad is a lot of this stuff right here you're not even going to see, because honest to gosh, when we get this guy in there, a lot of it's going away. So this guy here is going to kind of literally sit like right over the top of all that. So some of what's going on there, we don't need to worry about all that much, but we're not going to be putting that in today. That'll be kind of done after the fact. The reason being is, A, there's a reason I coiled that up there. No, it will not be staying like that unless it needs to stay that way. What I mean needs to stay that way is that if this phase is correct by any chance, then I will cut that short so it fits nice. Now, if I really biffed it and I need to invert the polarity, I got some work to do because I'm going to have to undo half the freaking zip ties that are in there and swap those wires around. But we won't know until we get the thing running. But that's why I kind of did them the way that I did. I didn't cut this one because it needs to be long enough to get over to that one. Okay, let's see here. Where are we at? Where are we at? This wire here needs to go to this here. Okay. So this is our screen grid node here. So this goes to there. Okay. So I don't want to go off the bottom. I'm going to go off the top. so that way it kind of just wraps around, but I kind of want it to stay all nice and pretty like. So I'm going to do something kind of like that. All right, so it kind of holds the same line, right? That makes sense? I hope that makes sense. This should make sense. Nothing crazy wackadoodle. Like, that should make sense. So I just need to, a couple things here. Come on now. Do-si-do now. That's kind of better. I'm trying to make it not be so bubbly. That's the downside to this Teflex wire. We will go through with the heat gun after we're done and kind of lock everything down. And what I mean by that is we'll use the heat gun to kind of get everything all kind of softened up and whatnot. And then we can, I know you can't see what I'm doing, I apologize, but we'll use the heat gun to soften everything up. And then when you let it solidify or, you know, cool down, it kind of locks it in place, right? So you get it nice and warm, and then you move the wires where you need to because it's nice and malleable. And then when it cools off, it'll stay put a little bit better. You also use the heat gun to kind of blow all the dust and stuff out, right? That's what the idea behind it is anyway. That guy we need to strip, and this is going to suck because I know how much it's going to make me work. But there it is. That's probably a little more than we need, but we're going to do at least that much. All right. Now, will you let me do this time? Yes! 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 You don't understand, everybody. It's been making me fight all freaking day. I'm not a fan of that. I'm just not a fan of it. How do I want to do this? I know it's going to make me work, but what I need to do now is get it so it fits where I want it. And I think because of the way this is going to work out, I can just kind of do it in place. Like I don't have to pre-tin anything. I think I can make it work. As I get my grimy fingers like everywhere inside of this freaking amp right now. I don't tend to do things the way that I'm doing it right now, but with this one here, I think we can get away with it. Yeah, that looks pretty dang good if you ask me. I know on the camera it looks like they're off angle, but the camera's over here and this is over here, so you kind of see it from that angle, but when you're looking straight down, they're more in line. All right, I'm gonna turn the iron back on. Boo! That's this guy here. It's gonna go right there in a minute. In a minute. So let's see here. Super clean. Thank you, Fretboard Assassin. I appreciate that. Not too many questions. It looks like there's a bunch of you watching, so that's cool. We're coming up on the 6-hour 15-minute mark. Hooray. I'm gonna get just a little more heat on this one. And let's just go for it here. So I'm gonna stuff that in the hole there. And then we're just gonna let it melt itself around. Come on, baby. Melt around. There it is. All right, and now what I'm going to do is just kind of try to hold it in place while it burns my finger. It's pretty freaking warm right now. Okay, that has solidified. That has solidified. Quite happy. Now what we can do is work on making it pretty again, going the directions that we need it to go, etc., etc. Heidi, heidi, ho, etc. All right. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. And space-wise, we're doing all right. Man, that's going to be so freaking toy down there. It's not going to be freaking fun. Not looking forward to it. The absolute last thing going in this amp is going to be the PIM unit. I can already tell you that right now, which I think I already mentioned. What time is it? 6:15. Burk. Yeah, no, we're not gonna be able to get this thing making noise today. So I don't have the screws here, and my buddy said that he was gonna look and see, but he never got back to me. I'm teasing, of course, but in either case, let's see here. I think we are ready to start getting the jumps going across that way. And then I can start thinking about a couple other things. The HT is one of those things I kind of want to wait on a little bit. That's this guy here. This one is a more removable unit because it does have a spade bit thing on there, and we will be using that. But the bias pots are literally the last thing to go in, for better or for worse. I'm just trying to clean some stuff up here. Golly, that's gonna be a bitch. Boy, I hope this thing works. If this thing does not work when I turn it on, I might as well just trash the whole freaking project, because it is not gonna be easy to work on. And then I went and spit everywhere in there. By the way, you get to have my DNA. Sorry, not cool, bro. Sorry. I didn't sign it or anything either. So nobody will know that I did it. So if you hate it, if you think it's the worst amp you've ever played, I'm going to delete all these videos, and I don't know who made it. It's just some amp that some freaking dude on the YouTube made. But if you love it, if you love the amp and you think it's the best thing since sliced bread, well then, here I am. I'm your Huckleberry. All right, so let's get this guy out of there. And I'm going to try to clean up the backside a little bit here. So what I mean is that we get a bunch of fingerprints in there, and it's really hard to show you because this thing's kind of heavy, and I got stuff on the bottom there, so I can't really show you what I mean, but I'm just trying to make it stay as clean as I can. Oh, let's see here. Where are we at? I think we are at that point where we can now put these components in there. Let me make sure I'm not screwing myself here with anything. It doesn't look like I am. Wow, this thing came out like no problem earlier, but now just want to make sure that all my leads are here. All my leads are good. That is good. Yeah, this part's gonna suck later on. All right. Burp. Let me go inside, everybody. I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna go potty. I'm gonna go pee pee. I'm gonna go drain the main vein. And get me a Dr. Pepper. Alrighty. So please do talk amongst yourselves. Call a friend and be like, dude, you got to check this thing out. Look at this freaking amazeballs amp that's going on here. It's looking pretty snazzy, right? Don't you agree? It's looking pretty snazzy. All right. I'm going to mute the mic. I'm going to go inside. I'll be back in a bit. Come on. There we go. Golly, it's so much warmer in the garage. Blech. Hey everybody, I'm back. Wow, every time I leave, when I come back, there's more people than when I left. What's up? When do we hear sounds? Dale? It's probably not going to be today. As much as I really was hoping to get noise today, I don't see it happening right now. But as you can see, we're making pretty good progress and all. We're about to start polishing up the backside here, and then we got to get to the front side. That's the part there. I don't know if I have it in me to finish it up. We still got to do the bias too. The bias is just, it's 4 components and 2 wires. And it's a lot of finagling because I got to fit every single part around these 2 pots here. And it's gonna make me freaking work. So as much as I wanted to get noise in today, I don't know if it's in the books, unfortunately. I made a rhyme. But thank you. We are getting there. I'm gonna cut that a little bit. We don't need that amount of length sitting inside the freaking doohickey. Do the same here. Same with this one here. We just don't need that much lead in there. Sorry, I know what you couldn't see. I was just shortening those little L's. They were just a little long before. They just don't need to be that long. All right, so according to my thing here, we are going cathodes in that direction. I don't know if it really matters. Let me double check here. So there's 2 ways you can run it, right? I'm pretty certain that I know that we need the freaking cathode coming this way on this 3rd one. This is the way I always see them, is that the line goes to the supply, right? So I'm almost positive this is what we need here. So this makes it so it's always a positive going type of thing, right? So that's kind of a misnomer, I guess, the way I said it. And I don't like that at all. Hold on here. I'll get you going this way then. Hold on. Sorry. This one, why did it move so much, you little furk? When they were in there before, they were nice and square like, yo. Now they're not. Yeah. Sorry, hold on. I'm working it out. Working it out here. I'm not happy with things. Not happy with things. Okay, that's good now. I can see that being cool. That's cool. Oh, what do you know? That's what it is. Fingered it out. All right, there you go. Now they're in line. Okay. So let me see here. Let me just go to, let me minimize this. And then the way that I have it, yeah, it's the cathodes out, cathodes in. So as I understand it, it comes in from the anode and it goes towards the cathode, right? So the line is the cathode side, is to the best of my understanding. But let me see here. Let me make sure I'm not freaking nuts. That's not the one I wanted. Power supplies. That's the one I wanted. And the way that they did it is the way that I'm doing it right now. So that way. So what I'm getting at is that you can make it a positive and a minus, right? So these diodes shut off in one direction of the sine wave. So the sine wave comes in, right? And it makes like it's got this point where it crosses through 0. This is 0 right here. So it swings in at minus, 150 volts, crosses through 0 here, and then it goes up by plus 150 volts, right? Well, what the diode does is it shuts off the one side, and where they converge here, because both of these things here are crissy-crossing, right? They're going like this. What one wire is doing, the other one's doing the opposite, okay? That's what's happening. Is those wires are switching back and forth, right? So one's going one direction while one's going the other direction. Well, both of these are facing the same direction. So what it does is when one's going one direction, it turns on. And what you end up with is that little hump. And imagine that little hump keeping on and keeping going, right? Because all it's doing is flipping the one side over on the other one. So they're all, it's taking that and just turning it into 2 little humps. But those little humps can be in the positive direction or in the negative direction. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So That's why this one is facing in the opposite direction. That purple wire there is just a 50 volt tap. It has nothing to do with the direction that the sine wave is going, right? If one's a positive, it doesn't mean that the other one's going the other direction, right? These are probably, that one wire is the same as one of those two. That's all it is. But that's why you put the diode in that direction, is to make it so that when it churns over, and this is what they call half wave rectification. That's what we're doing. So when that wire swings below 0, it turns it on. But when it swings above 0 volts, when it goes positive volts, it just shuts off. And then when it comes back on, and what you end up with is these large humps, right? Because you got this one here, which was connected to that, but it turns this off, right? So this is your positive. Well, it's the other way, actually, I should say. So this one's on, right? But it shuts off on the positive side, but then it turns it back on the other negative. So you end up with a hump, a space, a hump, a space, a hump, a space, a hump, a space, etc., etc. That's what the caps are for. So these large caps here that I'm using are designed to store that energy that's being supplied on those negative going humps, those humps that charge those capacitors up, right? And then as there's no voltage being supplied to the rail, the cap just discharges and allows it to maintain that voltage that it had. Now there's very little current draw in the bias circuit. So I have a hell of a lot of capacitance. I got 200 UF of capacitance. I got 200 UF everywhere in this thing, right? And that's what's going to maintain that negative voltage and make it really, really solid. It's going to try to make it as close to DC as we can get it, even with a half wave rectification going on. Sorry, I know that was a long-winded explanation of how a freaking bias circuit works, but you just have to think of it as the bias circuit is the inverse of the HT circuit. So if there's 300 and something volts on the HT rail, well, on the bias rail, there's like minus 50 or 70 volts. I think we're going to end up closer to minus 70 volts. And the reason is that we start with minus 50, but when you rectify that, you're taking two negatives and you're taking your positive humps and combining them together. And when you do that, you end up with a multiplication of the voltage. So in this case, we end up with we're going to end up with about, I think we're going to end up with about 70 volts, thereabouts. So that's going to go there. All right, I like that. I want this to be up off the board a little bit. So I'm going to kind of get that to hold there. And then these guys, these are going to go this way. Oh my God. I'm all jittery today. It's been a long, long week working too hard. And then this guy here. So the way I did it is that this is the positive end going in. So the gold side, the band side, is going to supply the voltage. And in here, again, band side to go supply. So stupid little things, has no bearing whatsoever on the operation of the amp. But yes, I do actually sit there with these guys and consider what direction the flow of electrons will go. So there it is. That is the remainder of the parts that need to go in on here. So I think we're at a point where we can just solder that in. I want to confirm one other thing before we get too far. Excuse me. That was a good Dr. Pepper burp. All right, do we get a beepy beepy? Yes, yes. Yes, we do. Alrighty. Again, I'm just kind of checking as we go along here. That's something you should do, is just, check as you go along. So I know that these two there are also connected together. When I'm pointing at those two here, I'm talking about the ones between these two parts right there. All right. So it comes in from here, decouples through this guy. We talked about this earlier, right? Decouples through this guy, goes to ground. This guy here is our dropper resistor, which goes over to this cap, which then goes from there over to here now and supplies us with the voltage that will then drive the two pots. Then we use two more droppers. So we're trying to use a value that kind of splits us off where this gets the bulk of the work done and then these kind of finish the job, right? And then we use these two to provide some isolation from these guys. Okay, so what I mean by isolation is that if we put them both on the same node, that means what you do to one will kind of change what happens with the other, right? So they can affect each other. Well, if you put enough resistance between them, what you can end up with is some isolation. So what you do to one doesn't really affect the other one as much. It'll still mess with it a little bit, but it takes a more drastic change in order to get that to happen. So let's, I got 2 more wires, darn it, that come off here. I jumped the gun. So we got to come from there to here and there to here. So I'm going to undo a little bit of stuff here, but not much. I think we can get what we need to do just from that. Darn it. It was so close. I thought we had it. Oh boy. Okay, so we're just going to I'm going to get this going again. So there we go. We'll go with that. And we want to get something like this. I'm going to go just a little bit longer. I know I need 2 of them the same length, so I'm going to go ahead and get 2 of them basically the same length. Get over there. Darn it, get out of there. Again, I apologize. I'm not really doing this on camera. I'm pretty sure you know what it looks like to see a guy freaking like, you know, strip of wire. Dang it, let it go. There we go. So realistically, we're not going to hear sounds until tomorrow. Unfortunately, I think that's going to be the reality of it right now. So I'm going to do kind of similar what I did to the other ones. I am going to make these match a little bit more. I am going to tin that and get it ready. I'm going to just bend those around and then we're going to melt it in there. These ones I'm not that concerned with on this side, so I know that it'll function like it's supposed to. So there. Okay. Not that one. Ooh, that was so close. I might have gotten lucky. I don't think anything did anything yet. I think these are the ones that are just kind of stubborn. There it goes, starting to melt in now. There it went. I think. There, that definitely went. Come on, baby. Get hot enough, melt. Come on. Oh my God, really? Come on. There it is. Starting to melt now. Okay, there it is, that one. This one, got quite a bit on there. Yeah, that's going to be just fine. We're going to be all right. All right. Now I got to decide how I want to do these ones. I think because I've gone on the outside on all these ones here, we're just going to make it so they come out from the other side there. So we're going to come out the outside. That's all. That's all. No more, no less. I think we'll do that. And I think I'm going to one up myself here. I'm going to try something a little bit different. All right. And then we're going to go, I think I need to tighten that up just a little bit. There we go. And then we're going to apply some heat here. Melt. baby, melt. There it is. Ta-da. Okay. Yeah, that was it. That was the one. Ta-da. Yeah. All kinds of hell yeah. A little bit of a goop, but there is no way that one's not freaking glued on. She is glued on, baby. Okay. Do kind of a similar thing here. Create a little U-shaped action. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And melt. Okay. All right. And we're going to do the same. And I want this one to curve around here a little bit. There it is. Okay. Oh, Jaya. Okay. This one I do need a little bit on the back side. So we're just going to do this kind of number here. There it is. Do. Oh, should have taken that one out. All right, whatever. All right. What do we got? All right, so you can see, maybe you can't, but this one is shiny. That one went dull. When you get a little too much, there's Sloth. What's going on? Welcome to the show. All right, I knew you were going to be here. We were just talking about you. Nothing bad. We were just, noting that you were here yesterday in a more timely time than usual. All right, there we go. I like that. That'll work. Okay. And I got some shmoo on here I don't like. There we are. We're going to have to go back and scrape off the crap later. Okay. So we're going to go to there. Yeah, right. I'm debating here where I want to go. That feels a little too short, but that's exactly why I want to go there. And I want to make that one basically the same exact length. All right, so now what we're going to do is trim those back. Not trim, but you know what I mean. So come on, fall into my trap. And you evil thing. Now did we do good there in that regard? I still got some shmoo on here I want to get off. Yes, that will function. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I think I'm just going to, I'm going to do it this way. I'm doing it this way again. Maybe not. Should have left it a little bit longer, perhaps. Maybe not. I don't know. That's not bad. It's not bad. Okay, come on, baby. Come back around on that one. It's gonna work. I'm not worried. Nothing to worry about. Nothing here. Just saying hi. Oh, wrong sloth. Sloth tech. Maybe. Yeah, there is another sloth that we have though. So you're one of maybe two. Not a bad thing. All right, hold on. Come on now. There it is. is. Okay, now we got one. We got to do that one more time here. One more time. Okay, what I'm going to do here is I think I'm going to tin that a little bit. This one's just a little bit shorter than the other one. So I want that to just kind of lock into place a little bit better, easier, whatever you want to call it. So now what I can do is get it to tink in there maybe, maybe not. Yeah, make me work, why don't you? That's what I like. There it is. Ish. And just all I did is bend it out. That's gonna be all right. Not worried. Okay. That is warm on my thumb. Okay. Sorry, I got my head, back of my balding ass head in the shot. It's a sexy ass balding head though. Oh, what? You didn't find that funny? Alright. There we are. And there we go. Come on, little out. It's gonna make me freaking work. There's like this little dimple in the middle. There it is. It's more like it. Pretty dang close. It's close enough, I think. But then we just want that to go like that. There it is. Nice and straight like. Yeah, this thing is gonna bug the hell out of me. Alrighty. Now, where were we? So, before we can put this one in, we need to put the other ones in. So let's go ahead and get not that one, but this one. So what I mean by that is we're going big. We're going to put these guys in. We're just going to do this. Come on, there we go. We're going to have to come back and touch that up, don't you worry. That one I want to leave alone. This one I need to get, though. Because this one's underneath that resistor that was there, right? That makes sense? There we go. And now I want it to rotate around. So it's up. There it goes. I want that type A pointing straight up. Yes, it matters. Don't ask me how. It just does. Okay? It just does. Okay. Those are all nice and even out. I come back to that one. That one's trying to suck down into the turret there a little bit. That one did pretty good. Alright, let's come back and get this one now. There it is. Boop. Sort of. Maybe. That one's good now. That one's good. That one's good. That one's good now. This one's fighting me a little bit. There it is. Alright, we can get this side on this one here as well. That one's, ooh, that one went really well, actually. Yeah. Then I spoke too soon. Okay. Let's take a little break. So now we're going to put this one in. That is the right direction. It looks like it's backwards. It's not. In the bias circuit, it's a negative voltage. With the negative voltage, the positive then becomes the negative. Cool? Makes sense? All right, so now what we're going to do is get that one locked down, because we need to solder in the top half with the resistor in there. Yeah, I kind of want just a little bit more. There it is. And let's see if I can get this one to do what I want it to do. It was so close before, then I pissed it off. There it is. That was the one. And I think those other two are looking good. All right, so now what we're going to do is get that resistor that floats in over the top. Down here we all float. And I might have to get in there. Probably should have pushed this one in after the fact. I don't know. Come on, baby. Oh, you're gonna make me fucking work, you little brat. There it is. There it is. Alright, now I want that to be nice and level. Sort of. Come on. No, I want you to go down a little more. That's what I want you to do. There it is. That was the one. That was the mark. Alright, so now what I want to do is make sure it's nice and level. It is. I also don't want it touching that other post. It is not. It's nice and square. Moving on now. Moving on. What do we got over here? It looks so good. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Thank you. Alright. Oh my god, melt. There's a lot going on right there, so that one, got it. Da, da, da. Come on, just a little bit more. There it is. Ka-tink. Alright, that takes care of that. Because this got pushed over, I'm gonna have to do something like that. I just don't want it. It's not horrible. Sorry. It's not a bad thing that those are touching each other. It's just what it is that because that lead here has this guy here pushing the lead that way, it doesn't look as square anymore. So I'm trying to force it over to make the unit itself kind of land where it needs to be. There it is. That's more better. It looks ugly because the lead is bent now, but that's what you got to do in order to make the two components themselves land straight, I guess you could say. It is what it is, yo. All right, so this guy's going to go in this direction. Oop, missed it by that much. Okay. Are we going with it? I think we're going with it. Hold on. I see some mess down there. Little dingleberries. Let's try to get the dingleberries out now while I can get to them. At some point, I'm not going to be able to get the dingleberries out anymore. So, try to get them out now. And you probably can't really see them. I can see them. They look like little golden speckles. It's flux, is literally what it is. It's flux that has been splattered, and it looks unsightly. So I want to try to get them out now. Well, the getting's good. And I have found that using the tip of this thing here doesn't really scratch the stuff. So I get to have my cake and eat it too. Let's see here. those ones got all kinds of flux on them. I think they're kind of hardened up now. Looks like we need to give them a little bit of a touch up too still. We knew that was going to happen though. We knew that. Oh boy. Sorry. I know this is kind of painful to watch. But hey, you might be watching your amp being built if you're the winner. So at least you know the amount of care that I put into it. There's that. And this is nothing short of the care that I put into all of my builds. I do a very good job, I think. So there. I try not to cut corners, more or less is what I'm getting at. I try not to. Now, the unfortunate thing is, this is an untested build design here, so this thing could literally crash and burn on me. Like, I might flip the switch, and as soon as things come to life, like, it goes up in smoke. It could. It could actually sound like absolute dick all, too. Like, it might just sound like a pile of shit. Don't know. Don't know. You know why I don't know? Because I never built it. It's not going to sound like shit. It won't leave the shop until it sounds right. But knowing how my other circuits have gone that have kind of a similar sort of thing going for it, I'm not too worried. I think it's going to sound glorious. Now the hope is that it sounds glorious right out of the gate. That's what I really would kind of hope for here. I don't really want to try to play God with this thing if I don't gotta. Oh, I want that to freaking, come on, get over there. There it is. There it is. Okay, that was a little warm. You. All right, that's kind of down there. There's that. Sorry, I know that's kind of annoying. It doesn't seem like it's doing much, but it makes me feel better, okay? Makes me feel better. You know, it's not quite as tight as I thought it was going to be over here. I thought it was going to be like really just like closed in on me. This is actually going pretty good. Now, do keep in mind the voltage thing does stick out about yay far, so that will be in the way. And then the slow blow, you know, the fuse is going to stick out about yay far too. Almost as far out as this guy here does. So, you know, that is a thing. I've got these wires here that I can use for this guy. I just don't know if I want to use this wire for that purpose, or if I want to use like one of these other ones, like this red wire here. The reason I asked or posit that question is this Teflex stuff is really good for wires that you know aren't coming on and off, right? Like it does okay with these ones because it's 22 gauge, right? It's not as egregious on that 22 gauge because it's pretty flexible, right? But when it gets to be as short as this one's going to be, then I start to worry and I wonder if it would be better to go with something like this. But then it's just different wires. So there's those torments that I have in my head because this thing sticks in there pretty far. So that wire is literally going to be yay long. That's like one of those things where it's just like, how do I really, really want to do that? How do I really, really, really want to do that? Now, if this thing would play nice with me, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and take that out. I don't know what I want to do, to be honest. That goes there, though. So you can see it's got to run from the top of that to here. So, I mean, it's pretty short. And I'm using a spade connector. So that spade is going to bop it out a little bit more. That little wire right there is literally going to be maybe a ½ inch in length. It'll be just long enough. So I kind of feel, given that scenario and the amount of flexibility that I want, is a good opportunity for me to bust out with some red silicone wire. So that's what I'm going to do. I have answered my question. I'm going to go with the red silicone wire. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Alright, now I need, not those. I need, is it these? No, I don't want the flag ones. I want the normal ones. Where did they go? Here they are. So we're going with the large size here. And we're going with the female, like so. Alright. Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to need my 2L. Don't be a fool. Wrap your tool. I don't know if this is the one I actually want for it or not. There is a particular style that is correct for it. I believe it is this style here that I should be using. This is the one. This is the droid that I am looking for. The question is, does it fit this size of wire? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. All right. I haven't gotten any click action yet, so I can't lock it into place. So, whatever. We're going to get that out of there. Let's make this wire real quick. I want this. That might be a little longer than I need it. We'll find out. And I will solder this still, because I am anal retentive like that. I need to cut that just a skosh shorter. Alright. Alright. Giggity. Okay. I want you to go right there. Yes. 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 Oh yeah. That is how this is meant to work. See that? See how it pinches in there? Got the whole thing. That's why having the right tool is so awesome. So freaking awesome. So now we're just gonna solidify this a little bit, make sure we got it all. Yes, we did. I'm quite smitten like a kitten. I know I say that a lot. I don't know why. It's freaking goofy as all hell, but I mean it. I really, really mean it. My apologies. Okay, let's get this soldered in here. I'm going to just do it on this guy, I think. Yeah, we'll do it right there. Why not? Boop. So, just a little bit. Come on now. It's going to make me fight. There it goes. It's just so amazing. You can just watch it go and suck on in there, and then you know it's one. You know, ow, fucking still hot too. Ow! All right, time for a sip. All right. God damn, that is looking good. So from my vantage, I'm looking down at it, and it's like, oh, okay, it looks cool, but then I have the screen over here to my left, so I can actually see the downward shot, and it's just like, god damn, that actually does look really good. If I do say so myself. If I do say so myself. So there's this. Now we got the little rubber boot on it. So that'll go like that, and click on there. And then, do I put it and install it now? So this is one of those things I was talking about, why there's an order to this production here. So you notice that this goes right over the top of that guy right there, which means I need to get that guy done a little bit, like done first. So I don't know if I want to use black or white wire. I've kind of used black or red. I use white because that is signal. So since that is not signal, it's technically high voltage. So do I use red? The answer is no. I'm going to go with black. Although it would be nice to use the red, to be honest, but I'm going to go with the black. That's just what it is. That's what it's going to be. So now I'm just going to do both of them now and get it over with. It looks like I might be able to get the bias circuit in a little bit early, but what I want to do is get this so it gets all the way up into here. It's got to go up to this second Not this pot that's here, but this one that's here. So remember, this pot adjusts this tube and this pot adjusts that tube. So I'm gonna make it exorbitantly long so that there's no possible way I can goof it up. I'm gonna turn that down. No, I don't actually. I need it to be up. Okay, hold on. We're gonna get this out of the way. We know we don't need that anymore. And I think that's good enough. Ah, damn. Thank you. Tough stuff, man. All right. I'm kind of liking how it's working out, where I basically kind of pre-bend this stuff a little bit. And then there it is. And then just install it. So I'm going to continue with that kind of idea, if you will. Thank you. All right, so we're going to get that tinned, which is going to screw up some of the work that we've already done on it, but that's not even the biggest problem. So do I want to go from this side maybe? Golly, it's just going to make me work. There it goes. Okay, we are going to have to go back around on that anyway, but whatever. There it goes. All right, so now this guy. Okay, that is kind of held in place. We do need a little bit more on there yet still. Yes, we do need a little bit more on there yet still. But now that it's kind of held in place, I can do what I need to do here. There it is. Okay. And soldered you are. Okay. I'm happy with that. I can see that it is soldered all the way around. Yay. All right, so, ow, still freaking hot. You would think you would learn after all the time, and then this thing keeps poking me. I'm just getting a little, I don't know. I don't know what I am right now. Need to pay a little more attention. All right, so that's what we're going to do with that one. Again, you can't really tell where it's going because it's kind of hidden in the background of everything. So all that kind of just lays right in line there, and it's still freaking hot. Okay, so that's our ground. I'm going to get this one out of my way. And then this one, I don't know if I want to run up the middle between the two pots or if I want to go up and over both of them. I haven't decided on that yet. God dang it, there's something in my nose. Hold on a second. This freaking... Eek. Sorry. Let's get this other one ran here. Looking good, looking good. Looking good, looking good. Yes, I know, yes, I know. Fuck yeah, I know. You know how I know? Because I built it. Oh. I'm messing with you. I'm having fun. I'm trying to keep a positive motif going on here, I guess you will. We're running into 7 hours right now on this stream. This is a long-ass stream. This is a marathon stream. Nobody is ever going to go back and watch this again, I don't think. Maybe you will. I don't know. I may need to take this one down, like download it from YouTube, and then do like a you know, like speed it up, condense it into... I don't even know how I can condense it down any faster, but something like that. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. All right. All right. I'm just going to try it with this one. This one seems to work pretty well, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, boy. All right. And if you wouldn't mind, thank you. There it is. All right. Let's get this one going now. And clean the tip. Clean the tip. Girls like it when you got a clean tip. Just saying. Just saying. Not saying, just saying. Alrighty. Now, since that one went out that way, this one's going to go out that way as well. This one went pretty good in that regard, but we got to get a little bit more on there. And then we got to get it around. There it is. Stop burning my fingers. Okay. Okay. I think I'm getting a headache because of all the frickin' fumes. I hear varying arguments. I do use leaded solder. Always clean the tip. You know. I do use leaded solder. But my understanding is it's not the fumes that are the problem necessarily. Like, the fumes of it really aren't what's causing like all the lead problems that people have. I think it's mainly that I ate too many paint chips as a kid. Maybe, I don't know. Shit. Okay. So I think what I'm gonna do is I know that zip tying them there is not going to do me any good. So I wonder if breaking that zip tie and breaking that zip tie and then running that along the bottom might be the wise decision for me to do. I have enough length, even if I do that, to get back up and over and into my bias pot. So guess what? More zip tie action. I'm going to turn off the freaking whatchamacallit. Let's get some hot zip tie action going on here as I freaking do more cutting of zip ties that I've already put on 3 times and cut them off again. I don't want to cut the wire. I want to get down in there. Get down on it. Down, down, down. Down, down, digga, digga. When you're dancing down the wall, get your back up off the wall. Yeah. Get the fuck over there. Thank you. I almost had it. Now we're going to hold it right there. Haha. Little brat. Probably going the wrong way with this thing now, but whatever. As long as they're both the same, I don't really care. Ha 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 ha. Okay, so we want to make sure all those go together. Yes. Yes. And I want just a little more air there. Click. All right. I will accept that. I know all you saw was the back of my freaking head again, but just know that my balding is because of you guys. And this kind of crap that I gotta put up with, where I gotta freaking put the same zip tie on something 5 times. Oh, what? I'm teasing. It's not that frustrating, but it's just I like having things kind of locked in place, and then if I need to change it up, it's not that big a deal. You just cut the zip tie. I mean, what's a couple cents, right? And then you put the zip tie back in, and we're gonna make it go the same direction again. And maybe this one will let me grab it. Nope. It's like, yeah, you thought. All right. Okay. And let's see here. And I want to get just a little further down. There we are. Again, sorry, my head is in the way. My apologies. There it is. All right. Then we're going to snippy. Snippy, snippy. Oh, I cut the wire. Kidding. I did not. I did not. Ooh, now it looks really good down there. It's like a nice little hod. I am going to put one in the middle now, though. Because I can't not. I can't not. Too much area without any support. Needs support. There. Now we just got to make sure it's nice and centered between the other two. Somewhere in there. Oh! Oh! Well, you know what? That was a happy accident, to be honest. I'm going to say it right now. Because apparently, I didn't even get... Wow. Frick you. I didn't even get all the way around everything. Oh my. You dirty little... Alright. Well, you know how you done it right. I've done it at least twice. Well, guess what? Thought that was going to be the last zip tie for the day. Nope. We get another chance. We get another opportunity. Another opportunity here to do it freaking right. And actually get it around all the wires, because somehow or another I did not get it around all the wires. And this time, I know that I'm around all the wires. Golly. That sucked. Not gonna lie, that kind of sucked. There it is. There, nice little hod. Happy little hod. Okay, then we want that to go that way, that to go that way. This one is our ground for our, whatchamacallit there. Now, I'm glad I left this one out because I need to make sure that this one is our ground, so we don't want to mess with that. We can confirm that just in case I'm freaking crazy, but I'm generally not pretty crazy. I'm crazy, but not that kind of crazy. So this better beep. And it did. It better have beeped. You better, you beep. When I say you beep, you say you better. You better, you beep. You better bet your life. Cut you like a knife. When I say I love you, you say you better. Okay, enough of that. So the next thing I got to do when I do these ones is make sure that I put both of them together correct like. Oh, whoa. It'll cut you like a knife. Now we're going to clean these welds up on the top there. I think with that, we can probably get going on this. We can get the HT installed, and we got to put those screen grid resistors in there. Now you can kind of, again, see why I was making sure to hold off on putting the SGRs in, because you can see that we've done a lot of activity in there, and it would have probably pissed them off quite a bit. I'm almost positive it would have pissed them off quite a bit. And I may even still push off on installing those until last minute, just to forego any possibility of... Come on, baby. There it goes. That actually looks pretty nice, so if I do say so myself. There it is. I think I can get a better ball. There it is. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to push my luck any further. Okay. Do I go with bias pots now? What else do I got here? I got these two I got to put in yet still. I think we can go ahead and get these guys in as well. So let's go ahead and get these guys in. Yeah. Let's try it where they don't freaking give me any guff. Oh, what do you know? They don't seem to mind that. What's a bit... Okay. That means I need the heat on again. The heat is on down the street. The heat is on, the heat is on. Whoa, whoa. The heat is on. That's, you know, that's a cool song. Not gonna lie. I like it. I hope I earwormed you. Not gonna lie. The heat is on. Okay, come on. Bullshit. There it is. Jesus H freaking Christ. Okay, and there we are. Yes. Yes. Ooh, that one went really nice. I like it when it just bloops out like that, all nice and pretty like. Oop, there it went. Poop. Ah! A little air pocket in there. It's causing me hell. Causing me troubles. Coming knock on my door. Three's company, 2. Oop. Oh, wait, is that it? Are we good? Are we good? I want this to move, if I can, that way. And then that one's already kind of out that way. Like I said, they're never really like totally straight on the freaking leads, so sometimes you just kind of, I'm just looking to try to get them to play, so there's like a little bit of a gap between them. There we go, that's close enough. Yeah! Alright, where are we? I think I can turn the heat off again. I got a couple decisions I gotta make again yet still. I just don't know how I want to do the freaking bias setup yet. Golly. Have a sip of Dr. Pepper. Okay. The heat is on. You're welcome. You're welcome. You didn't know it, but I'm freaking awesome. Because the heat is on. Is Huey Lewis and the News still around? Out of curiosity? Talking about another like awesome like band, and you know, iconic for my childhood at least anyway, with Back to the Future and all. I mean, that's not the only one that he's obviously famous for, but you know, that album freaking rocked. Earth angel, won't you be mine? Da 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 da. Ooh, I don't know the actual song, so okay. Oh my goodness. It's gonna, my back is starting to hurt a little bit. I've been standing for freaking hours. I'm just in a state of what the hell do I do here? And I don't know what it is I want to do. And I know I keep putting my head in the way, but so this one I'm going to go up and over that way with, and this one we're going to go underneath with. So there. Oh man, if you wouldn't freaking mind. I need to get a tool for this thing yet still. I am going to go off the top. Initially I was going to go off the bottom, but then it's just going to make things kind of weird, I think. So I'm just going to keep it off the top. I got plenty of space to run all my resistors. It's going to be so much easier to work with them that way. So again, this is like one of those things where, you know, just think ahead type of deal and do what is going to help your life become easier. Oh man, excuse me. So that's what we're going to do. All right, you get in there and thread on. flame on. Now, I can already tell you there's something about the backside here that's going to bug the ever-living hell out of me. So when I have like the nuts and stuff like that, I will make it so that the hex of the nut is level across the top. And you'll see that when you look at my bias probes or whatnot, that the flats of all the things are together. Well, there's not much I can do about it because Lord knows how these things are actually made, but there's only just enough to stick out the backside of the chassis here. But these ones have like the beauty rings in them, and I'll show you what I mean. I'm telling you all this stuff because I want you to know like all the different thoughts that goes through my head when I'm designing all these things. Like I keep mentioning, like, this is basically playing 4D chess. Like, you have to imagine the amount of thought process it takes. And I still got another wire that goes to here that I got to run. Don't let me forget that. I need to run a wire from here to there. Okay. But just making it so that everything lands in such a way where it just shoots exactly where you need it to fire to. But you're not only working in, this plane here, but you're working in the three-dimensional, the Z plane as well. So you got X and Y and Z as well. So that's the 3D portion of it. But the 4D portion of it is like just the whole deal, like trying to see how this is all going to fit in this space before you even, kind of put a drill gun to the metal. You know what I mean? It's not as easy as it seems. Like, even with software, it's not a gimme, and I do have some sort of software to try to help with that. But in either case, all those little thought processes are going through my head. And that's one of those things here where if you look at this one, you can see it's got like the little keyway in it. Well, those two little pots right there have those little keyways in there as well. And unfortunately, they are not going to line up. And that's going to bother me. It's going to bother me. So I will do what I can with it, but just know. Even though when you get it and you're like, oh, he couldn't do it. How could he? Like, he didn't even make the thing straight. Just know, I was thinking about it. There's nothing I can do about it. It's beyond my control. There you are. So that's how I make these things flat. I get something that you can push on them, and then they'll self-align. So yeah, I do think about all that kind of stuff, and it's gonna bother me. But for now, they're on there. They're tight. They're not gonna move, at least for now. And I'm debating whether or not I want to flip this thing around and work at it from that angle. So here's a funny, interesting story. Maybe it's not interesting, but it's probably not even funny either. So Andy works on his amps. So Team YDNA, or YDNA, not Team YDNA. YDNA Amplification, Andy Lederman. He's popping in and out here and there. He works on his amps turned around. So the front is facing him. I like working from the back. I don't know what it is, but everybody's got their own little quirks, you know what I mean? So that is my little thing. I like working from the back. It's just the angle of the dangle that makes sense to me. So he likes working from the front. So everybody's got their own little thing, right? Everybody's got their own little thing. And I don't really need much wire right now. So 2 things have to happen right now. 3 things, in fact, have to happen. That post right here, I need to get 2 wires. I need to get 2 resistors up to each of these points here. Okay? So let me get to my other thing so I can make sure what I'm saying is in alignment with my reality. Yes, so we're going to these lugs here. Okay? So as you can see, this one is further away than the other one. So there's a couple different ways I can do this. Way number 1 is, I don't honestly know, but I know that they're 22Ks. So I like to make things pretty, and I think what I can get away with, what I want to try to get away with, here's what my plan is, I guess is what I should say. I'm going to push this back again just a little bit. My apologies. I need some space. I like rubbing wood. I like rubbing wood. Rubbing wood is freaking awesome because nobody does it better than you. Jokes aside. All right. Let's see here. Do I align them in the middle of each of themselves, or right, or do I just kind of make them run in a certain type of pathway? I think what I'm going to try to do is, based on what I can see here, I'm going to have to get it so it's kind of near the... I might be able to get that to work. The problem is I don't have... I'd have to get them like way down there at the bottom to make that work. So, and if I do it from here, I'd have to do it from the middle. Sorry, again, my apologies. Here, let me pull this out a little bit, make it easier for me to see it without getting my fat freaking head in the shot. All right, here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to do that. Is that going to work? We may end up destroying one of these things. I don't know. We may end up destroying one of these things. So now you kind of know why I like these DVII ones I was talking about. How I was kind of bummed at the newer blue ones. The lead lengths are a little bit shorter. Sometimes having a nice long lead really makes your life easy. So just saying. So is that going to be enough? So if I get that in there, nope. Yeah, I need to. See, I almost need it to come straight up the thing, and see, it's not going to be quite long enough. So the other option that I have is to straighten this lead out and then use the lead that comes in from this pot here and just tie that to that lead, right? So basically I'm using the lead from the very first one as the point where I pick off. So this would just kind of twist around it. That is a kind of a dangerous thing to do, but kind of makes sense to do that, to be honest. Or the half-assed way to do it is to just literally take it and just shoot straight for it. I could do that as well. I don't really like to do that because to me that is kind of like half-assed. Like it's going to come out at some odd angle. Like you can't really see, but you know, it's shooting down at an angle like that. I almost ran that right through my finger. I don't like doing that kind of stuff. I like, you know, either coming up, over, and then in, which you can't do that, I don't think. Yeah, actually, it probably wouldn't matter if we went up, over, and in, but I don't think it's going to work either way. So, like, up, over, and in, so we go like that, and then we go over and then shoot down. Or I could just go like that and shoot down. There's so many different ways. I don't like hanging them in the air like that, though, either. What to do? So I'm going to have to make a compromise either way, because what we currently have going here is not going to work. So what are we going to do? I'm going to take a sip of my Dr. Pepper. Sponsorship. Come on, Dr. Pepper. Somebody from corporate has seen this video or seen my videos. I mean, man, that guy's freaking awesome. He builds freaking cool amplifiers and stuff. And he just so happens to drink a lot of Dr. Pepper. Maybe we should sponsor that guy. Hey, sweet dreams are made of whatever you can dream up. Okay, so what I'm going to do is this one that way, okay? To give me enough length so that way when I bend it over that way, I can still get down. I should still have just enough length for this to go over and up, maybe. Probably not, to be honest, but we're going to give it a shot. So what I'm going to actually do is work from the other angle then. I'm going to try to go from here. And again, my freaking fat head is in the shot, I know it. I'm going to go from right there, and I need to get in there-ish. Just kind of spitballing here. We're trying to work out an engineering problem here. That engineering problem is how to get a wire with a resistor in it to a particular spot and make it look clean. That's the important part. It's got to look good, right? So will I have enough length if I continue with my path here? And that is sticking out technically. That is down there, all right? So if I hold that like right there, yeah, I think that might work. So now I got to get the other direction. I got to go. Now I got to go this way. So I'm going to get right in here. Yeah. I'm going to shoot just a little shallow there. I want to get as much length on that as I can. And then what I want to do is make this a more square. This is the only one that's going to be like this for me, by the way. Like just a straight up brutal beast of a freaking weird, angle thing. So, all right. So with that, I should be able to touch that and get through that. That's the hope. And I did it in the right damn direction even. I'll be gall darn. So, am I a lucky SOB? That is the Q mark. So far, it appears I am. Yes. I have acquired success. It is just poking through the top. And I'll probably try to find some sort of shrink wrap or something like that to put around this. So there's not like a bunch of raw negative voltage sitting around in there. To do that, you take something like this guy here. I'll probably actually use this red stuff here just because. And maybe I could take that silicone stuff. That silicone stuff might be better. Honestly, hold on. Excuse me while I dick around a little bit more. I'm going to cut that much. Okay, right? So you get this. We're going to strip a little off the tip here. This is me being clever. Again, I don't know if I'm actually being clever, but I'm going to be trying to be clever. I'm going to take that and I'm going to pull out my wire. What I'm looking to do is end up with, come on. Let's see here. I'm trying to pull out quite a bit, so this is probably would have worked a little bit better had I not literally tried to get 6 inches of freaking wire out all at once, but it might work. I don't know. I might get lucky. We're going to find out. Come on, baby. There it goes. I almost got it. It just like it. There it is. Ooh, look at that. This is a pretty fine wire. All right, let me throw that in a different trash can because this stuff's going to get all over the freaking place. There we go. I got a nice little straw of red flexible tubing. Imagine that. And that means I might be able to get it to flow around this thing without, you know what I mean? So I will see what I can do about that. And let's see here. So this one is my up. So this one I know is going to work and it will just poke through. So if I leave just a little bit poking out the top, we're going to be golden. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of go with it on my wire, on the length of this stuff here. I'm just going to cut it right there. Okay. Now, let's see if we can get it around that bend there without furking it up. Nope, it's not going to play nice. It's gonna make me work. So what I've got to do here, is keep a mental note of where that needs to be, and we're gonna rebend this thing with that stuff on there. Yay! You know, I done it right. We talked about this before. You've done it at least twice, but if you want it done right, you got to do it this way. There it is. All right. So now we got that. Oh yeah, this is going to be so freaking awesome if this actually freaking works. Pretty sure it was right around in there somewhere. There it is. See? Look at that. Ha ha ha! Unmeltable red wire coating. Did I do it right though? Ooh, I mean, it will function. Is it right? I don't know about that, but it will function for me. It will, it will. Oh my gosh. Oh my. That's gonna do. All right, so this one here, I need to leave a little bit more out because I've got more than enough width on it. So let's actually take a gander here and see what I can work out on that. I need to get this thing to hold tight long enough for me to see how much. What I want to do is grab the right kind of benders I got here. And we're gonna go right there. Let me have it. Let me have it. Okay. But there's a problem because I need to get this thing on there still. So what do we got to do here? All right. So we know that we need to get to somewhere around here. A little bit too long is probably okay. Maybe. No, that's not going to be long enough, I don't think. Maybe right here. I want to go longer. Yeah, we're going to go right there. We're going to call it. We're calling it right there. I'm going to undo this bend, and we're going to try to get it back. Oh, boy. Oh, way too long. Darn it. I guess I was right the first time. I know we needed it right in there somewhere. Oh, my goodness. Get in the hole. All right. Pretty certain that spot that we need to bend it at is like right in here somewhere. Right in there somewhere. It's totally not the right angle of the dangle, but I think that's generally the vicinity. Oh. Oh. I was a little shallow. Sorry, I got my head kind of in the way. It will function there. I'm going to leave it. I don't mind that. I guess the beautiful thing is, but what I do have is too much. I need to cut it back yet a little bit more. So I think what I'm going to try to do is use this. Ha 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 ha! Oh boy, that worked. That is a little goofy looking, I'm not going to lie. But you know what? It is the right thing to do. Now, what I need to do after this is leave me just a little bit of air so I can bend this over right about there, I think. So we're going to go just a little bit north of that. Yes, right in there. And we're going to bend it down. Okay. So now we've got this multi-angular thing here. A little wiggle worm of a thing. And if I do this, I should end up with something that fits. It should fit. Click. And honestly, it will work. Yeah, that is going up into my thing there. Now, the question is it pretty? It is pretty freaking level. I will accept those terms. I don't know how I got that lucky, but I did. Somehow or another, that functioned appropriately. So I'm going to cut a little bit of this excess down that I don't need to have sticking in the hole. And now let's get the other one. The other one is going to be a little more challenging. So on this one here, I was trying to shoot to get it on this side of the hole here. Right? Now I got to get the other one to shoot on the other side of the hole. Holy cow, what an animal. Almost 8 straight hours. Oh my God, it has been almost 8 straight hours. Oh man. Yeah. It's definitely a marathon run. It's got to get done. We're not making sound today, unfortunately. I don't even know we're going to get to a spot where I can turn this thing on and test it. As much as I want to, it's just not, it's not in the cards. Too much figuring out stuff. That's a 10K. This is my 22K here. So this one, I got to go up a little bit I can't run it in the... I guess it doesn't matter. No, I got to go up a little bit on this one. Because I want it to clear the other one. But I'm going to go in that general vicinity. But I got to put some of this stuff on first. So many different things. Like, oh my God. All right, so the other one was just long enough as it was. We didn't have to cut any off the tip of that one. But this one here, it's going to be too long. I know it's going to be too long. So how do I want to do that? I want to do it like, we're going to keep it nice and tight to it right here, right in there. We're going to go straight up. Ish. Straight up-ish. I will say this, having this stuff on there means you don't have to be quite as hyper accurate with how you bend it. I'll give it that. Now, I've got more height than I need. Where do I want to cut it at? Maybe I do put that other one in first. Let's see here. So I need a way to like reference where I need to put this other one at so it doesn't run into that down there. Like I want the other one to sit atop of that. But I also want it... Maybe I just weld it up here on the top. If I do that, we're going to do that. Watch me as I get tricky. Watch me as I do something tricky with you. I'm going to get tricky because it's tricky. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Don't. There it is. I don't want to put too much pressure on those parts down there. Are you up to temperature yet? Jeez, come on. Today. It's tricky, tricky, tricky. I just want to weld it into place for now. Keep in mind, I still got to run another wire in there too. So I'm not trying to like go crazy. I'm just trying to get it to hold in place, more or less. There, like that. Ta-da, ta-da. Now this could go really, really badly for me too. Because I could end up freaking just twacking everything, you know what I mean? So, what I was talking about was that this thing here, I wanted to make sure that it stuck that direction. I mean, it's working like I expected it to, but it's just moving around too much. So hold on, let's get that going that way. We can deal with the rest in a minute here. That doesn't look bad. It's nice and square on the bottom. It's gonna work. It's not square in that direction, but I can. It's got enough I can make it work. There's things I can do. We can do stuff. We can make it work. But this one, I want it to land atop this one. Yeah, I think that'll work. So more or less, I need to cut it essentially right. I want to cut it right here. So this is just out the top. I'm not trying to cut it. I'm actually trying to strip the stuff off. There we go. Oh, where'd it go? Probably in there. All right. So let's just make sure I'm not freaking cray-cray here. That is resting on top of it right now. It's holding itself in place as we speak. I'm going to be honest in saying I think I'm happy with that. Now I just got to bend this thing over and get it to go back into that. You didn't think I could, did you? Alright. Fuck, I gotta do that again. Dang it. I'm not gonna do as long of a piece this time, though. You come with me. We're gonna go that long instead. Come on, that was cute. You know it. Alright. Come on, baby. Oh, yuck. Stuff's some fine hair, man. All right, come on out. Sorry. It's like watching guts explode, except for you probably didn't get to see it, but it looked like guts exploding. All right, so this one we got to go like literally straight over like that. And then I know that we don't need the full length here, but let's get an idea of where we need to go. No, we're going to put that on after the fact. Okay, so this one is going to go up into there. We're going to get it to hold itself in place again. We're going to make that other one fit. And then we're going to go right to here. Right to there. Come on out now. There we go. And then we're going to bend it straight down. That was not straight down. All right, so that's where it needs to go. But this needed to go on there first. Dang it, all to hell. So what I'm going to do is just cut it, because I already know it's going to fit. So I'm just going to cut it about there, I think. And I will work out the bend later by making this so that it's a little bit shorter. I want to kind of make it short like that one's short, to be honest. Which means I might not even need that. I can probably get away with this little... Ah, zooks, I didn't even need that piece I cut. Go figure. Alright, whatever. This thing's like the perfect length right there. So now we're just going to go like this. Oh my goodness! Excuse me. Alright, so now let's get this other one to kind of bend where we need it to bend to here. Because now I need the space for both of them. And I think even this one here, I can tweak it down even deeper. I need less depth on it. Was that the spot? That sure seems like it's doing the thing for me now. Yes. Yes. Okay, so see how that one's landing there? You can't really tell, but it's straighter now, and I've got it going over to the side that way. So now I need to get this one in there kind of doing a similar little thing. Okay, so what we're going to do is this one's a little bit longer. The objective is that it's going to sit atop of it, and it looks like I got to go up and in first, of course. All right, then we're going to go in, but we want to be in on the right side of that. I said in on the right side of that, which is actually the left side of that. Oh man, it's going to make me work. Oh, whatever. That actually kind of just went in right over the top. And I will be honest in saying I don't mind that. But that means I need a tighter angle on this one here because it's going up at like an angle. How bad is it though? It's not too bad, but I am going to... I kind of like how these go in over the top of each other. So I will tighten this bend up, which means that's probably going to have to get cut back a little bit too, but that's okay. That is quite okay. Okay, let's see here. Let's get it just a little bit tighter there. Just a wee bit. And then you get your... There you go. Okay. I think that might work. Yes, that might work. And did we get you... I think we did. Oh, wow. You can't see it. I can. That is rather impressive. It's still... I still need to make this bend here a little bit tighter. Like almost may as well just come right off the freaking thing. So I'm going to continue to work with that and get it right. But like it is surprisingly good in that regard. I'm going to try it that way. I'm going to go right off the freaking thing. That is going to make it go up a little bit higher again, yet still. So let's see what we get here. Is that looking? That is looking fairly toit. Toit, like a toiga. All right, so that's got to go up first. Yeah, it made it a little bit too long. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to just smidge shorter. Oh my God, this is actually kind of, ooh, see? I almost got it straight. Okay. This is why it takes so long, everybody. I shit you not. Like, you see what it is. It's just dicking around with everything to get it to fit right. Like Elan would be proud right now. This is the kind of stuff you see him doing in his videos where he's fighting with it. Oh my God. I think that's gonna do it. It's not exactly straight down, but it's pretty dang good. That's pretty dang good. All right, so let's cut the top off here of this one. Just a little bit. Just proud of it now. Okay. So we got to run the wires up and into theirs. Into theirs. So we're just going to sneak them in from the back here. All right, so I'll just run it up and in and sneak it in from the back. So where do we want to go with this one? So this one's going to kind of land like right in that length. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay. Now we got to strip it. Strip it real good. Oh my gosh, this is gonna make me freaking work again, isn't it? Oh, we got it. That was definitely a moment too for that. And I don't have the whatchamacallit on right now. So let's see here. That's gonna basically go in there like. No, we're gonna freaking not do that. So will this one fit up? Oh, well, that kind of furked things up. So this one, I don't know if it's gonna fit up in between all this stuff here. One would hope that it could. I want it to kind of go, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it will. All right, so this one's gonna fit in between them. It'll just kind of snake its way up and do kind of a similar thing. So I'm just gonna make sure that I got plenty of length here. It's not gonna get in the way of anything. And then we're going to shoot up into my pot, which we're gonna say is like right. That's gonna be more than enough. Now this one we gotta be a little bit more careful because we can screw things up. So I'm going to try this again. It seemed to work pretty well. I basically use the chassis as like a leverage point, and then I'm going to... Yes! It seemed to work. It didn't tear all my wires out. I'll be danged. Yay. Alright, I should have turned the thing on already. Where are we at? I got to bail. Dude, thank you for hanging out with me as much as you have. I appreciate that. You have a wonderful afternoon. I hope everybody's having a wonderful Sunday afternoon watching me my struggles with this. There's been a few instances where I was definitely on the struggle bus. But we're getting through it little by little. We is. So, yeah. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me. All of you, thank you. All right. Tomorrow before I get home, I'll stop and grab the, I hope they have M3 in the length that I need. They may not, at Home Depot. I might get lucky. That's where I got one of the last sets that I used is from Home Depot, but, they're kind of hit or miss. I am expecting something from them. And when I mean that, what I'm saying is that I have a thing on order, so there's a possibility I need to go there tomorrow anyway. I just don't know the status of that order yet, so we'll see. All right, so what I want this to do is not fight, but just go up and in. There it is. Yay! Okay. I want to make sure that nothing's going to get in the way. The HT and all that fun stuff isn't going to be, like, you know, everything's got to be feng shui. All right, so that's looking good. There's nothing else that needs to go into the tip. To the best of my knowledge, that looks correct, yes. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this one kind of aligned and in its home. You that way, please. Thank you. In. Yay. That one's a little bit tighter than it was before. I'm not sure why. Just making sure everything's landing straight. No, we're good. We are good. All right. Okay, that one's all right there. Now we can get this one kind of back in place here. So let's do that. So I'm going to get this one back in its home. Click. And then this one. Stick it in. Get in your home. Thank you. Damn. Let me see if I can catch it from an odd angle here. I mean, that is about as straight as one can ask it to be. They're like slightly off. It is what it is. I don't know if I can make it much better without literally redoing everything. So we are going to hope that maybe it'll be better if I lock these ones in place first. I want a big, nice globule. There it is. That is a nice big globule. And then I'm going to get down here and I'm going to get this kind of going. And, ooh, what? I'll take it. Come on. I want that to get locked in, and that looks like it's going to be pretty well locked in. Now we can come up to this one and do the same. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, boy. Did I biff that one? No. Okay, we're good. All right. My eyes are starting to tell me shut down. My glasses are reading glasses. It's not, I don't know how to explain it. I definitely need them, but I don't require prescriptions yet. So that's where some of the challenge comes in on a lot of this is like, I don't really need the prescription, but oh man, that is so good. I want that to like, oh my God. I wish it would just bend down in there a little bit more, but it's fine. I can tell you right now, it's good. They're at the same angle. They're nice and straight, etc., etc. I don't think I squished anything over here. I did not. Okay, so we didn't mess anything up over there. That is good. Now what I'm going to do is a little cleanup off the top here, just to make it look good. And there we go. Not too shabby, I don't think. Oh, there's a piece in there somewhere now. All right, that is going to be super sharp. I know it, but whatever. Don't run your hands across the top of that thing. You might regret it. Whatever. Here, I have an idea. Watch this. Watch this. There it is. Less sharp now. It's just really hot. But less sharp. Okay. So that is down in there. There's plenty of space for the HT to now go through. So let's go ahead and put this in. because we've gotten all that done now. I was really trying to find a more appropriate like washer thing for this thing, but I could not find one, so whatever. We're just going to use the one it came with. Now, this is the one that sucks. I was really looking for a different version of this. They do not make one like the ones I got down here where they have the metal base that is in this format. The only way I could get this style was with this particular one. I shit you not, everything's freaking made in China. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's a bummer, I'm telling you, man. So, alright, so that's good. And what we're going to have to do is keep that straight. We want that to be nice and straight like while we tighten that thing up. So let me see if I can figure out how we're going to do that. I'm going to shut this off for a minute. We don't need that burning away. I think we can get away with this. How big are you? Ooh. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's a little bit big. What size is that? Is it like 7/16 or something? Pretty close. It's not. It's going to be smaller than that, which means it could be 5/16. I doubt it. Maybe. Maybe you're 5/16. Of course you're not. 5/16 should be bigger. Is that a 3/8 then? 3/8 is a little bit bigger. Maybe it's a 3/8. 3/8 is not quite what it is, but it will function. So my point is to try to make that stay straight while I figure out how to tighten this thing up without furking it up. How to do that, how to do that, how to do that, how to do that without furking it up. Okay, well, that didn't work. It's because I need to go the other way. Okay, so I'm trying not to mar the threads while simultaneously not spinning it, but making it tight. Tight like a toiger. I mean, it's tight. Like right now, I'm not too afraid of it moving much. But as you can see, I'm able to get it to move. But I don't want to slip and freaking bork anything. So, let's see here. Like, hammer time it. Come on, baby. This is where a freaking proper tool would be so amazeballs. Let's keep going. Proper tool would be amazeballs. As I use a freaking whatchamacallit. Alright, so I do need to spin this around a little bit. Well, no, it won't let me spin it. It's tight. Tight as can be. Is that pretty level? Actually, I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty freaking level right there. Alright, so there's our HT in place. Definitely tight. I'll probably put like a little dab of something there, silicone or something like that. Oh, hey, there's Grant, there's John. We're getting there, little by little, little by little. So the next challenge is in this area here. So these two here on the outsides go to ground. But then this one here and that one there, those go to ground. This one, that is the feed side, so we're good there. Now, I need to go from the center of these, with these guys, to ground. All right? So, the way that I was going to do that is instead of taking one of these and running it down there, etc., which I need to run a third wire in there, but I was going to go from here to there, right? So, we're going to go from this lug to that lug to get one of them to go to ground. All right, so it would do something like that. It's there to there. And then I was going to take the other one and run it from there to that lug. So that takes that one. And then this slug needs another one that goes around to that. So that's the only way I could see to do it without making it difficult. Now, do I want to use more of this stuff? kind of do. Like, I kind of liked how that was working. Except for, I think, instead of using red, I will use black. And I need to get black wire to stretch out to do that. So we're going to do it. We are going to do it, but we're going to do it with black. But these ones don't need to be quite as long. So I'm just going to get a shorter length of that. Oh, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours. I guess I could have just stripped off what I needed at the length I needed it. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a dude. I'm just a freaking dude. I'm over here. I'm just pulling this wire out. Never mind me while I pull out some... Oh, almost pulled too hard. There it goes. Come on. Come on. Come on. Empty your guts out. There we go. I don't know if that's going to be enough for both of them or not. Maybe we'll use one of these. All right, so what I want to do with this one is I want them to kind of stack like in a row, right? They're going to stack one atop the other, but so I think the easy way is to just get from there and just bend it up, maybe directly, maybe not. Maybe I give it a little room. Let's give it a little room. So I need to put this one on there. Is that going to be the length I need? Actually, yeah. Golly, can I drop this thing anymore? My knees are pissed. Been on my feet way too much today. I'm sure the wife's in there freaking curring at me right now. Freaking gotta build. Sorry, that's not what she actually sounds like. I'm just teasing. I'm kidding. Now, is that too... yeah. Okay, so now what we're going to do is cut this one just a little bit shorter. There we are. And I think I'm going to run with that because I kind of like how that's looking right now. Yes. Yes, that will work. And then we'll bend it straight down from that point. So we'll go something like that. I will say this. I think Matchless was kind of onto something when they were going with the siliconized wire. It hides the straightness of the wire quite a bit. I'm not trying to find a way to be lazy. What my point is that you have to be less accurate. I guess is more what I'm saying. So take that as you will. I'm going to leave that just a little on the long side, but not too long. All right, so that's going to go there. And then I'm probably going to need another one that is, let's see here. Well, gosh darn it, get over here. Okay, I need it to be not the full length of the thing, but I need it to be at least nearly the length of the thing. So I'm going to cut it just a little bit short so I got some wire to work on and a little bit left over elsewhere. Is it this one that I wanted? Can't remember which one it was I wanted because they're literally cut half in two. I guess it doesn't matter then. I'm just going to pick one. Pick one, stick it in the hole. Okay, so now what we're looking to do is find where we're going to bend it up into that. So we're going to bend it right freaking, I think there. And we're going to go like that. That actually shot up a little bit. All right. So now we end up with this little zigzag. Yes, that will work. This needs to get bent in a little bit more. And then I need to cut it back to... I just need to take a little off the end there, so let's just use my strippers. I'm in love with the stripper. I remember when that was the hot song years and years ago. I'm in love with the stripper. What do you know? It just happens to be the same length as that. Imagine that.
Okay, and then we need to bend it down, obviously, at that point.
So now we're gonna freaking take this and go like that. I want to keep it pretty tight. So I'm just gonna basically pinch it right there and go down. The reason I want it to be pretty tight is I gotta fit, at least in this one, I gotta fit 3 wires. I gotta fit 2 of these, a jumper that goes over from the other side, and etc. etc. So there's, that one's looking pretty good. That one's reasonable. All right, there it is. Ta-da! In the hole. I know from your vantage you can't really see, but that looks pretty decent. I'm gonna leave those somewhat long so that we can lift it up if we need to, because I get the feeling what I'm gonna end up doing is having to take a jumper that goes from this one over to that one, and I'll run it underneath. And I think, I don't know, that silicone wire is kind of thick, so maybe what I'll do is use that silicone wire, but I'll take a long lead that I got left over from, do I have any long leads? Do I want to even bother with it? No, I don't. We'll use this 22 gauge stuff. We'll just use black. All right, and then it's just got to get from one over to the other. So we're gonna cut it like right freaking here. I didn't leave that on good. Do 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 do. What do we got? Join the giveaway. Join the giveaway. This amp is a giveaway. I do not get to keep it. It is not for anyone in particular, except for it is for you if you win. And I think this might be the lowest number of people I've had since I started 8 hours and 15 minutes ago. Imagine that. Imagine freaking that. So how do I want to do this? I can just go straight over, I think, with this one. Maybe I'll just go stick it on the outside and go something like that and just beeline it in there. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to beeline this batch right in there. It's going to make more sense if I do something like that. Like just go right over the top, get it in there. So right there. Right there is where I want to strip it, but I need to go a little bit longer. Go right there. Click. This will make it just a tad long. We're just going for a touch long. I want to make sure we got enough leads sticking through. Giveaway amp. I wish I knew exactly how the algorithm worked. I mean, for me, like having 15 people, 13 people for most of the day is pretty good. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of feel, given what this is, it's not very entertaining. You know what I mean? Like, if you're into this kind of stuff, like, how long can you listen to some dude yip yap and kind of literally talk to himself and go through his own struggles and all that fun stuff? But there it is. I like that. But do I want it to come from the bottom? Maybe I want it to go in from the bottom. I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure that out. Okay. We know that that will work. We have that now. Now let's create the one that goes from the center one there over to that one there. 50 people. What do you mean? 50 people. 50 people for what? For what, bruh? For what? There it is. So I already know that I'm just going to go tight off that freaking side there. So as I recall, we need a very small one. Just a little baby one. Thought I already had one. Is that one too small? Nah, it's just a little too short. Too small. I want just a little bit bigger. It's too big. What about you? What about now? What about now? Oh, too short. Right in there. We're going with it. Going with it. And then we're going to go up. Ooh. All right. We don't need no education. We don't need no thought control. Dark sarcasm in the classroom. Ding a ding, ding a ding, ding ding ding. Hey, teacher, leave them fucks alone. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Could not help myself. Wait a minute. And that's the right direction. My eyes are freaking getting to be beat right now. I'm just trying to make sure that the value is straight up. Andy, I don't want to hear another word. You said 11? I don't know how many people are in there. I don't know how many people are in there. I am not going to lie. I have zero clue as to how many people are in this competition. It's not even a competition. In the running. In the sweepstakes. I do not know. I shit you not, I have zero clue. I have not seen a single entry. I'm not even kidding. I have not seen a single video. All in all, we are another brick in the wall. We don't need no education. Hey, teacher, leave them fricks alone. All in all, we are another brick in freaking get over here. Wall. What do we got? What do we got? I'm just here to enjoy the show for a bit. Nice. Nice. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate your time. I do. And now, if this thing, I am starting to go cross-eyed now. I think I might have starting to reach the limit of my patience is what it is. And I want you to go right in there somewhere. And then just bend in. Thank you. Is that too much? Too much to ask? Is that too much? Watch. It's not going to do it. Oh! Oh my god. Might have gotten it. Damn it. Freaking make me work so much. Why do you got to make me work so much? Alright. Now let's get this other one in here and see how this is going to fit. Because I think what my plan was to go up and over with it. And no, I kind of want to go in a little deeper. So we're going to draw this one inside a little bit. So this is actually kind of working out in my favor. Just a little bit here. Game shows. Game shows. I think that will work. That might work. Let's see where this is fitting right now. That's not what I wanted to grab. So this one is going to go tight to the wall, kind of back a little ways, and then this one should fit right inside of it. Yes, like that. See? Oh my god, look at that. Mucky. Alright, I think that's going to be okay. I'm going to tighten, oh my gosh. I'm going to tighten that bend up there a little bit. I missed it by a little skosh bit. There. Now I can untwack that a little bit. Okay. Oh, we are another brick in the wall. I don't know. We don't need no education. And I want that to twist around a little bit. There it is. Okay, I like that. I like that. Now we need to get the depth on this one here for this other side here. So we're shooting for probably like, ow. I'm going to say if I cut it right here, we'll have more than enough length. Then I'll strip off a little beat. Probably got to get it right level with that other last one over there, which is going to be like right in here. Oh yeah, something like that. And then we're going to just, we already know where we need to do it now, so we're just going to do it. God. Yeah, I think it might be about time to call it, boys and girls. I think once I'm done with this bias circuit here, I'm going to have to call it a night. My eyes are getting to be about done. This has been fun, though. This is exactly what I was hoping to be a little bit further today. I am not going to lie. I was not expecting this to be quite as slow as it was, but you can kind of see why it's as slow as it is. There it is. Come on, get in there. I want you to fit like a glove. There it is. Something like that, right? There. Now they kind of fit right next to each other. Both of them have the 10K pointing up at us. Reluctantly crouched at the starting line. Engine thumping and bumping and thinking in time, or whatever, in time. I don't know the rest of the song. All I know is it's a cool freaking song. It's a shame that the freaking dude was a pedophile. That one guy. I think he's dead already, though, if I'm not mistaken. Engines thumping and bumping in time. Come on, get in the freaking hole. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to run it along the outside like that. And then I got one more wire to get down in there. Well, that's a lie. I have to get at least this one in there. This one here that I probably should have soldered off a while ago. Now, I have an option. I can either get that one and one more wire in there so I can go to that and just do it all in one shot. Or, what am I doing, Luke? What? That's Amazon wire I bought for my dog fence. That is not Amazon wire, you fool. That stuff, no. It is Amazon wire, but it's the actual copper stuff, not the aluminum clad copper. Not that crap. So I did do better than that. I need it to be flexible, and I like that silicone. I'm not gonna lie. I like that silicone. I think I can get all the wires in there, to be honest. I think I can. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're making good time there with that, so I'm gonna get this going. So I think I can fit the 4 wires I need to in there. So what I'm going to do is start getting prepared to stretch a ground wire from this up and over into there. So I'm going to just peel out something here long enough to make it, and click. We're going to get the bias circuit done. We're going to get to the point where I know I'm going to get the HT done because it's so close and I've already got this much of it done already. All right, that's what we're going to do. That is what we are going to do. So I'm going to get the side that's going to there first. Yeah. Me and Nate D-O-double-G looking for a couple of with some double D's. I'm not sorry. That time, I am not sorry. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tin this one on the one side. I probably tinned the wrong side, actually, because I want this to go... Was I going to go over the top? I think I was going to go over the top. So I did. It doesn't matter then which way I go, realistically. All right, I should clean the tip. It was pissed off at me. All right, I'm not going to tin the other side yet, because what I'm trying to do here, I will cut the leftovers after the fact. I want to make sure I leave enough room in there for everything. There, I like that. It's a little bit busy up there. There's quite a bit going on, to be honest. And then this one's got to get up in there. And let's see here. How is that one going to do? How is that one going to do it? It is a little long right now. It is a little on the long side, so let's get it cut to length here. I'm going to cut it to right there. That should be a little on the long side. All right, then we're going to strip off a bit of it here and hopefully not tear anything apart. My eyes are getting so tired of this fine motor skill crap though right now. I'm beginning to have a tough time seeing where I need to be here. So let me... And if you wouldn't mind, thank you. That's what they make chassis for. Just freaking, you know what I mean. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is get this one up and in, and hopefully not fray everywhere. And it probably will, because that's what this wire is actually good for doing. It seems sometimes. It might be better to freaking. Ooh, no, it went. Ah, I got one. It frayed. It got me. Ah. Tell you what. There seems to be enough space that if I get just the tip, maybe we won't have a problem. All right, there we go. All right, now try that again. You little turd. I am gonna do some trimming of this other one here while I'm ahead. You mother trucker. I was expecting that, but I wasn't expecting it to really jump out of there like crazy, like. But I was expecting some sort of retaliation for my insolence. There's that. We can fine-tune a little bit more in a bit here, but there's that. Okay, so now we can get this guy up and in. That did. It went up and in. I can worry about fine-tuning the rest of it in a minute. Let's get this one connected there. So let's see here. I need to go a little bit warmer on the thing there. What do we got? For all of you that don't know, I troll Luke because he trolls the hell out of me. Don't try to make excuses. He's not kidding though. I definitely troll the hell out of him, or at least attempt to. Come on, you freaking get hot, melt. There it goes. There it goes. There it goes. Yeah. Ooh, suck that in there. Yeah, suck that thing in there. Sorry. Sorry. Not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Okay. I got to pick a direction with this one here. We're going to go like that. Doop-de-doo. And come on. There we are. Haha. Okay. Now, which direction do I want to come off? I went off that side for all the other ones, so I'm going to go off that side with this one too. Which means I got to get bent up just a little bit here in hopes that we can get this thing to fit in there. Come on, baby. So I'm going to do... Ah, I missed it. Ha ha. Come on, spin. There it is. I got it to spin now. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, sorry, say it, don't spray it. Let's give it a little bit of a pinch there. There we go. All right. Clean the tip just a little bit. Now we're going to add some more juice. We need the juice. And I want to not burn anything. Okay, that's good. Did I get some flow? I think I got some turbulent flow. I see turbulent flow. We'll come back to that and clean that joint up here in a minute. So now what we want to do is get this thing to kind of follow in where that other one is. So we're just going to kind of get it to do the same sort of little dance, song and dance. Same old song and dance, my friend. Same old song and dance, my friend. Okay, come on now. Yeah, like that. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to give it a cut, a roux, like right in here, I think will do. I'm going to just keep rhyming like that. I'm just going to keep rhyming. I'm going to probably not thick enough. There, yeah, you know that thing's freaking stuck when you can yank this stuff off. Let me tell you what. All right, let's see here. Let's go ahead and I think we can tin this and it'll still fit. Yeah. Boop. Okay, next. In the hole, baby. Oh, you would. Get in your home. There's quite a bit going on in there right now. So the fact that it's fitting it all is kind of nice, but it is starting to get challenging to fit everything now. A horrible thing. If I can just get... There it is. Boop. Right up in the hole, baby. Right in the friggin' hole. Okay, now I'm going to make those run right next to each other. They do. They're going to sit in there like that. That one's not borked. That one's a little... There it is. There it is. That's what we were looking for. All right. All right, I like that. So what we've done, just want to kind of self-confirm with myself before we move on. It's not exactly the prettiest looking thing, but it'll work. Okay, so we come up from this... oh, dang it. Okay, so from here, this red wire... It looks like a red wire to you, but it's actually the components. They go up into each side of the pot there to the input lug. And then the center, I'm doing it a little bit differently. I like having some safety built in. So if the wiper on these pots, for whatever reason, ever goes open, which is to say that it loses contact with the wiper, right? The center wiper loses contact with the trace that goes around. That 10K pot is still always in circuit, which means... that if that wiper does go out, it just goes to full dark. Not full dark, but it goes to the most negative setting that it will have. That's what will happen if that's the case. So that's what we have done as a safety mechanism for this thing. So, and I kind of want that to go a little bit further forward. That's what I'm seeing here with my doohickey. It wants to fit up the middle, I think. Can we get it to fit up the middle? No, of course not. Everything's fighting me now. Everything's starting to fight me now. I think this will be just fine. I'm going to leave it right there. That's looking good. It is time. I'm going to turn the heat down a little bit. And right in there, I think. And then we'll... we got plenty of good stuff going on there. Okay. Which one do I want to get? I want to get the... low-hanging fruit, baby. We're going to get this one. This is where all the tea and shiny is actually coming in for me. A lot going on right here. Nice. I also want to make sure I get the bottom side kind of done up here. I think that was it. Then we will go through and we'll get this side here is done. Come on. Thank you. Okay. I think that got... let me double check here. I want to get more on this one here. There it is. I know what's in there now. All right. Now we're going to get this one. There's that. I think get some from the bottom here. Yes. Yes. Same here. This one's going to be a little more challenging, so I'm going to get it more from the top, I think. Come on now. Do-si-do. I want to get in at an angle. In at an angle here. Come on. There it is. And then we're going to get back to the top here. Pull some of that back up. All right. I know that we've got good connection now all the way around. All right. Let's cut the excess off the top here. Now we're going to cut some excess off the bottom. If I can get to it or see it. That one's got a little bit. Yep, there it went. And then this one doesn't have a whole hell of a lot. There it went too. Saw it. I saw it. So now we'll just beautify some of those wires to make it look more the same. Same. That one's looking pretty good. And if you don't mind, get over here. Yes. All right. Okay, this guy. I probably can just connect it and keep it going, but I'm going to try to do something like this first. There we go. I know that will fit there. I'm going to cut it just a little bit longer than that there. I'm going to cut it there. We're going to take some off the top. Dude shaved me bare, gave me a lollipop. And let's see here. How can we do this here? I guess I needed that again after all. What do we got going on? I was confused. You're still in. Dan Iquest. You mean Dan Bronson? Dan should be in. Dan better freaking... Hold on, actually. Dan was in on the last one. So he better get in on this one too. Dan, you got another chance. Don't blow it, bro. Don't blow it. You got another chance. It's very easy. Instructions are in the doobly-doo. Don't blow it. Take what you can. It's free. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is, how do I want to get in on this thing? I can go in from the back side, but realistically, I don't want to go that way. I want to go like this. That's not bending quite the way I was hoping it would. They're just going to go in like this. Alright, so I'm going to load this one up. Now we're going to keep it like so. I think that's good. I think so. Looks like it might be good. Get a little more on the top there. A little more on the bottom there. Okay. I will accept those terms and then go click. Ha! Okay. I don't think there's anything else left on the back side here other than getting the fuse and the voltage stuff in. I am going to be honest in saying that I have had enough for the day. So I'm really kind of thinking I'm just going to call it now. We didn't get noise. You got lucky, Andy. You still get to beat me to it. Beat me by that much. So, yay. I'm quite happy with where we got to, at least. We got all the big stuff done at this point in time. Like, all the big stuff is done. So, just to kind of give you an idea of where it's going to be once it is complete. This guy here, this is the effects loop here. So this is the last thing, absolute last thing I'm going to put in. Come on, baby. Come on. There's that. And then this. Come on. So this is going to go in like so. And if you wouldn't mind. All right. There it is. Click. So that's what I mean. You're not really going to see all that kind of stuff. But this is how everything's all packaged in here, right? So tomorrow, if I'm feeling up to it, I'm probably going to have to feel up to it. The last one was freaking fair. The last one was freaking fair. All right. Anyway, I still got to put the screen grid resistors in there. Again, like I mentioned, I'm trying to wait on those because as you can see, there's a lot going on in here still. Don't let me forget to put those in there though before we fire things up. I don't think it'll hurt anything to not have them connected, but it certainly doesn't help anything. So yeah, this thing is starting to come out and look pretty damn good if you ask me. Everything's falling into place. So tomorrow we'll get the pots put in and we'll get all these backside wires put in there. There's not that many of them. There's still this section here we got to do as well. It won't be another 8-hour session. I'll tell you that right now. We did a lot of connections in this little session we did here, and I still got to beautify that. I still have the iron on too. So, just tomorrow creeps in this petty pace. I don't know the rest of that. I had an interesting, English teacher when I was in high school, and we had to learn that stuff. I never really understood what it was more than just, I guess, like historical literature and like the way they did their innuendo and, you know, the way they spoke about things in I'm telling you what I got from it after kind of sitting down and just trying to extrapolate why the hell I was learning about Shakespeare and stuff like that. But, you know, it's just more or less, this is the way things used to be, and here's why. And now you can kind of get an idea of why we talk the way we do now. Yay! That kind of stuff. It's kind of like history for English, I guess. That looks good. That looks good. I'm looking for stuff that's not complete. Or needs to get retouched. This one needs to get retouched. Come on, melt. There it is. This one needs to get retouched. I'm just going to do it now because why the hell not? There it is. This one needs to get a touch up. This one I think we can do. And darn it, drug it up. Didn't mean to do that. There it is. Come on. There it goes. And that'll work. This one. Let's see if I can do it without hurting anything here. Sorry. I'm just doing some touch-up work here. Blam! I like it. That one's doing pretty good. That one actually came pretty good. Yeah, everything's looking pretty darn snazzy at the moment. That's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. Okay, I'm going to call it right there. I'll go back and touch some more stuff up later, maybe tomorrow or something like that when you guys are all with me here. All right, so, Dan, we got our English stuff. Okay, so, right on. Freaking pumped. Don't get pumped yet. This is like a completely all new design for me. I've never built this before. I have a pretty good idea of where it's going to be. Andy seems to think that all I build is pussy amps. He doesn't know that I actually have more than one mode. So you can just see it in that one right there. That is a 50 watt amp. I've had that amp built for a little over a year now, maybe almost going on 2 years. So I definitely do more than just little pussy, you know, low wattage amps. I do high gain stuff too. I just do it differently, as I've mentioned. Okay, let me kind of just tidy things up a little bit here. Push this back a little bit. There we go. So tomorrow we'll get the screen grid resistors put in. We'll get all the pots put in, and we'll get all those runs done. A lot of little things. I got to figure out how I'm going to tighten up these guys yet still. I haven't actually tightened the pots up yet. I'm not really worried about them moving at this point in time, but things like that we need to think about. And how bad is that? That will stay. It'll stay. Okay. Cool. All right. Now, one other thing I probably didn't think about and probably should have thought about is I do need to power the effects loop from this node right there, which means I probably should have put another thing off the top anyway. It's not really incidental. What I can do is just run the wire in from the top or bounce it in off the top. I still need to put that wire right there. Don't let me forget that. It won't hurt anything if I do forget, but just know that if I forget to put that wire in there, all we're going to see is a bunch of angry pixies right there doing nothing. Where's top subject? I don't know. Like it's cool because I mean, it was part of the romantic era or something like that. You know, of all that crap. I don't know. I think learning about him as a person is kind of interesting. Definitely an interesting cat. But I don't know. I'm just a dude. All right. So I think I'm going to call it. It has been 8 hours and 49 minutes, coming up on 8 hours, 50 minutes. Almost a 9-hour run. This is, for me, another record breaker. Not in views, but my average is not too bad, I guess. Sorry, I'm just doing a little bit of cleanup here while I yip yap with you guys. But I want things put away. I like things to be clean and tidy, if you haven't already noticed. There we go. So tomorrow, hopefully I'll get the screws for this thing to get it completed. Effects loop is going to be absolutely last. We'll actually turn the amp on and run the amp before we even put the effects loop in. There's a couple things I got to decide on how I'm going to run it. Based on what I'm seeing here and how tight it is in there, initially I thought I was going to swoop it in there. It's not going to happen. So we're probably going to get and jump all the way across. It's not incidental. They both connect to the master volume, which is right there. And it literally comes out from the master volume's input side and then back into the master volume's basically the wiper or the center or whatever you want to call it. So we got that. Wiring this probably won't take quite as long. It's a little bit quicker. As you saw with the pots, it's a little bit easier, and I'm not doing all kinds of crazy stuff like that. Now, there are some things I'm probably going to forego initially. And what I mean by that is, God dang it, it keeps pricking me. So, like, I don't know exactly how I want to do, 9 hours, the mid control on this thing. I'm kind of thinking of doing kind of like a frameless mid control. It works. It's not my favorite, but it's the only mid control that is independent of all the other ones that I can think of. So that's probably what's going to get put in there. I do know how to tune it so it is not as usable. For lack of a better way of saying, I like my mids. I love my mids. I don't like cutting out my mids. I know everybody kind of expects there to be a mid control, but to run a marathon, right? Yeah, it'd probably take me at least that long. So yeah, I don't know how I'm going to implement that, and I didn't leave any accommodations on the turret board for that to happen. So all of my tone controls are going to happen off board. So they have to happen on the pots or near the pots. So that's going to be another thing that's going to be tricky for me to figure out how we're going to pull that off. My bass control, I already know exactly how I'm doing that. my high control, there's a couple different ways I can do it. If I do it like I did on this guy here, more or less it'll be kind of a blend. I'll do like a bypass cap with a shunt cap, if you will. So basically I'll peel signal off from earlier in the chain with a grid stopper somewhere in line, and then I will use that to allow me to allow more highs through if need be. But I don't think highs are going to be a problem in this thing. I think we're pretty much going to be able to get away with a cut only variation. The downside with the cut only variations is that you generally have to wind the pot down quite a ways before they start really becoming noticeable, unless you use really low value pots. And the only reason that is because the lower the value of the pot, that means the closer to ground it is. So it's already shunting highs out of the circuit already anyway. So, you know, a little bit of motion on the pot kind of seems like it goes a long way. I don't want to go that route with it. So this is little things like that. The presence control, that all works off of here. That is the NFB, and it sends along up through there and then shoots that direction. So the presence control, that is all just, you know, that part is just high watt. The whole output section is more or less just high watt. Nothing really tricky there, outside of using a bit more capacitance than they typically use. Instead of right around 100 UF, I'm using 200 UF. That's it. So yeah, I think that's about it at this point. I think I'm gonna call it. I'm starting to feel it. It's time for Luke to get a Tylenol and maybe a nightcap. I don't know, what time is it right now? It is 8:52. It is 9 o'clock my time. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me for damn near 9 hours. You guys are the best. We'll see you on the next one. Take care. Goodbye.